Hello. Should be all set up now. How's it going, everyone? Press 4 if the stream is live. It should be. Hello, everyone. Hey, how's it going? 4. Nice. Okay, I thought so. I am alive. I was spending the whole time recalibrating my lighting here because, yeah, like Chico Pico pointed out on my live streams lately, now that it's getting hotter here, my camera constantly overheats during the live stream. So I broke out the old webcam, so I'm a little more 720p today than normal, but yeah, at least it won't overheat, so that'll do. That'll do. Getting ads, huh? Well, I haven't pressed any ad buttons or anything. YouTube is really obsessed with running ads, though. It really wants to do that. It like tells me every time I stream, it's like, bro, you should be like hitting ads constantly. I don't hit ads during the streams, like manually, so I don't know if YouTube's doing anything to make that happen or not, but my hands are clean. I'm not touching any ad buttons or anything. I don't know what YouTube's doing. Quick question. Do you film in the CRT in an open field or just a stock video? No, this is a real CRT. Oh, great question. No, this is not stock video. This is a real CRT that I filmed, and there's various locations out in the wilderness that I filmed this bad boy. But I'm actually going to pretty soon here go out into the woods and with a new CRT and film some more, so I have like a bit of a bigger array. But no, this is not stock footage. This is exclusive footage of my own that I filmed. Because, yeah, I don't know if any people... That'd be hilarious if there is stock footage of CRTs sitting out in fields and shit like that. Who knows with the amount of stock footage there's out there. But no, this is my own exclusive footage of the CRTs hanging out outside. Because basically, there's a really old Patreon podcast episode about this where I spent a year or so trying to figure out, okay, how do I want to visually establish my on-camera presence? Because I felt very strongly, and I think I was right, that I should have some sort of on-camera presence, because I remember I just always connected more with YouTubers where I kind of knew what they looked like. And you don't need to be on camera constantly, obviously, but just enough so people know, okay, this is what he looks like. He's a human being or whatever. And this was before AI. So even back then, I was like, it's probably I should have this happen. But I definitely understand why YouTubers don't do it, because it is a bitch and a half to deal with constantly, all the time. Recording, editing, all the time. It is such a pain in the ass to deal with on-camera footage. So I absolutely know why, like 90% of gaming YouTubers don't do it. It's just a pain in the butt. And then when it looks bad, it like feels like you're just putting in a bunch of work that's actively making your videos look stupid. So then I spent a year or so like trying out all these different on-camera configurations where at first I took a more sort of streamer approach where I'd be kind of on camera and then there'd be kind of the gameplay footage to the side of me. Then I thought, okay, I should do like more full cuts style, more of a YouTuber style. But then, you know, the eternal question, okay, but what do you actually have going on around you if you're on camera, you know? And like the classic go-to is to show like your video game collection in like a nice little office. And I probably would have done something like that, except the Shmup Shed is a single screen game, dude. This Shmup Shed, there is no... I can do the entire span of this room with my arms. I have just hit both walls doing this. So it's a single screen game, so I can't show you walls, right? So I was like, well, and you can go back and look, you can see the evolution of what the Shmup Shed looks like, where at first I was like sitting on the floor, then I was putting posters up back here. Like it was just, I painted it black for a little while, and you remember those? And I got really made fun of that. It's a really obscure video of mine, but one of my really old videos, it's like just pure black. I'm just in like this black void, and it's like super dark. I think it was kind of cool. If I ever get super lazy, maybe I'll do something like that again. But then I thought, well, this cloth here is nice because it can wrap around so that it doesn't look as weirdly angled with the walls. So that's why I have the cloth backdrop now. But then, of course, if I was in a 4x3 universe, I think I could get away with it. But YouTubing, yeah, you didn't think I'd go on this much about this question. YouTubing is a 16:9 universe, right? And I do not have a 16:9 room. The camera is literally, it's too wide for my room. So then, void mark, yeah, exactly, Nemo. So then I thought, well, I can put something around me in the frame. And so then I started experimenting with like backdrops of different kinds and like scrolling. And I thought, well, I'll green screen myself into the backdrops. And actually, what's funny is I noticed a lot of Gen Z YouTubers actually do something like this. So they will have like really cool sort of backgrounds going on, and they'll be green screened into them. And basically what I wanted to do, like if I had my own way, I thought it'd be really cool. The sunglasses. Oh, I should bring back some sunglasses. I'll wear some this summer, Chico Pico. If I had my own way, I would think it would have been really cool to record outside, because I thought that would be like a really cool contrast, you know, especially because gamers, there's this phrase that annoys me, touch grass, you know, everyone says touch grass. I'm lame enough that every time everyone says touch grass, I think they're saying smoke something that YouTube doesn't want me to talk about. Whenever people say that, it's like, go touch grass. Is like, what, go smoke? Is that what you want? But they mean like go outside, obviously. And so, yeah, I thought it'd be cool to have this contrast with being outside and yet talking about games. But it turns out it's like impossible to record outside. It is just impossible. Winds, sun, rain, snow, dogs, cars, planes, God knows. There's like a bajillion factors of why you can't record outside. So I thought, okay, what if I got footage of me outside? I'm giving you the entire creative evolution of how the CRT in the field came about. So how do you get footage of me outside without actually being outside? Then I thought, well, I could green screen myself onto the footage, but that would look like jarring and strange, right? If I'm like green screen, but like only because I can't get a full body in here. I can only get the 4x3 you see here. That's all that's possible. So I thought, okay, here's the idea. You put a TV outside, a CRT, because one, I love CRTs. That's an established thing about me. Two, CRTs are 4x3. So I can't remember what it was, but there was some director interview or some commentary I was listening to where they talked about how a certain director, I can't remember which one, loved to put frames within frames. So you have a frame and then you put a frame within the frame. And I was like, frames within frames. 4x3 in 16:9. CRT in the wilderness, 4x3 screen. And then I got so hyped I knocked the headphones out. And then I will be inside the 4x3 screen. And there you go. Thus, the creative evolution of how I ended up inside a CRT in the wilderness for my on-camera presence. And is it kind of weird? I think so, but I think it's distinct. And that's what it's more important to be distinct sometimes than to be like totally coherent. So there you go. There is the history of why I am inside a CRT. No, it wasn't Wes Anderson. I don't want to say it was Hitchcock, but it was Scorsese or Hitchcock or someone like that loves to do Fincher, maybe someone like that does frames within frames. So the CRT in the desert. Yeah, so you're gonna get this summer. I'm gonna go out and get more footage of CRT in the woods and stuff. So there you go. There is the story. Oh, Jack Nicholson in The Shining. It could be Kubrick. Actually, now that you mention that, it could be Kubrick. Frames within frames. That seems very Kubrick. So, there's the story. Yeah, and someone asked me once, where does the CRT get power? And I said, well, from under the ground, of course. Of course it gets power from under the ground. No, it wasn't James Gunn or any Marvel stuff. It was a nice cinematic director or whatever. Will there ever be a snow level? Yes, Greg, I think so. This winter, I was going to go get snow footage this winter, actually, Greg, but I ended up kind of forgetting. But hey, what's up, Mewgem? The electric underground, exactly. And the power lines, see? Yeah, makes sense. Alrighty, so today I'm chatting with you all. It's all about the chat. It's all about you, because I was thinking...
Time to play games.
Oh, thanks so much.
I read you.
Oh, the Monster Hunter
Thoughts
question.
on the Monster Hunter series? Been playing a lot lately and wondered what you would think of the franchise. It's one of my favorites currently.
Yeah, so Monster Hunter is funny because a lot of my IRL friends gave up fighting games to play Monster Hunter. They didn't technically say that. They didn't walk into the local and be like, I am giving up Melee to play Monster Hunter. But that's essentially what happened. One of the Monster Hunters came out. This is a while ago. And Monster Hunter is crazy popular with a lot of the people that I know personally. And one of my friends sat me down and was like, all right, I'm gonna get you into Monster Hunter, dude. We're gonna be best friends playing Monster Hunter. And it was one of the newer ones. It wasn't like an old one. And he was going through and just the sheer, see, this is just from me sitting next to a guy playing it, okay? So this isn't a proper mark analysis review type of thing. But me sitting next to him going through it, there was just a lot of RPG happening with stats and builds and equipment, and I was like, oh my god. It almost it was almost reminded me a bit of an old mech game, not old school Armored Core or something like that, where there's so much building and a management of items and stats and stuff that I was like, that's something you got to ease me into big time. Souls is pushing it for me, and that's Souls. So Monster Hunter, I feel is the next step of RPG heaviness. That being said, of course, if I were to check out Monster Hunter, especially because people seem to want me to do this quite a bit, I think it would be more interesting to check out old-ass Monster Hunter, because I assume, this is an assumption, this is not an official diagnosis, but I assume what has happened with Monster Hunter, what happens with every single series, especially under Capcom's design philosophy right now, is that it starts off one
Time
thing...
to play games. I read you.
Oh, thanks so much, Social. 1 second. Thanks
Stay
so much.
Frosty King.
Thanks so much, Social. That's awesome. Yeah, and I got to meet Social not only through Patreon, but also IRL. He came to Shmup Slam last year. Really cool guy. Thanks so much, Social. But getting back to the question, I've never played Monster Hunter. I have sat next to my friend for hours and hours while he played Monster Hunter and watched him build stats and armor and stuff like that. But I could also understand that maybe that isn't necessarily fully representative of what it's like to play the games. But with anything like this, I'm realizing, any kind of big-ass series with tons of layers upon layers upon layers, for me to tackle them, unless I already have sort of a inroad with them, I always find it more interesting to go back to their earlier stuff and see, okay, what was it going for initially? What was it trying to do initially? And I remember the PS2 era of Monster Hunter. I remember it coming out. I mean, I didn't play it, but I remember it coming out. And I remember it being sort of a little bit derided back in that era, where it's this is nuts, this is, lame and all that kind of stuff. I remember people saying that. So it'd be interesting to go back to that era of Monster Hunter. And so if I did a Monster Hunter review, I would really want to start with the early stuff and see what's going on here. What is it trying to do? That way, because, I just know, the new Monster Hunters are going to have a lot of modern design trends. It's Capcom. Look what they did to Resident Evil. Of course, it's going to have tons of modern design trends on the newer ones. There's no way they don't. So it'd be interesting to go back to see where they kind of start. So that would be my sort of thoughts. Is I cannot diagnose or review Monster Hunter like currently because I haven't ever played it, but I get the feeling if there is some real sauce in the series, it's probably earlier on when it had more of that like it was a little bit less established back then. I think that would be more interesting to check out. So that's what I'd probably do. And I've noticed it's basically impossible when okay, I talked about this with Toho, and I think it's probably similar with Monster Hunter, though to a lesser degree, is that the thing about Toho is like when a new Toho game comes out, it's kind of impossible to get a sort of well-rounded view of it because the only people who talk about Toho and play Toho and know Toho are Toho players. And they already have like a very established lexicon of the series and very established expectation. And so, like, how does a new Toho compare to an older one and stuff like that? It's not really that discussed. And so, basically, all that being said, I'd want to start with like earlier Monster Hunters to see what they're kind of going for first. So there you go. Thanks for the donation, by the way, and as well for you, Social. And I'm staying. I'm hot right now, but I will stay frosty mentally. But the heat will not stop the stream today because we got the webcam out, so the webcam can handle the heat. Let me take a little looky through. I'm just gonna like sight read the chat and see what jumps out at me. Oh. In Monster Hunter, you don't need to worry that much about the RPG stuff until the end game. Yeah, I figured that's probably... I feel like it's probably going to be quite similar to Souls in that way, but I can't be certain, right? Like, Souls, you could play it kind of how I play it, where you just play it as, like, action game. And then every so often, you got to level up your weapons and so forth. Resident Evil 9 equals disaster piece. Yeah. But you know what's funny about Resident Evil 9... And I've been thinking a lot about, not my review of Resident Evil 9, but more of like the general reaction to it, because I think Resident Evil 9 is actually like a very clear example of a compromised game, where it's not the worst thing ever made. It's like way better than Silent Hill 2 Remake, for example. But it's not amazing either, and it's not really excelling in any particular way. And those types of games are always the most challenging to review because you have to really start digging into the nuance of, okay, is this working?
Time
is this
to play
not working?
games.
That kind of
I
thing.
read ya.
Oh, thanks so much.
Apparently a new, classic, Star Fox game is coming. With online multiplayer and nice graphics. I'm excited for this. How you feel about its potential?
Interesting. Thanks so much, Super Power Man. I'll get to you 1 second here. So, anyway, with Resi 9 and these types of games, I'm always curious how, like, will general consensus digest a game like this? A game that's clearly disjointed and kind of messy. And what I've noticed over the years is that, like, if you listen, like, in the 2010s to 2020s, you know, that decade, it felt like game reviewers were trying a little harder. I'm not talking about IGN, I'm talking about online game reviewers. We're trying a little harder to sort of parse through the structures of games and what the games are doing and stuff. Whereas now, maybe because just the what do you call it? Like just the rollover, you know, how gaming is becoming like an endless sitcom and every release is just like a new episode, that everything just kind of comes and goes. And so like games, unless they have insane, obvious issues production-wise, pretty much just get, yeah, no, it works technically, so it's fine. It's great. Because it's actually kind of criminal if you think about it, even if you like Resident Evil 9, that I think Resi 9 and Silent Hill 2 Remake have like the same review scores. And it's like, what? How is this possible? So, yeah. That review was a beast. Let me tell you that. That review was a beast. I remember I sat down for it and I was like, I'm going to be so concise, dense, on point, just pure raw analysis, this is going to be a 40-minute video. This is going to be a clean 40. I'm recording it, and I'm like going through, it ends up like, what, an hour and a half? I'm like, how did we get here? How did this happen? And I think it's because it was literally just reviewing 2 games. That's why. It was 2 games glued together. So I had to review 2 games. So I almost feel like that should count as like a double review. It's 2 games for the price of 1 in terms of analysis. But anyway, Super Power Man asks, thanks so much, Super Power Man, for the donation. Apparently a new classic Star Fox. Oh, voice to text already said it. So how do I feel about its potential? I'm extremely skeptical of basically anything Nintendo makes these days in terms of its quality. And not quality in terms of production, obviously, but quality in terms of design. Because, like I talked about, Iwata's not there anymore. And Iwata's presence on Nintendo, I think that video, I was really proud of that video when it came out. And I think that video just gets more and more correct by the day. Because look at the Switch 2 era. You know, Switch 2 has been out now. And does it have any meaningful stuff? Like, even Metroid Prime 4 was criticized by Nintendo fans. You know how badly... I was going to review Metroid Prime 4. Maybe. I was kind of debating it. But when you have Nintendo fans criticizing a game, I was like, this is going to be horrible. if Nintendo fans are criticizing a Nintendo game, it has to be the most lame, boring thing ever conceived of. So I was like, you know, I'll focus on something else instead. But Iwata, without Iwata, I just do not think right now current Nintendo has any sort of sense of direction with the design of their games. And in fact, I saw an article the other day. It was about the new Super Mario Bros. Movie or whatever. And it was, I think, pretty sure it was Nintendo directly stating, oh, this is the stupid saxophone song. I keep needing to get rid of it. Hold on. I cannot speak with saxophones blaring. Hold on. Oh, I did something.
Time to play games. I read ya.
What happened? I killed the music. I killed it. I murdered it.
I'm perplexed how our Gen Z generation is eat the rich and down with the bourgeoisie, which is valid. Yet we eat up remakes and artistic slop, yet defend big corpos, brands we are nostalgic for.
Oh, there it is. Great question. Thanks so much for the donation. I'll get right to that. Because I was talking about this in my... thanks so much, Trooper Scout. I was talking about this. Trooper, you're a Gentry member, so there's literally an episode I'm recording now, and I'm going to try to release tomorrow, the Gentry episode, about this very topic, about the topic of... So I'll give you all a little preview of what it's about, basically. But just to finish with Super Power Man, like, for example, one game that I think... Oh, I got the music too loud now. Sorry. I hate OBS sometimes. Okay. So, one issue with modern Nintendo's, I just don't think they have a design direction. Whereas I think about like the Iwata era, I think one of the best games Nintendo has made in a very long time, and I should review it, is Super Mario Maker.
Time to play games.
I think that's such a clever game and such a clever idea.
Hey Mark 1 was wondering if you ever plan on covering some more Wii games on the channel, such as Mad World and Sin and Punishment Star Successor?
Oh, awesome. Thanks so much, Jez. I'll get right to you. And yes, absolutely. But anyway, so the new Star Fox, I basically, with Nintendo, I won't, I always keep an open mind, but basically they've got to show it. And it's got to be legit first before I'm like getting too jazzed about it. But the online multiplayer is interesting, right? Because that in itself could be really fun. And if they really leaned into that and really focused on that, like, I love, there was this one Xbox game, and I only got to play it on Xbox Live for a tiny bit until my parents did not allow me to play on Xbox Live. But it was called Crimson Skies, and you could do like online dogfighting multiplayer. That was so fun. I love dogfighting multiplayer. It's such a cool multiplayer
Time to play games.
mode
I read
that
ya.
is really rare.
Hey Mark, Do you plan on playing shmups again?
Great question, Segfault. And the answer is I'm playing one right now. I'll get right to you. So I think if they leaned into that really heavily, because I honestly don't trust Nintendo to be able to make a really good rail shooter. I mean, is that likely? I mean, at this point, I would be shocked. I would bet the single player stuff would be really boring and easy. That would be my guess. But it could be really fun if they really made the... but of course, you got to do Switch 2 online, and that's probably not going to be great. Did they finally build in an Ethernet port? I think they did, right? But that would be the most interesting aspect of it to me, honestly, is the online dogfighting. You could, like, multiplayer dogfight. That could be really fun. So I think that's the most interesting aspect of that release. And if I review it, I would really focus on that. And, well, obviously, I'd have to critique the single player, but I think the saving grace of the game might be the online multiplayer dogfighting. Okay, thanks so much. NCR Trooper Scout asks, I'm perplexed with how our Gen Z generation... I think NCR is Gen Z, by the way, so that helps contextualize this. He's not an old millennial like myself yelling at Gen Z. I believe he is Gen Z. Eat the rich, down with the bourgeoisie, which is valid, yet... remakes and artistic slap defend big corpos we are nostalgic for. Well, this is something that's very ingrained in the millennial generation as well. Maybe more so than Gen Z, I would actually say. I'd say millennials have a bigger issue with this than Gen Z in terms of internalizing our childhoods.
Time to play games.
Like with classic gaming companies.
Hey, Mark. Thoughts on the DFK re-release and its implications?
Yes,
Cave is
absolutely.
devs and publisher again. New series of releases hinted, etc.
Yes, thanks so much, Mimi. Yeah, I'm going to talk all about that. Great question. So, millennials have this problem massively as well, with especially Nintendo, Sega, but even to some degree, like Sony and Microsoft. Like, we just heavily... And with Nintendo, I mean, it's not a mystery. Like, Nintendo Power, I remember when I was a kid, they would literally send me VHS tapes in the mail. The only mail I received as a child was from Nintendo. So, I mean, and I believe there's this great book. I may have to read this book and review it, especially now that Iwata's not at Nintendo anymore. It's a very old book written in the 90s called, like, Game Over, How Nintendo Conquered America or something like that. And it's a book, I remember reading it as a teenager and being like, whoa, this is wild. And it was written by a journalist from, like, the New York Times or something in, like, the 90s. So it's, like, really contemporary to the time, which is really good. So, you know, ground eye view. And basically it was talking about the corporate strategy of Nintendo back in the day. And, you know, this is hazy, but I remember it was talking about how, like, Nintendo specifically was like, we need to get kids into our ecosystem. We need to get them to identify with our brand really strongly. So Gen Z, millennials, I think it's weaker with Gen Z, but there's still probably that effect of when you have companies really targeting you as a child and really pushing their presence on you as a child, that just internalizes in a way that's very hard to get around. Like, as much as criticism as I have for Ocarina of Time, for example, for its gameplay, it's very hard for me to emotionally disconnect myself from that game when that fucking menu comes on and you get the Epona riding along and you hear the piano and everything. The aesthetics especially are so strong, and that's why I think it's interesting to look at the aesthetics of retro games in terms of their nostalgic power just as much as the gameplay. So I would say Trooper Scout, that's a huge aspect of it, is the fact that if you connect with something as a child, even if it's a giant corporation, it's really hard to emotionally separate yourself from that as you get older, especially if it's a consistent presence throughout your life. And you hear this all the time in, like, retro YouTubers and video game YouTubers, right? How they'll talk about how this game, this company, this system was a constant presence in their life, always there. Always, you know, stable, secure, reliable. And so, not to get too psychological about it, but I think part of that comes from Gen Z especially. I feel like Gen Z, as millennial, I feel like Gen Z has actually had it even harder than millennials in terms of a feeling of instability, a feeling of, like, everything is just chaotic madness. And so if you're a child, a Gen Z child, and you're playing whatever games from this company, and they are a stable, consistent force in your life, I think that's just a very powerful emotional connecting point that's really hard to
Time
just
to play
drop.
games. I read
So-
ya.
I think that's...
Will you do a video on Darkstalkers or Dino Crisis?
Oh, thanks so much. Definitely Dino Crisis. I was thinking about doing one. Dino Crisis 2 especially. But just finish off with Trooper Scout's comment, then I'll get to the other ones. I would say that's what it is, Trooper Scout, is it goes beyond logic, basically. That's the funny thing about a lot of these conversations is we think they're so logical. We think we're so analytical and separate from our emotions, but we are not. You can see this with gaming hype. Like, the game comes out, and people that you know better, like, the hype of a game's release just sweeps them in, and they're like, it's amazing, it's a masterpiece, it's the best shit ever. Then a month later, they're like, what was that game? So, but the
Time to play
emotional
games.
aspects of
I
these
read
things
ya.
are really hard to separate.
Thoughts on claims of you lying in the NG4 Rewoo?
Claims of me lying? Well, okay, let me get back to that. Lying? What would I be lying about? I could be wrong, but I don't know what I'm lying about. But character, that threw me. But anyway, let me finish the other comments first. So, yeah, I think that would be a big reason why Trooper Scout is it goes beyond logic. It gets really into a lot of emotion. Jezza asks, hey Mark, I was wondering if you ever plan on covering some more Wii games on the channel, such as Mad World and Sin and Punishment Star Successor. Yes, both of those games are games that I want to get to and cover, especially Sin and Punishment Star Successor, of course. The tricky thing about covering them is just finding the timing, because I don't know, when I'm reviewing games, there's like a giant list of games that I want to talk about, that I want to review. But I often feel like there needs to be some sort of connecting point between the reviews, like how one game will review into another, unless it's a patron-voted review. Then that is just locked in. But if I'm like choosing topics or choosing games to review, you can talk about a new game coming out, but sometimes I want to talk about older games. And it's sometimes tricky just to find kind of a connecting thread into them. But Sin and Punishment especially is, I feel like, something I should work on here pretty soon. But yeah, so Mad World's really cool too. It's the first Platinum game, and I love the black and white art style, and it's like a beat 'em up, isn't it? So Mad World, again, another one that could be really good. I wish there'd be a way for me to like kind of set up blocks of reviews, but that's really hard to do. Like, it'd be really cool if I could do like, and this month is Platinum month, old school Platinum month, and we're talking old school Platinum games all month. But the problem is like, just with production and stuff, I could say that, and it takes me like 2 weeks to cover Mad World. And so like, all right, this month we're covering Mad World and one other game. So it's hard. I really want to do it. It's just more of a choke point in terms of my production, what games I could get done and when, more so than interest, because I mean, especially Star Successor, I feel like I got to talk about that at some point, but I just got to find when and how. And I don't ever know really more than like maybe 2 videos ahead, maybe. That's like kind of it. And then after that, the videos just like lead into one another. And it's hard to predict how that happens, when that happens. I wouldn't. Like, if you asked me, what videos am I going to make, let's look at a calendar, in May? I have no idea, right? There's
Time to play
probably
games.
something that's
I
obvious.
read ya.
Or what about June? I
Have
no
you
idea.
ever played or discussed your opinion on any Housemarque games?
Yes.
Returnal or any of their older games? Saros about to come out on PlayStation.
I think
Time
so.
to play games.
Oh, thanks so much for the
I
donation.
read ya.
I'm curious if you are excited about Pragmata releasing soon. I personally was until I played RE9. Now I'm cautiously optimistic. RE9 was a bust.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Retro Man. I'm divided on whether to cover Pragmata, but I'll get to that here very shortly. Thanks so much. So, getting back to the question about Sin and Punishment and Mad World, both those games I have massive interest in. Both of those games I would love to review. Just got to find the occasion, and I can't control it. It just comes to me. It happens. It's like my review schedule is like a force of nature. So, yeah, I would love to talk about those games though. Segfault asks, "Hey Mark, do you plan on playing shmups again?" Segfault, I am currently playing Ketsui Emote, but for real. I've actually spent this last week practicing Ketsui Emote. I'm going to be playing Ketsui Emote at Slam. My goal is to get the emote, obviously, before Slam, and do a live stream, getting the emote and everything. And yeah, it's funny because this week I've been playing Ketsui, and it's like, okay, going from Resi 9 into playing Ketsui Emote, it's like mana. It's like rejuvenate, full heal in Pokemon, full heal. I'm like, oh, this is gaming. Like this is gaming. And then I'm like, man, if I could just spend the next 3 weeks just playing Ketsui. That's all I'm doing. And I don't even, at this point, like, just the joy of playing the games without needing to stream them, without needing to, like, discuss them. Like, it's kind of funny how full circle it is now. Like, me playing a shmup by myself, just playing Ketsui Emote in the shed here. No cameras, no recording. It's just me in the game. I'm like, this feels right. It feels so good. So, yeah, Segfault, if I had my way and if I was a man of independent means and I could just do whatever I wanted professionally, yeah, it might become like a trend on the channel where I'm like, all right, June, there's not going to be not in June because that's Shmup Slam, but like, this is just, if I had all kinds of personal security and money and like no worries ever, there'd probably be months within the year where I'd be like, all right, there's not going to be any videos or nothing. I'm just playing Ketsui or Donpachi or some shmup this month. And I'll see you when I post the clear or, do the live stream for the clear. So, yeah, but anyway, to answer your question, Sigfault, Ketsui Mote, I'm working on it now. I definitely am going to do it before June because that's Shmup Slam. If I don't, I'll start to panic and be like, oh, shit. But, yeah, I've been playing a lot of Ketsui, and I'll probably make a video about it. I mean, if I spend hours and hours getting a Ketsui Emote, I might as well make a Ketsui video. So, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I love playing shmups. It's just my favorite genre, especially now that fighting games have fallen off so hard. Like, it used to be, shmups were my favorite, but then, fighting games were pretty close. But fighting games have fallen off so goddamn hard that it just makes shmups look so much better by comparison, because there's no Tekken 9 of shmups, or Tekken 8 of shmups in a sense, right? Because if you don't like a new shmup, you just don't have to play it. Like R-Type Final 2, I think sucks, but I don't have to play R-Type Final 2, right? There's no like external forces that push you into playing a game. But that's not the same with fighting games. Like, I would love to play some Tekken 5 or something like that, but that's just not
Time to play
viable.
games.
Really.
I read ya.
I mean, you could do the whole, like, emulation netcode stuff.
Let's
but
consider an impossible scenario.
there you go.
A major gaming developer makes a first-party developed SHMUP. What would your
Oh,
wish list
yeah.
for such a game be?
We got close to that, actually. We got close to that. That's a great question. So, yes, Segfault, Ketsui is the answer. And I would love to play shmups more regularly. I kind of want to work them back into the schedule a little bit more regularly. Because, like, for example, with the new DFK coming up. Oh, let's go right into it. Someone asked DFK. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other questions. Yeah, Segfault right into DFK. Perfect. So Mimi asks about the new DFK re-release. So when I saw the new DFK announcement, it was funny because whether or not Reignite is bad or good, I cannot determine. None of us can determine at this point. But I'm excited because it's a shmup that's somewhat relevant that I can talk about. So just that alone, I'm like, not saying that will then predispose me to like saying, oh, it's a masterpiece or anything, because I enjoy criticizing things too. So, but just having an occasion to be like, now we're talking about DFK, and now it's kind of relevant is really exciting. So yes, I will absolutely be playing the new DFK re-release and reviewing it and talking about it. And if more shmups like came out, this would be much more of a regular thing on the channel. Like, I would love it if like every 3 months some new shmup comes out and I'd be like, boom, we're talking about it. So, and it felt like, you know, that was a thing in the 360 era, right? Cave was so active back then. There was always something coming out. And then even when I first started, it felt a little bit more active, right? You always had, at least when I started, you always had the M2 Big Mama in December. Always. So it was like, oh, we're getting Ketsui, we're getting Grega, we're getting DOJ, we're getting Esperade, you know? So, yeah, I'll be there, baby. I'll be there. And let me give you my concerns with DFK Reignite, because I think my concerns with new shmups have sort of shifted a little bit, because for a long time, the battle with new shmup releases was like features, functionality, latency, especially, right? Remember the giant input lag Psychio ports and stuff like that? So a lot of those technical concerns were really important and really valid. But as we've gone on, developers have gotten better about those types of things. But I think what we're starting to see now, and M2 are even sort of falling into this, is like a real overemphasis on beginner modes. This was a big theme with the Top 40 arcade video I did this year. It's like, I understand the importance of focusing on beginners, but the problem is, it's like if that's all we are getting now, then we're losing the core. The core is not the beginner. The core is the expert hardcore player. That is the genre. That is the appeal of the genre. That is what makes shmups special in the first place, is that core, or that hardcore difficulty, density, emphasis on routing, emphasis on punishment, emphasis on long-term decision-making, all of that stuff. And beginner modes diminish all of those features by their nature of being easier, right? And then also a lot of the mechanics, like I talked about when I was talking about FDF3, or, you know, the new FDF, I forget which number, I think it's 3. The new FDF, where they made the auto bomb, or they made the death bomb window so wide that it is basically a parry, because it's fully reactable. And that was not the point of death bombs. Death bombs were supposed to be leniency windows for in case you did a bomb and the bullet hit while you were hitting the bomb button. And then there was some like, okay, did it register? You like frames within frames. So like the whole point of death bombs was to give a little bit of a leniency window to make bombing, like the last minute bombing, a little bit more consistent, a little bit more reliable. But if you keep pushing that window, it now changes the nature of the mechanic into being a parry, into being a complete get out of jail free card. And then you add in piles and piles of resources and then sliders to adjust the resources. And you're losing all of the core elements of the genre. You're losing all of the important things that I think even beginners need to be exposed to. Because like if you have a super easy, like I was critical of super easy mode a long time ago, but I don't think I was ever quite able to pinpoint what the problem was. But now I'm getting at it here. What the problem is that if you bring down the punishment and consequences of a genre, of shmup especially, and you keep bringing it down, you just actually lose their core design at some point. They're not the same thing that they're supposed to be. So my real concern, especially because DFK, in compared to the other entries in the Dodonpachi series, has this issue kind of to begin with already, with like the auto bombing system being so lenient. But it's like, okay, OG DFK is enough, enough of a punishment, and it has enough core difficulty and stuff. It's still, all right, it still works. But if they push that even further, which is my concern, because in one of the posts it talked about like more accessibility mechanics or something like that. So if they push that even further, where they give like auto bombs giant parry windows or something like that, that's going to be a real problem. And I kind of think that's what Cave is going to do. I think that's going to happen. So I'm hoping, the hope is that if they're going to do that, because they're introducing new stages, they said, I really hope that they have the other half, right? That would be like, okay, maybe it's way too lenient with the beginner stuff, but if they bring in some SDOJ level craziness in the new stages, make it really intense, make it really difficult. I think SDOJ is just like way better than DFK. I think like the ideas of DFK, of the auto bombing system and all that, are just vastly improved by SDOJ, because SDOJ has the auto bomb, but it's much more punishing. It's much more like, well, like more of a stronger core game. So my hope, basically, and it's not impossible that Cave would do this, is they make DFK more like SDOJ, more aggressive, more intense, crazy, right? Like bring up, because DFK is too easy, you know, generally. Bring it up, make it more insane. So Cave could do that. We don't know what this new era of Cave is up to. They could have like ultra craziness in the new DFK, but what I'm worried about is that it won't be like that, and it'll be like baby mode DFK, and that would be a step back in my opinion. So we'll see when it comes out, and I guess you can know now when it comes out, and if it's baby mode DFK, I'm going to be very critical of that, especially because Cave, we need Cave to be Cave right now as a shmup player, because there's a lot of great indie games that are kind of picking up the slack for like beginner content getting into the genre. Like indies are really covering that pretty well, but indies can't be Cave because you need to have that legacy, you need to have that literacy in the genre. So my hope is that, like my big hope is that DFK.
Hey Mark, can you expand on why parry is bad in Ray 4R if it solves for the combat adjustments?
Resident Evil
My
4.
roommate and I keep getting into fights over it.
Oh, sure. Yeah. 1 second. So anyway, so that's my thought on the new DFK, is that Cave needs to be Cave, basically. So that's what I would be hoping to see. That aspect of their design is represented. Shining Diamond asks, will you do a video on Darkstalkers or Dino Crisis? I was very close to doing a video on Dino Crisis 2 right before Resident Evil 9 came out, because they did like a sale or like a release of Dino Crisis 2 on Steam, and I was like, this might be an opportunity to actually talk about Dino Crisis 2 and Dino Crisis. So I was going to, but then I was like, I'm not gonna have enough time and then cover Resi 9, and I was right, because Resi 9 was a beast and a half. So unfortunately, Dino Crisis got the old push. Dino Crisis 2 anyway. But I definitely want to talk about Dino Crisis 2, because it seems like it's a bit of a missing link in between Resident Evil, like the earlier Resident Evils, and Resi 4, right? That's what I keep hearing, and that's what it looks like. It looks like a midpoint between Resi 4 and the earlier Resi games. And so if I had my way, what I would love to do is like do like a Mikami evolution, where it's like I go through his games and like track them up to Resi 4. So that would include Dino Crisis 1 and 2. But fortunately, that would be a beast of a video, but still worthwhile. So maybe something like that, or maybe just review Dino Crisis 2 out of nowhere one day. Be like, listen, we're talking Dino Crisis 2. It is what it is, algorithm. Let's go. That could happen as well. But yeah, after Resi 9 especially, I was like, I need to cover the early Resi games and like really establish sort of a lexicon of what to talk about with them, because they're really important. So yeah, early Resi, Dino Crisis 2, all of that is definitely in my, I should review these and talk about these at some point. Darkstalkers is interesting. It's a really cool series visually. I've never played Darkstalkers beyond just a purely casual throw in a credit and see what you can do type of thing. But it is a very, especially aesthetically, Capcom really, it's a really something special in terms of their art. I'm not quite sure how the gameplay totally works, but as I understand, it's somewhat related to like anime games and Guilty Gear, maybe a bit of a predecessor to them or contemporary of them. So that would be cool to dig into. I just need to find a occasion to do that, or sort of a thread into that topic. Okay. Kuya the Strange says, thoughts on claims you are lying in Ninja Gaiden 4 review. Well, I'm never lying in my reviews, so that's silly. I think it's clear. Whatever I'm saying, whether or not you agree with it or disagree with it, I truly believe what I'm saying, 100%. Am I ever wrong about things? I mean, I like to try my best not to be, but that's different as lying, right? But in terms of like, because I think I said this in like a Patreon post, not a Patreon post, like a Reddit post or something like that, or various times over the past year or two, is as my channel is getting more popular and more prominent, obviously I'm going to get critique of my critique, sort of secondary critique. So videos critiquing what I critique. And one thing that I've decided on that I think a lot of YouTubers make the mistake of is sort of falling into this infinite regress of critique where I critique a game, someone critiques me critiquing the game, I critique them critiquing me, they critique me critiquing them critiquing the game, then I respond of their critique, of my critique, of their critique, and you create this like kind of like infinite regression, this infinite chain of critique that it's like this insane court case. And I think what ends up happening is that as my, reviews and videos get a bit more discussion, get a bit more presence, then they are naturally going to be points of discussion among other people because they're going to use them as jumping off points for things they want to say, or maybe I just annoyed them enough that they want to say what I say is wrong or whatever. But the danger of that is
Time to play
like
games.
the whole...
I read ya.
Thanks so much. Hold on one second.
Keep up the good work. I miss the SHMUP stuff, but I think your talents are better directed toward more popular game critique.
Oh, thanks so much.
You forever.
Whoa, holy balls and a half, Retro Apocalypse. That is an extremely generous donation. Thank you so much, my dude. Crazy. I need to recover from the impact of that donation. Give me a sec here. But just to finish my thoughts off, though. So I've decided to make a personal policy for myself is that basically, do I think I am the God tier reviewer? That my word is law and everything I say is 100% correct, 100% accurate. I mean, I try to strive for that as much as I can, but I am a human being, and I don't know what the Resi 4 or the Ninja Gaiden 4 stuff is going to be about, because I specifically have decided to avoid any of that kind of stuff, because I don't want to have because I do genuinely believe that my reviews are alternate critique, like I talk about in my little video description. I do genuinely mean that in the sense that my reviews are not going to line up with the vast majority of other reviewers, which sounds cool and trendy. But on the other hand, there is a counter side to that, which is that the internet will defeat me in terms of like armed combat. Like if I decide, all right, everyone who critiques me, I'm going to counter critique them, the numbers, I will lose. There's so many more people who probably disagree with me than agree with me, just in sheer volume, that I don't know. It seems like basically it gets really too much tied up into your ego, into thinking yourself the arbiter of brilliance and truth. And so basically my policy is with my reviews, so like Ninja Gaiden 4, I tried the best I could, the best I can to be as accurate as I possibly can be, to the point where I'm like analyzing down to like frame by frame analysis of like, the tracking and whatever topics I'm talking about, the counting frames. And so I'm trying my best to be as accurate as possible, and that's the best I can do. And then like the whole idea of me monitoring what other people say about my videos, eventually that's going to get exhausting, because like I'm accumulating enough now. It's like, okay, I gotta fight the Resident Evil 4 guys, Resident Evil Remake guys. I gotta fight the Ninja Gaiden guys. This is like an army of like fan bases I need to battle with. Anyway, so my thought is like, if people make videos about my videos and critique me, that's perfectly within their right to do as a critic. I get it, but it's their own business, basically. They can say whatever they want to say and critique whatever I say, and that's their business for their audience, right? Just like how I critique IGN and stuff, or various people I feel like critiquing. I get it, but I don't expect IGN to like do point-by-point refutations of what I say or whatever. So there you go. I don't
Time
ever
to play
lie.
games.
Though.
I read
I
ya.
could be wrong, but I never lie.
Question 1. How would you fix RPGs?
Oh.
Permadeath? Cap grinding? Question
Ooh.
2. Heard you like Swans the band.
I do.
What other more out there music do you like?
Oh, that's
Time to play
great question.
games. I read ya.
I agreed with your vid, you can't parry the internet.
Exactly. Cayuga. There's an old Patreon episode with me and Bog where we're talking about, where I talked kind of all about this early on. Basically, I had to encounter this when I started reviewing my critique of Bayo 3, my critique of Resident Evil 4 Remake, which when I made those videos, I was like, obvious. I mean, these points are so obvious. Everyone's going to agree with me. I mean, everyone's going to be like, well, of course this is right. And so isn't that funny how over time I've sort of learned like, oh, okay, no, these points are actually unusual in that people don't naturally just agree with me. But when I make videos and make my reviews, I never sit and think like, ooh, like this is going to piss off the internet and that's what I want. It's more like, I have to piss off the internet today. That's exactly how I felt about Resi 9. It's like, okay,
Time to play games.
Wednesday.
I read ya.
I have to piss off the internet today. You know?
The worst of how Capcom is changing is how they lost their mentality and humor in the tone of their games.
Oh,
MH
yeah.
Wilds vs. World, or DD2 vs. Dragon's Dogma 1, RE4
Yes.
versus RE4 Remake,
Yes, that's such a
erasing
good
their
point.
personality.
Especially Resi. I'm not as familiar with the other ones, but I'm definitely, this is a big point of annoyance for me in Resi 4 versus Resi 4 Remake. But yeah, I'll get to your question here shortly. But it really bothers me, like the shift in tone between Resi 4 and Resi 4 Remake and like the new Resi games. You're exactly right. They're like more kind of generic action-y kind of feeling. Whereas like Resi 4 had a very distinct, like obviously, like basically like Leon was silly and weird in the cutscenes, but in game he was like stoic and really like honed in, and but there's like this kind of weird slapsticky humor to the game. Like even like the suplex, like when you grab the zombie and you suplex them in the original 4, there is you can see the God hand. You can see the Shinji Mikami God hand thing happening because it's serious, but it's also really funny and slapstick and silly. And you get that a lot in the original Resident Evil games, especially Resi 4 I'm the most familiar with. There's so much of that. Like, it's a very distinct style of humor that's hard to quite quantify, but it's like serious and yet funny at the same time. And that's really lost in the remakes. Like, you have none of that. Like, it's much more of just generic, like, oh, you know, and he's like breathes, immersive, you know, all that kind of stuff. And you don't have that kind of weird, I don't know what you'd even call it, like off-kilter humor that I really, really like. Yeah, so that definitely feels missing.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Oh, let me get to my...
You made a great video on remakes. Your take on what constitutes a remake for video games was
so
great.
much, my dude.
What about the original remake?
Okay, oh, the first one. Hold on, there was a way I could see the older chats, and I'm trying to figure out how to show that to myself so I don't lose them. No, that's not what it is. How did I... There was a way. I figured it out the other day. No, that's not it. Oh, we're going to find this, guys. Hold on. Because I don't want to lose chat. There it is. There it is. Okay, I found it. Okay, because I didn't want to lose your guys' comment or your super chats. Okay, so anyway, getting back. So that's my thoughts on the whole, like, Resident Evil 4 reaction reviews, or that. This is just going to be how it is. And just know I am trying my best, you know. So if I'm not perfect in my analysis or something, it is what it is, but I'm trying my best. And I also feel like I'm at a bit of a disadvantage than everyone else, because it's like I'm always, if it's like a duel, right? I'm always shooting first. Always. I'm always shooting first because I'm doing the primary critique. So I'm always the one kind of stepping forward and like taking the risk initially. And so it's actually much easier to counter what I say than it is for me to like take that first step and be like, is everything I'm saying correct? It seems correct. Is, you know, like, and I have to like double, triple, quadruple check everything as much as I can. That's a much trickier position than it is to like react to someone else's critique. So keep that in mind as well. And I feel like if people did more of what I do, a little bit more like putting their neck out on the line, there'd maybe be a little bit more understanding of like how much of a pain in the ass that is sometimes, where you're like, all right, and now I must piss off the internet, but I feel that I have to be honest to what I think. So
Time to play games. I read ya.
Have you
Did you ever play Doom Eternal? How do you compare it to the Dark Ages?
Oh,
loved your
great
mechanical
question.
Darwinism take.
Yes, great question. Okay, so let me make sure I caught up on everyone's questions. Have you ever played or discussed House Marquee games? I think Nex Machina is a House Marquee game, isn't it? If so, I have covered Nex Machina. And looking back on that, because I kind of revisited that a little bit when I was looking at Sectori, and I think the strength of Nex Machina, why it works pretty well, not perfectly, is that room structure where you jump and they break down the combat encounters into little small rooms and pre-place stuff. That I think was really good, and that I think was a little bit like ahead of its time, right? So
Time to play games. I read ya.
Have you enjoyed any crowd action game? Something like Dynasty Warriors 2/3 or
good question.
Drakengard.
Let me think about that. But so House Marquee, it seems like I haven't played Returnal, and I think I'm gonna wait for the next. Isn't there gonna be a Returnal 2 or whatever? So, because when Returnal came out, I didn't have a PS5, and then by the time I got a PS5, it came out on PC. So I was like, come on, seriously? But then it was kind of like, well, maybe I'll get to that at some point. But I'll probably review Returnal 2 when that comes out and see what it's up to. But I think Nex Machina, the issues with it is it still falls too much into some of these trends of like, here's the iframe dash, and you're going to just spam that, and has piles of iframes, and, you know, it's hard for you to get cornered and stuff like that. And it's a little too chill difficulty-wise. But I thought that the structure, the jumping structure, and then also placing the hostages was really smart structuring, right? Because the placing of the hostages is also really important because it makes the motivation not just about fighting the enemies, and that's what really creates a lot of circle strafing in the twin stick shooters is, oh, the enemies are the target, so you just circle strafe them. Whereas if you place objectives in the rooms and then make like kind of corners and stuff, that can create traps, that can create risk reward. So I thought those two elements of Nex Machina were really good. So they're kind of funny because, like, I guess maybe a sort of general analysis of what I've noticed, though this isn't this isn't like a definitive point, is like it seems like they have a stronger understanding of like fundamentals than a lot of other modern developers do, or a lot of other developers do. But they also like the trends a little too much, right? Like they love some of the more trendy things. So you get kind of a mix of both that sometimes works better than others, I would say. But maybe their older games could be really good. I haven't played their older ones. Okay, so Retro asked earlier, I'm curious if you are excited about Pragmata releasing soon. I'm not excited about it because I was initially excited when it was announced. For some reason, I got it in my head that it would be a cover shooter like Vanquish. I don't know why, but I guess I thought like, because they said it was older and initially from that generation and was stuck in development hell, I was like, I wonder if this is going to be like and it kind of looked Vanquish-y graphically for a little bit there, just in that very first reveal or whatever. So I was like, ooh, a Vanquish-style cover shooter from the 2010 era. That's exactly what I'd love to see something like. So I was hyped about it like for a little bit because I was thinking it might be some kind of cover shooter, but apparently it's got some like hybrid puzzle thing going on, which it's funny because it sounds like, and again, I haven't really looked into it. I might review it, but it sounds like it's kind of similar to Resi 9 in the sense that it's like two games stuck together again. So I'll take a look and see. But the real thing, I've actually covered a lot of what my concerns would be in the Resi 9 review, is like, are these two modes of gameplay actually integrated? Do they actually dynamically interconnect with one another, or is it that they're just laid side by side? Because if they're just laid side by side, that's not going to be very strong design, I don't think. But I might
Time to play games. I read ya.
I feel like...
I love your work. You've made me think about video games in an entirely different way. I've also found myself using the term internalized marketing.
Oh, that's really cool. That's a cool term, Hugo Chavez. Yeah. Oh, great question. Thanks so much for the donation. I'll get to you right here shortly. So, but I feel like, Retro, that I should probably review Pragmata because it's unusual. And so maybe it's like kind of part of what I do. Like I could probably contribute to that conversation of that game in a way people might be interested in because it's an unusual game, right? It's like kind of got a strange structure to it, which might be interesting to talk about, even if it's like kind of nuts or doesn't work super well. But what I'm afraid, like, I guess, okay, best case scenario is Pragmata is like kind of disjointed and insane, but interesting. Worst case scenario, and this is what my concern would be, especially after Resi 9, is that Capcom kind of recognizes, okay, this is kind of disjointed and funky, so let's just make it really easy. That way no one notices. So that would be what would be my major concern with Pragmata is like, is it going to be another one of these like disjointed, messy games, but super easy? So then when I discuss it, it sounds very like theoretical because nothing really has consequences, right? What I should do, Retro, here's what I'll do. I will look at gameplay footage for the demo and stuff and see if it has constant checkpoints or not. Like if it has long-term checkpoints, I'll be much more interested in reviewing it. But if it has the issue that Resi 9 has, where it has that like constant checkpoint every 10 steps, risk detachment problem, then reviewing it is going to be like, all right, so I have to first explain that none of these issues actually matter because you can checkpoint every 5 seconds. But yeah, I'm up in the air. I might review it, I might not. I can't decide for the moment because I'm a little bit exhausted from Resi 9. And my next video is going to be about Rain World. So after Rain World, maybe, you know, it might be. It's definitely possible. And sometimes like the decision or not if I review a game is like just all of a sudden one day. Like I could be like kind of, then I see something about it. I'm like, okay, now I'm reviewing it. And what that might be or might not be. But sometimes I'm on the fence. I just lose interest. Like Neo 3, I was kind of on the fence. And I was like, I don't know. I'm just not interested enough. So we'll definitely see. Shoam asks, let's consider an impossible scenario. A major gaming developer makes a first-party developed shmup. What would be your wish list for such a game to be? Well, I thought we were going to get this a few times, actually. And the big one was, do you remember... Oh my god, I'm forgetting the name of it. The Platinum one.
Time
Soul
to play
Cresta.
games.
Soul
I read
Cresta.
ya.
Hey Mark,
Thanks so much.
I really respect your insights and appreciate your work. I know you're more of an action fan, but do you have any thoughts on JRPGs and what's important to make them fun?
Yeah, actually I do, because Bug and I have been
Time to play
discussing about
games.
this.
I read ya.
Sup Mark,
Oh, okay.
Random question.
I can answer this one real
What's your
quick.
caffeine intake like? I'm finding caffeine often makes me play worse and retain info poorly. Not sure if you have any thoughts on caffeine versus performance.
I can answer this really easily because do as I say, not as I do, right? As your dad says, right? My caffeine intake is pretty atrocious, I have to say, because it's a real crutch for me personally. So I use it as a crutch. I'll admit it. I like wake up in the morning. I'm like, I gotta have my Coke Zero, dude. I am not starting my day without it. It is not happening. And it gets kind of like, and when I'm editing, holy mother of balls. I won't even describe to the internet how out of control my Coke Zero drinking is. And then sometimes I'll be like, it's diet soda basically. It's pretty much only what I drink because I won't touch like Red Bulls or energy drinks or something like that because I'm already prone to abusing that stuff. So imagine me on like 10 Red Bulls. I would drop over dead. So basically, I try to keep what I drink, mostly diet soda, sort of low end on caffeine. But through sheer volume, I'm sure my habits are atrocious. And probably best to avoid not doing it in the first place. Like, if I could get a hold of myself and be like, stop, listen, stop. But I don't know. It's so hard based on your personality, right? It's so hard not to have a crutch, and everyone's crutch looks a little different. And when I was in college, I was really all about health and fitness and looking good. So back then in college, I would like exercise kind of compulsively. So like if I started to feel depressed or tired, I would just like run or bike or swim or whatever I could do. So I was like constantly exercising all the time to the point where it came a little bit compulsive. And now that and then I got sat in an office for years after college, and they're like, you know, sit here for hours on end. And that compulsive energy doesn't just like disappear. So I was like, right, well, I'm just going to drink diet soda constantly. So yeah. And I'm not a super good role model in that regard. So do as I say, not as I do. Don't get too crazy with it. But I guess if you are stuck like drinking a lot of caffeinated stuff, at least try to make it low grade so that as the volume increases, you're not like jacking up your caffeine intake too much. So yeah, there you go. My caffeine intake is atrocious and a little bit overboard. I'll have to start cutting back at some point here. Shoem asks, let's consider an impossible scenario. A major gaming developer makes a first-party developed shmup. What would your wish list for such a game be? Oh, I was in the middle of answering this. So I thought we would get this, actually. Soul Cresta, made by Platinum. I was like, it's here. They've done it. Because you remember, everyone remembers Nier Automata's shmup intro. Not exactly great design-wise, I'll say. But visually, Nier Automata's got great visuals, right? So I was like, okay, you take Platinum's visual style, and then you mix it in with classic shmup design, and you're going to get something good. I mean, that's all you have to do. You know what the funny thing is, Shoem? The more I think about this over the years, and I've thought about this a lot, the more simple the answer actually becomes. The more simple the answer becomes. Basically, my thought would be, it's a little boring of how simple it is, but it's very important. Think Cave. Think SDOJ. Think Futari. Think core fucking nuts core gameplay. Futari Ultra. Triple TLB or whatever. Double TLB. Fucking madness. I don't know if y'all were around for this, but when Gus did Futari at GDQ, still such a highlight moment for shmups, because people were like, what the hell? There were articles written about it. People were losing their minds, and they weren't even recognizing that he was playing it on a damn 360 D-pad, which makes it even more insane. And it's funny, every time I get into conversations about like input methods, should you play on stick? Should you play on keyboard? Should you play on D-pad? What's best? What's worse? I have to always remind myself and the world around me, Gus beat Futari Ultra live on a 360 D-pad, which is definitive proof that yes, having consistent input matters is important, but it's not definitive. If you are determined to use some kind of input and you just have to use it, you can make it work. You can make it happen. So my answer to this question is you just take true core shmup design, don't compromise it, don't RPG-fy it, don't touch it, back off, but give it the most insane production value, which is what no one wants to do. That's the funny thing about this is like, what would make a AAA shmup really risky is if you did that, because basically what I've noticed, I almost wish I could come up with like a term for this, but there's like sort of this teeter-totter where it's like the more production you sink into a game, the more you need to like RPG-ify it, meta progression it, make it like accessible, beginner friendly and all that. Because I think the fear is that because that's the only way you're going to recoup the cost of the production. So if a
Time
AAA...
to play games. I read ya.
Thanks so much.
IK, you have games lined up for review, but is Ing 3 RE on the list?
Yes, it is.
Beat the game on UN, and man, I feel like people should have given it more flowers when it came out, honestly.
Yes, Tonberry, yes. Razor's Edge is definitely on the list. Definitely. So, I'll get to that one moment. But anyway, back to the question about shmup. Actually, the most insane thing you could ever propose to a mainstream developer, they would actually want you to hear, okay, we're gonna revolutionize the genre. We're gonna add in meta progression and level randomization, basically like Star of Providence, right? We're gonna make, like, if you wonder what like the perfect like commercial shmup is, like the perfect commercial shmup, it's Star of Providence. It's perfect in commercial concerns, not design concerns, commercial concerns, because it's got everything. It's low production cost, so it doesn't cost much to make. It's got all of it. You know, it's got the twin stick aiming, so people who are used to like FPS and stuff can get into it. It's got twin stick aiming. It's got the meta progression stuff. It's got the randomization stuff, and it has some core design in there as well with the bosses and everything. I'm gonna have to get to Star of Providence, but like that is the perfect shmup commercially, and it sold a bajillion copies. Like that's it. If you wonder what is the perfect commercial shmup, it is Star of Providence. But in terms of like what I would want to see, it's like the reverse. Like you take core insane hardcore gameplay, and then you just spend an ass load of money on the production and the visuals, and AAA developers would be like, "There's no way we're ever doing this. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Of course we're gonna RPGify it or something." But just imagine it. Just imagine Futari with insane graphics. Like I love the art in the graphical style of Futari is really cool, but if you push that production wise, that would be incredible. So that's what I would want to see. But the likelihood of that ever happening is like 0%, I'm pretty sure. Because they know they would not recoup the money. And especially now that there's all the survivors stuff and the pick one of 3 cards. They would do all of that. That's what you would get. You know, there's no way they would just do a pure arcade style shmup. That's why we need Cave more than ever. That's why Cave needs to like really just hone in on what makes them special. So that's what I'd do. Show them. That's what I would suggest, and the developer would not be happy with that feedback. Wash asks, "Hey Mark, can you expound on why parry is bad in Resident Evil 4 Remake if it solves for the combat adjustments?" Well, it doesn't. So first of all, it just doesn't. You can circle strafe like crazy, so that's a huge issue there. And then, so it's not just the parry. It's also, remember, you have third-person shooter style movement. Like I talked about in the Resident Evil 9 review, Resident Evil 4 has state-based limitations with the movement. You can't turn and move at the same time. It's really nicely designed where it feels very natural, so you can like micro-adjust turn while you're moving. But I mean, you can micro-adjust turn in between your movements, but it feels very smooth and responsive. But technically, you cannot do both, right? You have to turn or move separately. So it creates a sense of limitation and commitment with the movement. And so right there, Resident Evil 4 Remake does not, by introducing strafing, completely undermines all of that. So it doesn't solve for the design limitations because you can just circle strafe like crazy. Not only can you circle strafe, but you can like, there's lots of save spots. The shooting is like insanely OP. I did all of this in Resi 9 as well too. Even when and I think Resi 9 even amped up the armor and stuff even more, like Insanity. You just keep strafing. Just keep doing it. You just keep going. If at first you don't succeed, strafe and strafe again. Just keep strafing. So that's an issue there. And then you add a parry onto that, which means like if they ever manage, okay, so they're going to spend forever trying to pin your ass. And then when they finally do, you just parry them. So it's just another loss of like what needs to happen in Resident Evil 4 combat is you need to be able to corner the player and checkmate them with the enemy design. And parry as a mechanic really subverts that core dynamic of the enemy design. Like, what are the enemies supposed to do if they can't chase you, and they can't like pin you? Because you can parry, you can move. So basically, though, when people say solved, this is a good little sub point. When people say they solve combat, that's actually bad. That's bad design, or in my opinion, bad design. You don't want your combat to be solved because then it's static. It's shallow. You want your combat to be dynamic. I'll give you a fun example because I've been watching a bunch of Brood War matches. My favorite thing about Brood War, and why I think it is one of the best like strategy games and my personal favorite strategy games, is it's very tactical based off the limitations, and it has a circular meta. That's what makes it good.
Time to play
so basically,
games. I read you.
Thanks so much for
Hey
the
Mark,
donation.
have you ever been told you look like Tom Cruise?
I have, and I've been flattered every single time, Jimmy boy. Tom Cruise. My family loves Tom Cruise, like growing up. My parents have never said that, but I've had people tell me that, and I've been very flattered every single time. I mean, Tom Cruise, one of the most handsome movie stars of all time, and in one of my favorite movies, Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah, it's funny, I'm a big Tom Cruise fan, but pretty much for Eyes Wide Shut, and I'm trying to think of other movies, like his older movies, like Risky Business, A Few Good Men, like younger Tom Cruise. Because I'm not as into like older, Mission Impossible Tom Cruise and action movie Tom Cruise, but younger Tom Cruise, like his career when he was making like more art type of films, especially Eyes Wide Shut. Huge fan of that era of his career, so I'm very flattered by the comparison. I don't know if I quite earn it, but I'm flattered by it nonetheless. So, anyway, so that's the problem. You don't want to solve your combat. Oh, I was talking about Brood War. What you want is circular. You want circular strategy, and that's what Brood War has. Like a very nutshell of this is like when you're first learning Brood War, rushes are OP as hell because rushes like beat everything. So when you're first learning and you're like kind of crappy, so rushes OP. Then you learn to sort of you learn how to macro, you learn how to defend. Rushes become bad. Rushes become scrubby. Rushes are scrubby. So you go from entry level, everyone rushes because they can't play macro and all that, to mid level, rushing is scrubby, so no one rushes. Or if you do, it's kind of like, come on, dude, what is this? It's like doing uppercuts, uppercuts on wake up constantly, right? But then when you get to the top level, rushes become good again because they become a wild card to keep you on your toes, like to keep you from just doing the optimal macro strategy. If you like overcommit on macro strategies, rushes are good again. So it keeps everyone in check. So you get a circular meta. Rushes are good, rushes are bad, rushes are good. Same thing with wake up Daigo uppercuts, right? This is I think what people try to talk about with the Yomi layers. It's not layers only, it's also circular. Uppercuts, you have wake up uppercuts, which day one scrubs all do. Everyone does the wake up uppercut. Then you become mid-level, kind of my level. I will never wake up uppercut, dude. You think I'm a scrub? You think I would do a wake up uppercut? Are you stupid? Like, that's some low-level stuff. And then you get to top level, Daigo doing wake up uppercuts and winning championships or winning tournaments. You're like, God damn it, Daigo. But it's because it's circular. And that's what you want. That's depth. You want shallow, or you want good, bad, good, or, something like that. But the problem with solving combat, right? That doesn't exist. Parries are always good. There's never a time where you're like, I don't know, that parry. They're just always good. Circle strafing is always good. So it's a one-way strategy, and you don't want that. So solving is like the last thing you ever want to do. You don't want your game to be solved. I talked about this in the deepest games are dumb with like speedrunning. Like the death of a speedrun is ironically when it's solved, right? When it's like, that's it. That's all that can be done. Then it's dead. The game's over. It can never, you always want to push towards, you want to push limitations towards like this infinite horizon where you can continue to get closer and closer, but you can never solve. So just right there, if your friend's saying, it's better because it's solved, it's like, no, that's actually you've diagnosed the problem backwards. It is solved, but that's bad, And I think that's a lot of issues with modern design. It's not like modern design doesn't understand these things, but they evaluate them backwards. It's like solving a game for the player is bad. So there you go. That's what I'll tell your friend that. Tell your friend, yeah, it solves the issues with the combat, and that makes the combat static and lame. You don't want to solve things for the player. You want the player to have to work within the limitations of the mechanics. So making things less solvable adds more depth. Obviously, there's lots of nuances there, but just generally, that's what I think. Okay, I got to get to Retro Apocalypse's donation, his epic $100 donation. Thank you so much, dude. Keep up the good work. I miss shmup stuff. Yes, I miss shmup stuff too. We all miss shmup stuff. Segfault miss shmup stuff. And I'm going to start doing more shmup stuff again because I miss doing it. And it's not like I made a conscious effort or anything where I sat down like, I'm not talking about shmups anymore. Just like my output is very chaotic and like vibes based. And so it's like, oh, if I want to talk about something, I'm going to talk about it. If I want to talk about something, I want to talk about it. And thus I have like a really, like for example, all the big shmup releases I have covered. I've covered them all. But since they themselves have been sparse, you know, my shmup stuff has been a little sparse in comparison. Though I do have to say my top 10 arcade games of the year, that was like a year's worth of shmup reviews in one video, dude. I covered everything. I probably shouldn't. Okay, basically, instead of doing that, I should just do it a little bit more intermittently, right? So rather than doing like one giant ass video that covers an entire year's worth of shmup content and arcade content, I was like, okay, I should spread this out a little bit. So that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to try to pepper it in a little bit more frequently, and then maybe do like a top 5 at the end of the year rather than like doing it all in one giant ass video. Though I think it was cool that they all interconnected and everything. So, yeah, but like for example, I'm definitely going to talk about DFK when that comes out. Any sort of prominent shmup release I'm going to cover. And I got to mix in just like what I'm playing. Like I'm playing Ketsui, so I got to make a video about Ketsui at some point here. So, yeah, I do want to mix in more shmup stuff. I'm going to do that because I want to, so I will. It's just hard. It's hard to like get a handle of
Time
my
to play
schedule.
games.
That's all.
I read you.
Hey Mark, how would you do a good Sonic game? 2D or 3D?
Oh, great question. So anyway, yeah, I do think it's important to cover mainstream stuff too as well. And it's funny, Retro, I'm doing a Gentry video. It's almost done. I'm going to have it done probably tomorrow. Like it's all recorded. I just need to edit and everything. About indie games. And are indie games really that much of an alternative to AAA design, as much as people seem to say? Because if you actually review most mainstream indie games, you're like, yeah. The thing I say in the video, it's like Resident Evil 9 is a king-sized Snickers bar, and then something like Ragebound or Shinobi is like a fun-sized Snickers bar, right? It's like they're not actually substantially different from one another in many ways. Like they have the same trends. Terminator 2 has yellow pixel paint, for God's sake. Like Terminator 2, Terminator 2 also has the same thing that Resi 9 has, where you have that the on-rail bike section, and it's just like borderline a QTE. And in fact, I would say Resi 9's is slightly more interactive than Terminator 2's. So, like if you point to Terminator 2 and you're like, oh, this is an alternative to mainstream design, not at all. Not in the slightest. It's a fun-sized version of it. It's a small scale version of it. And often what happens with a lot of indie stuff, not all, but a lot of indie stuff, I think there should be like a second classification of indie. There's alternate indie, and then there's fun-size indie. And basically the difference is like alternate indie are developers who actually have different design values than mainstream games. Like they actually, like Rain World. I'm working on Rain World. Rain World would be alternate indie. It has directly countering design values than a mainstream like open world game or whatever. But a lot of indie games don't. They actually, like Shovel Knight, right? Shovel Knight is Blader has this great term for it. I don't know if Blader's in the chat. Blader has this great term called safe retro. Like Shovel Knight is the epitome of safe retro. It's basically games that take classic design or older design, but then like tame it and calm it to be much more digestible. That's not at all an alternative to Resi 9 or whatever else I review on the channel that's like a big game. And that's what I noticed is I thought it would be more like hot and cold, like, oh, I'm reviewing a big AAA game and now I'm reviewing a little indie game. It's not. It's like just a difference in scale a lot of the time. Not always, but yeah. So I think I'm doing a pretty good job of tying them all together. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to tie everything together, make it all fit into one coherent discussion, hopefully. Real Gustavo Sanchez asks, question 1, how would you fix RPGs? Permadeath? Yes. Cap grinding? Yes. Question 2, heard you like Swans, the band. Are there other more out there music do you like? Yeah. So how would I fix RPGs? You got 2 of them right there. Cap grinding, permadeath. But one of my bigger like design values that I'm kind of pinpointing recently is that a lot of problem with RPGs is they're all about strategy and they have no tactics or very little tactics. And often the strategy overcomes the tactics. Let's talk about Pokemon. This is the easiest example. So Pokemon has both strategy and tactics, right? So strategy is leveling up your Pokemon, getting to unlocking Psybeam or whatever, like getting high levels and Pokemon types or whatever. That's strategy. No, the saxophone's back. I need to just cut that from the track. Okay, anyway. But what happens in a lot of RPGs, almost all of them, and the ones that I like, I'm noticing, like Advanced Wars, it happens less, is that the strategy overrides the tactics. So basically, when you're playing like a low-level Pokemon against a higher-level Pokemon, there are tactics. You have to decide, okay, what moves, when, decision-making in the moment based on context. That's tactics. It's all contextual. An answer, basically, the idea of tactics is like, an answer is good sometimes, but not always. Sometimes it's a bad idea. Sometimes it's a good idea. Why? That's tactics. Strategy is, this is generally good and you should generally do it. So a lot of RPGs, they love strategy and they kind of don't care about tactics that much. So what they'll do is they'll build in mechanisms where it's always good pretty much all the time. So it's like, get a high-leveled psychic Pokemon. It's just good a lot. And getting your Pokemon higher level, like getting higher level, is always good. When is it bad? When is it bad to have a high-level Pokemon tactically? Like almost never, right? Or another issue like Survivors likes have, and a lot of these meta progression synergy games have, is just DPS. Is there ever a time in these games where high DPS is bad? Like actively bad, not like a niche, some sort of speedrunning thing or something, but like just generally. Pretty much no. But one of my favorite examples recently playing Ketsui Mote are the suicide bullets, because the suicide bullets are extremely tactical, not strategical. Because like I could say, well, bullet sealing enemies is really good and it suppresses the suicide bullets, which is true. But based on the situation, trying to point blank a bunch of enemies is not a good idea. And this is something I had to actually finally come to terms with suicide bullets and Ketsui, is that there is no one answer to how to deal with them. It depends on the situation. Sometimes you want to spawn them early and misdirect them. Sometimes you want to seal them, you know, and the shades of in between. So
Time to play games. I read ya.
Oh, thanks so much, mate.
With the rumor of a OT remake, what would be your wish list for it if you'd even want it at all? I actually think there are plenty of improvements you could make to that game.
Wow. That's crazy. Anyway, I'll get to you, Schmidt. Thanks so much for the donation, my dude. Anyway, Gustavo. So I think this is just a core issue with like most RPGs now, and I think it's getting worse. It's basically, it's all about the strategy. Like my friend, like the newer Fire Emblems, I'll give you this exact example. The same friend who's like really good at Monster Hunter, he's really good at Fire Emblem. And so when he told me he beat Fire Emblem like his first try, like a new Fire Emblem came out back in the day. It was the one before Three Houses, whatever that one was. He beat it within like a day. And, you know, I was like newer to the Fire Emblem series. And so I was like, whoa, you must be like a tactical genius. This guy must be like, you know, like really seeing ahead, like a master chess player or something like that. But then he sits me down and he's like, all right, listen, you get these items, you get this here, you combine them here, then you move them here, and then you one-shot the game or whatever he figured out. And I was like, well, that's disappointing. Like, that's it? I thought you were like a tactical mastermind. So that's why, like, for example, chess is so much more evergreen than a lot of RPGs, right? Because chess is all tactical, baby. You don't like level up your pawn. Well, I guess you do level up your pawn if you move him to the other side of the board. But yeah, get him to the other side of the board. But there's no universal power-ups and shit like that. And that's, I think, the biggest problem with RPGs as games, just generally, is that they're way too about permanent strategical options that are one way. It's always good, always do it, this is how you do it, you've beaten the game. Versus they need way more tactics. They need to be, like, there needs to be a reason why getting a high damaging weapon is bad. Like, there must be something bad about that in some way. So, like, one of my favorite things about Fire Emblem, though I don't know if it really ends up mattering because of all of the leveling exploits and stuff like that, but like the whole idea of like that triangle system in Fire Emblem where it's like, I'm on the spot, so I don't want to mix it up. But it's like swords, spears, and axes or whatever, and like they have different weaknesses and strengths to each other. Like that's good. That's tactics, right? Because it's a circle. RPGs need way more stuff like that instead of just this is always good, always do that, or just have stuff that override those. So even though they technically exist, it doesn't matter because you can just out DPS everything anyway. So that would be my biggest issue with most RPGs is they don't have nearly enough tactical strategy. I agree with your vid on you can't parry the internet. Exactly. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. Okay, Imaginal. The worst. Oh yeah, I talked about this, about the humor. Okay, great. Shahan says for $5, you made a great video on remakes. Your take on what constitutes a remake for video games was great. What about the original Resi 1 remake? So I have to visit the Resi 1 remake. I talked about this, I think, in a recent podcast episode I did with Nate on his second channel about Evangelion and remakes and remake culture and everything. And so the issue with remake, the term remake, is that it's a very general term that constitutes tons of different things. And so the danger of that, the tricky part about that is, on one hand, it's easy to, you can classify things too broadly, right? And so part of what I've been trying to do is really formalize, okay, what makes one remake more artistically valid than another? What are the mitigating factors? Because if you just have a totally general equal classification of all remakes, it starts to lose its meaning. So one of my big ones though, is the simple question, is it the same person? Is it the same artist? That really does shift the equation a lot, in my opinion, because they know about all of these subconscious, intangible things. Not that that is always just the answer, though, right? Because there's many examples of artists remaking their own works later on, and the funny one is the Clockwork Orange guy, right? Not Kubrick, but the writer of the book, where he kept bouncing back and forth about how he felt about his book.
RPG no like. What about Sandbox and Crimson Desert?
Sandbox and Crimson Desert. Good question. I don't know about those. But anyway, so there's all these types of factors you want to keep in mind when evaluating remakes. But one of the big ones that makes Resi 1 apart from Resi 4 remake is it's the same director, and I'm assuming a pretty similar team. And it's within a closer time period. So it's closer. Time, I think, really matters. So if you make something, and then even if you are the original artist, and then you remake it 10 years later, that's a lot of time. And then what about 20 years later? 30? So the more time you add in, the less close you are to the original, artistic window, I call it. The window of creation becomes less and less. Let's say if I made a video, and then I remade that video. If I remade that video a week later, it would probably be just a better, more coherent version of what I was trying to do, because I was I made these clear mistakes, but it's within the same context of thought and everything, so it's all within the same window. But if I made a video and then 10 years from now I remade that same video, it would be so different that it wouldn't be as artistically aligned, even if I tried, even though I tried my best.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Kind of a... Oh, thanks so
Any
much, my
thoughts on Vanillaware games? I think you'd like Unicorn Overlord.
Oh, great question. Let me get to you 1 second. So with remakes, a great analogy, I think, is music. You guys know the difference when the band records the demo version of their album. So they record the demo version of their album, and then they shop it around to studios, and studios are yeah, okay, we'll make the full album. And then they make those songs again for the studio album. But they're within that same window of time, right? These are our demos, and then here they are now in their studio form. Versus the trend of an artist, oh, this is a song from my first album, and it's been 20 years. Now I'm going to re-record that song. There's just so much that has shifted over 20 years, even against the artist's will, that you can't quite capture that same energy as then, the time, the place, the circumstances. And I do think that makes a difference with game design. So the fact that Resident Evil 1 Remake is not in the same, paradigm of the remakes we get now, is important to point out. Like, this is before all this remake stuff. Like, this was a
Time to play
specific
games.
choice then.
I read ya.
And so, there's that.
To encourage newbies, how could a game improve on a guided sense of progress between first run through SHMUP and 1CCing it? Emo Guitar Hero does this well with failing then 3, 4, 5 star then FCing.
Oh, great question. Thanks so much for the donation, you guys. You guys are super generous. Yeah, and I will sit and answer these questions. So thank you so much. That's really generous of you all. So that would be the really key distinction there, is like the design philosophy. And but that being said, all being said, that doesn't mean that Resi 1 remake is like flawless, right? I kind of get the feeling that it's like the point of comparison, right? Like, is it better than the current flock of remakes we have now? I almost guarantee it is. Like, I haven't tested it really closely or anything, but just the stats, the likelihood that it is way better than Resident Evil 4 remake is just crazy high, based off the same guy, closer to the window, just the era, more of those fundamental values staying consistent, all of that. That being said, it doesn't mean that it's like perfect either. I think that's one thing that I really want to dig into, is like the nuance of like, okay, where is it working? Why? And where is it not working and why? But I think it's going to be a much more complex, interesting discussion than a lot of these, like Silent Hill 2 remake, for example. I mean, come on. Something like that. I mean, Resident Evil 1 remake versus Silent Hill 2 remake, they're not even in the same universe, right? So that's why remake is it's like you don't want to overgeneralize too much, because it can mean so much that you actually lose out on the differences. So yeah, I'm sure there are things that are being lost in the original, though. That's probably very likely, but to what degree is the question. And then what is it adding? And then are those additions an improvement? That I don't know. I have to do the review to get into that level of nuance for sure. But that's what be my think overall, though. It's like, be very careful about like classifying things too broadly, because then it actually opens up license to be like, all right, well, Shinji Mikami did a pretty solid remake of Resi 1, therefore all the new remakes have a point of validity as well, right? So you got to get to the differences too. Peter E. Hick, did you ever play Doom Eternal? A little bit. Okay, so here's my backstory with Doom Eternal, and it's only a tiny bit. Basically, I liked Doom 2016 when it came out, and I played it. And then Doom Eternal came out but I was late getting it. So I got it way after it released. So it came out I was playing Doom 2016 when Eternal came out, like at nearly around that time. So I was like, well, I'll get to it when I get to it. I'm still playing 2016. I'm still getting through this. I'll get to Eternal when I get to it. And then I never got to it. As is always my way, I never get to a lot of things. And so I didn't play Doom Eternal, really, at all. And then, when Doom the Dark Ages came out, I thought, okay, I should go back to Eternal and, just play a little bit to get a point of comparison, which I did. But I could tell, just from the little bit I did, Doom Eternal is quite a bit different than Doom the Dark Ages. And then, as I started to discuss those differences, I was like, okay, now I'm just reviewing Doom Eternal. So I have played a little bit of Doom Eternal, especially during the Doom the Dark Ages, and I definitely liked it more than Doom the Dark Ages, but I didn't really dig into all the nuances with it, because I already had my handfuls with Dark Ages, and especially because Dark Ages was supposed to be, to some degree, having more classic Doom elements in there. Now, did they successfully do that? Not particularly, but so I focused a lot on classic Doom as well. So I never fully got a hold of Doom Eternal, but from what I understand, there was a podcast episode me and Bog talked a little bit about the finishers in Doom Eternal, and how they're a good concept, but going back to strategy and tactics, there's not enough tactical trade-offs with the finishers, because the finishers are just strategically so good, right? It's like gives you resources, gives you a kill, it's overemphasized. Whereas if you look at the finishers in Ninja Gaiden 2, the OTs, there is a trade-off where if you you can leave them alive and they can be crawling around. And while they're crawling around, they can still throw exploding shurikens at you. Or, like with the mages, they're actually way more dangerous. So the mages, if you disarm a mage, they will do suicide grabs that will one-shot you. And they are fast and evil. I'm talking about the real version, not Sigma. So it's actually dangerous to disarm a mage and leave him alive. You don't want to do that. You want to, if you disarm them, you want to kill him. But there's other enemies you want to disarm and kind of leave them laying around so that you can use them for iframes, especially with exploding shurikens. And so these are the types of things you want these systems to do. You want it to be, okay, with this enemy type, you delim him, finish him immediately. This enemy type, no, leave him alive. Let him kind of move around and then use them as a resource and all the things in between. Whereas from what I understand from playing and also just discussing it with Bog and everything, because he's way more familiar with Doom Eternal than I am, the finishers are just a little too strategically good. So you just kind of do them a lot. And kind of like the finishers in Metal Gear Rising, right? Like Metal Gear Rising, the huge issue with the finishers, I would have brought it up in my review then, but I only thought about it until recently, is that they're overly good, right? Because you get a full health refill. So of course it's good. You're going to get a full health refill every time. There's never a time where it's bad to do one. So those are the types of things that modern combat games really struggle with. And I think from what little I've played of Doom Eternal, it had that issue as well. It's just like, it has a play style, and it wants you to play that play style, and then it kind of really over-enforces it systematically to make sure you're doing it, you know. But then, it doesn't feel quite as nuanced. And that's the same thing with like a lot of combat systems now, especially parries, right? Parries are already extremely good, but developers want you to do them so bad that they're like, okay, we'll make the windows giant and we'll give you all of these like bonus properties if you do them, right? So yeah, a lot of action games have that problem now where they really emphasize, they want to play style and then they overemphasize how that play style is conducted systematically.
Time to play games. I read you.
Mark, unfortunately the Itagaki interview is now impossible, sad face. But maybe you can still get to Mikami. Thoughts on him working with Stellar Blade devs?
Oh, I know. Ocelot, I don't know if I said this. I must have said this in a stream or in a podcast episode somewhere, but it was actually a goal of mine to interview Itagaki. That's not like a random comment. That was actually a goal of mine. I wanted to, because I knew some people who kind of knew him, and so like I wanted to eventually get in contact with him and interview him. That was one of my big goals, and yeah, unfortunately that's not possible anymore. And that is a huge bummer because his interviews, he's like one of those Japanese developers who was unvarnished. He would tell you what he thinks, and you would get what he'd tell you honestly what he thinks, and that's so rare, especially now, not even just Japanese developers, like all developers now, like everyone's so careful about being critical of anything that could be construed of criticizing a colleague or another game or a publisher or whatever. That's why you can't take a lot of these interviews. Not all of them, but another one is like Kojima though, right? Like I don't think I could ever interview Kojima because he's such a like superstar. I probably don't have any way to get in contact with him, but I get the feeling Kojima would tell you what he thinks, and he wouldn't care if it came across. Those are the type of developers who I think would be really cool to interview. Mikami, I think, is a little bit more like that as well. Another one is Harada. It would be really cool to interview Harada, especially give him a little bit of time and then interview Harada. That would be really cool, especially because Harada did know Itagaki. And I think Harada even may have mentioned, like in a sort of indirect way, that one of his motivations for quitting Namco and leaving was Itagaki. And so Harada would be really cool to interview. Mikami would definitely be really cool to interview. I guess I'm already answering your question, so I'll finish out the question. What do I think of Mikami working with the Stellar Blade developers? It's really interesting because on one hand, let's just go with the two circumstances. The good circumstance is that Stellar Blade developers are gacha developers, and they have piles of money just laying around. And maybe they feel a little, this is the good scenario. This would be the best case scenario. They've got all this money laying around from all these gacha games, and they're sitting in their studio and they feel kind of like a need for some sort of artistic validation because they know what they make most of their money on is gotcha garbage. So they're like, okay, we really want some sort of artistic validation for our studio. And I don't think Stellar Blade is it, let me tell you that. You all know how I feel about Stellar Blade. So I could see them being like, we need something legit to prove we are a real studio.
Time to play games. I read you.
Oh, thanks so much, my dude.
First of all, love your content, Mark. Thoughts on the SNK fighting games such as KOF and Sam Show?
I love KOF. Great question. I'll get right to your question. I'll finish this question for Ocelot real quick. So the best case scenario is that they are actually insecure artistically, and they have piles of money laying around, and they just give it to, they just like, here, Mikami, here's piles of money. Make us an amazing game that makes our studio seem legit. That would actually be a great outcome. That like, honestly, if that actually happens, that would probably be a really cool outcome, because it would be one of the few times where artistic integrity of a product kind of matters to the publisher to some degree, because of like their insecurity. This is all just guessing, right? So I don't want to get everyone too excited because this is all just speculation. So if that happened, if they were like shopping around and they're like, we need a real ass game to make sure people know we have a real ass studio, and we'll also just continue doing gotcha stuff while we're at it, but every other developer is in that anyway. That would be cool if Mikami basically had got a blank check and a really strong staff with really good production abilities, which the Stellar Blade devs production-wise, well, like graphical production-wise, I guess I should say, is solid. The graphical production is good. So if he had like a full artistic control over everything that needs to be done, how it needs to be done, that could end up being a really cool game. That's the hopeful possibility. The less sad possibility is that they are going to make some sloppy ass game that they want to be like a big commercial hit, but they want to legitimize that to some degree. So they want to use Mikami's name to do it. So they like are luring in Mikami with money and being like, Mikami, come to our studio. We love you, Mikami. And then they get him in that office and they're like, yes, all right, now you're gonna do what we want to do, type of thing. And then he has to make just this slop nightmare of a game, Stellar Blade 2 or something. That would suck. So it could go either way, right? It could either be that it basically comes down to how much creative control does Mikami actually have versus how much of this is like a brand move type of thing. And I have no idea. So those are the two. So I'm kind of interested, but I'm not like totally, this is the second coming either, because you never know. Basically, all of my mentality to every question is like open-minded, cautious optimism mixed with dread, basically. Yeah. So it's not impossible. It could be kind of cool though. Just depends on how
Time
much
to play
creative control he
games.
has.
I read you.
Dodonpachi REGNITE
Oh
is
yeah, I'll
handled
get to
by
that
Cave.
real quick.
Thoughts?
Okay, let me catch up with the ones I was on before. Doom Eternal, done. All right, Mr. Grimm. Sorry if I'm a little bit behind on you guys, but I got him here still. Have you enjoyed any crowd action games, something like Dynasty Warriors or Drakengard? So, Drakengard sounds kind of interesting, just researching it a little bit. So, I would say if there is a contender for the most likely, it would be Drakengard. I haven't played Drakengard, but I know a bit about it because I was researching some design design topics for a video I didn't end up making or anything. But I was kind of researching basically like the way you interact with enemies, creating a certain tone. And apparently there's this section in Drakengard or Drakengard 2 where you kill a bunch of helpless enemies, which was my critique of a lot of these types of games, is like how helpless the enemies are. But apparently in Drakengard 2, it was like, at least for that encounter, it was like intentionally emphasized that these are like helpless enemies, and then the game was like kind of shaming you for killing them, like, you bastard, you evil bastard. Which I liked that the game was sort of recognizing that dynamic a little bit more. And that was just from the little bit I saw. So I I should play the earlier Dynasty Warriors just to see. I remember when one of them came out on the PS3, I played it a bit, and I was like, you know, because the enemies are just so helpless. You know, it like ruins the whole, like, counteract that with Ninja Gaiden. Why I love Ninja Gaiden is the enemies are foes, right? They're legitimate threats, and you kind of create this sort of relationship and understanding with them. Whereas the enemies, and the one I was playing on PS3, whatever one it was, it's just like, you know, they weren't enemies necessarily in a true sense. It looks like Drakengard might be a little bit more aware of these types of things, so that would probably be the one to check out. But I haven't played it, no. But I guess okay, if there were like giant crowd action games, like what should they do? If they're going to make the individual enemies kind of helpless, and that's like kind of the core of the game, then what they need to do is they need to do something else to create a sense of routing and create a sense of punishment, right? Whatever that is, I don't know, but
Time to play games.
they need to create
I
a
read
sense
ya.
of stakes somehow, basically.
Have you seen the trailer for Castlevania Belmont's Curse? What do you think about the return to
I
2D?
haven't. Interesting. I should take a look. But yeah, that's what I think, Mr. Grimm. When you think about the crowd action games you've played, basically try to think of the ones, because I'm not super familiar with this genre, like personally playing it. I obviously know about it, but just try to think of the ones that seem to have a sense of consequences and routing and like distinctiveness from encounter to encounter, rather than just everything kind of blurring together in this kind of haze of easiness, you know. So how that's achieved, where that's achieved, if it is achieved, that's kind of what I would be looking for if I were to review them. Like, how do you create a sense of identity to these encounters somehow? So that's what I'd want to see. Hugo Chavez, thanks so much for the donation, says, I love your work. You've made me think about video games in an entirely different way. That's really cool. That's basically my whole goal, is like trying to, whether or not you agree with what I say, it's just kind of opening up different ways to view the games. And even in a way, if
Time
like
to
I
play
piss you
games.
off,
I read
sounds
ya.
like you love my work though, but a lot of people, I was saying this to
Yo
Bog.
MSX. Look
Hey.
forward to seeing you again at the Shmup Slam.
Oh, awesome.
Have new plans you're willing to share with this one compared to the previous event?
Yeah. So I'm playing Ketsui Mote, and I'm gonna put on my submission likely to fail because that's probably gonna case. So I'm gonna like set the expectations. Be like, listen, my plan is to just grind the hell out of Ketsui Mote and get the live clear, like, you know, stream the clear and everything, but then try to get consistent enough to maybe potentially do it live. But then set the expectation. Listen, I am not Moglar. I'm not a super player. So this could go horrifically wrong. So people know. But I did want to, this year I did want to like take a bit of a leap with my submission. Like really make it something that's like personally stressing me out a little bit. That way I'm like, it's because it's such a fun way to like get myself to emote basically. It's like stakes. I can create a sense of stakes for myself by trying to do something ambitious. And I've been trying to encourage people to do that a little bit, because people ask me, you know, just when people ask me like, well, what should I do? What should I play? I said, do something ambitious. You know, it's okay if you blow up and fail live. That's perfectly fine. I mean, within a reasonable window, right? You don't want it to be like absurd it's like impossible. But like, you know, there's this like fine line. It's like where there needs to be enough risk for that where you are a little bit scared. But it also needs to be plausible enough that you could potentially do it. Like there's that sweet window you try to find. So I'm doing that this year myself.
Time to play games.
So, there you go.
I read ya.
Is a 4 remake with Og Tension doable with new controls? When modding out move inertia and making enemy 1 tap stun, 4R becomes a joke. Modding and no movement aiming feels bad since the controls feel tailored to constant moving. How would you do it?
Great question. I talked about this a little bit earlier, Rune, but I'll definitely answer your question here very shortly. Thanks so much. That's really generous of you for $50. That's really generous. Thank you. Hang tight. I'll definitely get to that because it's building off what I was saying a little bit earlier. So let me see where I picked off. Oh yeah, here you go. Yeah. So and one thing I even was saying to Bog the other day was that I feel like, let's say like you're kind of annoyed by my critique of games, right? And people talk about them and talk about how stupid I am or whatever. in a way, I'm kind of doing, like, even that group of people, I'm giving them something, right? I'm giving them intellectual stimulation, even if it annoys them. So, versus like just the malaise of everyone's like, yeah, everything's great, everything's wonderful. Yeah, wonderful, 10 out of 10. I mean, even if you have a low critical threshold and you think everything's wonderful, even that, it's going to get very stale, right? Very boring, and then you'll see that a lot of times people talk about, why isn't gaming exciting? Why isn't gaming interesting? I'll tie it in with the Shmup Slam question. It's because there's no sense of stakes to anything. The games don't have stakes. The criticism doesn't have stakes. The developers avoid as much financial risks as possible. Like, no one is taking any risks anywhere at any time. So of course it's going to get very boring and stale. So yeah, and I have like nothing to lose in terms of, I don't know, annoying Capcom or whoever gets annoyed at my critiques. So I'm glad. Anyway, Hugo, basically what I'm saying is I'm glad that you found my videos like intellectually stimulating, because that's the goal. That's what I'm trying to do. User XC. Thanks so much for the donations, User XC. Hey, Mark, I really respected your insights and appreciate your work. I know you're more of an action fan, but do you have any thoughts on JRPGs is more important to make them fun? Yes, so I talked about this a little bit earlier, User. The big thing with JRPGs that I feel is missing, and this is why my JRPG, I'll give you, since I already answered this a little bit, if you go back a little bit, or you've probably already been listening, you kind of heard me talk about the tactics versus strategy thing. But to add to that, I was going to make a video about the like combat evolution of JRPGs, especially Final Fantasy. So I was going to do this over the course of a year, like in one video, but I've been researching it over the course of a year, like looking through JRPG combat systems, looking through like their shifts and changes. And what I found is what made it kind of hard to really do anything interesting with is that they just lack a lot of tactical decision making. Like, they have strategic decision making, and that's what everyone points out. Like, oh, your build and your leveling path and that kind of stuff. But I don't find that personally that interesting because it's just so universal and static. What I want is tactical design, more tactical things where somehow, for example, let's say leveling could somehow be bad. Like, if you over leveled, something bad would happen to you.
Interesting grin. Who is your best hater? No joke.
Who's my best hater? Oh, that's funny. My best hater? Okay, I'll get to that in a second here. I'll have to digest that a bit.
AAA game dev here making a BH cosmic horror SHMUP called Astra. Singularity. Lover channel. Would love to chat about your thoughts on AAA someday too.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's awesome, Hyper Newbie. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so let me see where I left off. Great remakes. Hold on. I already did it. Oh, yeah. Here it is, JRPGs. There we are. So the issue that I found is that I couldn't really dig into the topic that much in an interesting way because it was like, all right, here's the strategy for optimal leveling in this game. And here's the strategy for optimal leveling in this game. And here's the strategy for optimal leveling in this game. Like, it's actually very static in the sense that, well, like, what the question would be, because shmups have this. Shmups have, like, Grega, of course, is the famous example with the rank system. Like, you do level up your ship in Grega with the power-ups, right? But is that a bad idea? Sometimes, yes, because you jack up the rank at bad times and you're going to die. So there's times where you're actually trying not to gain power, and then there's times where you're like intentionally sacrificing resources to drop down the rank. And I know some RPG systems have like some sort of ranking system, and that might be interesting. But basically, just generally, when you think about like, you could do this for yourself. Like, would Mark be interested in a JRPG? What you'd want to find is something that leveling up is like a bad idea, or like doing the normal things like get you through the game. When is grinding a bad idea? Not in terms of being bored, but like, is there some sort of punishment? Like, does something bad happen in terms of gameplay, in terms of winning, if you grind? Or does something bad happen if you just get mass DPS and stuff like that? Those are the types of things I think JRPGs really struggle with. because their design is like one way. You know, it's like gain power. But once you have the power, the game's like, all right, it's cool. They don't punish it. They don't come after you. Whereas, like a lot of the games that I like, ranking systems and stuff like that, like you either need to, of course, make getting power harder to do, especially eliminating grinding as much as possible. But then on top of that, like some sort of counter incentive of some type. So that's where I think JRPGs really struggle, is finding counter incentives to just DPSing and murdering everything. And I'm sure there's some out there that have systems like that. And those are the games that I'd be kind of interested to see what they do. Fiendish Shape asks, but I think a lot of issues, I'll finish this last thought off. A lot of issues with JRPGs and RPGs is that they view their gameplay as more of an engagement mechanism rather than a balance strategy thing or tactical thing. So like in the developer's mind, spending 10 hours playing the game grinding is good because you have engaged for 10 hours. And so mission accomplished. So that's the problem, is if you use engagement as like a metric of quality of the design, it causes a lot of problems in terms of the game's balance and, you know, depth and things like that. Fiendish Shape asks, sup Mark, random question. Oh yeah, I already answered that one about my caffeine intake. Tonberry Chuck asks, I don't know, you have games lined up, but would I review Ninja Gaiden 3, Razor's Edge? Yes. Okay, so Tonberry, there's something very specifically that I want to check in Ninja Gaiden 3, Razor's Edge, that Ninja Gaiden 2 addresses directly and indirectly, but it's still kind of a problem, and Sigma completely fumbles. And I really want to see if this is a strategy in Razor's Edge, because I've never tested it. Because I basically played Master Ninja in Ninja Gaiden 2 for the review in December, and I was testing out lots of strategies that I'd never tested out before, like just things I'd never thought of before. Like, for example, one strategy that I picked up on while playing Devil May Cry 3 is that if you put enemies off camera, they don't aggress you. So you can do all of these camera manipulation strats in DMC. I don't know about the later ones, but in 3 you can, by just keeping things off camera. So I was like, I wonder if that's in Ninja Gaiden 2. And in Ninja Gaiden 2, the original, it kind of is and it kind of isn't, based off of the enemy type. So, for example, the Shuriken ninjas, they will keep throwing them. That's what makes them so good, is that you can point the camera to the wall, they will keep attacking you and stuff, and they'll grab you and stuff. So some enemies, like the Shuriken ninjas, and a lot of the enemies, they don't care what the camera's up to, but some do. So, for example, the Van Gelf, I think they're called, the purple guys, the camera exploit destroys them. Even on Master Ninja, like it throws like piles of them at you. You can easily contain all of them by pointing the camera at a wall. And this is in OG. This isn't in Sigma. By pointing a camera at the wall, and then they just come in, block or whatever you do, take them out. And you can just and they literally will come in one by one, because the programming is programmed to respect the point of view of the camera. And so you can instantly annihilate that entire enemy type, but not the gold ones. So here's the thing that Ninja Gaiden does to like save itself, is that if it did a lot of only purple guys, that would be a problem, because you could just eliminate all of those encounters with the wall exploit. But the gold dragons will still shoot you off screen, and it'll one-shot you. So basically the way it works is like it creates an enemy priority in Master Ninja where you gotta take out the golds. So you basically try to move around the purples, take out the golds, and then you finish off the purples by looking at the wall. But the golds keep it from falling apart. Actually, the wolf enemies almost completely fall apart to this problem, except that in Ninja Gaiden 2 Original, they throw body parts of their dead friends at you. That happens off screen. So if you point the camera at the wall against the wolves, they will still throw body parts at you, and that does a ton of damage. Sometimes, I don't know if they ever truly one-shot you, but it does a ton of damage and pretty quickly kills you. So, but you can still kind of exploit it a little bit. So you can still kind of do it on the wolf guys,
Time
but
to play games.
it's not an overwhelming strategy. But then the
Would you be interested in covering stealth, IMMSIM
Yes.
style games?
I love stealth.
I feel like there's a lot to be done in improving the emergent kind of design.
Yes, I love stealth games. Great question. Thanks so much for the donation. Thanks so much for the donation, everyone, by the way. And if I'm starting to sweat, that's because it's getting hot in here. But anyway, I'm saying all this because basically Ninja Gaiden 2 flirts with this as having a problem, but manages to pull it back. Same thing with the red, like, unagi enemies. I can't remember what they call. I think it always look like eels. So the red eel enemies, they'll grab you off screen. So you cannot do this strategy to them at all. They'll just grab your ass. Or it's not that good. Maybe, I think they won't shoot off screen though. So maybe that's what it is. Like it's still good to do, but they'll still grab you. But they won't shoot you, I think. So I don't know. I remember doing all this when I was doing the Master Ninja review. So I talked about it there. But anyway, I bring all that up because Sigma basically removes all of that. So Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma, all of the off-screen craziness is pretty much really reduced. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And then they add a ton of telegraphing to the grabs. And what that means in practice, this is really important, is that Ninja Gaiden 2 is Sigma. Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma is insanely easy, even on Master Ninja. Not just because of the enemy counts, but because if you point that camera at a wall, you can react to almost everything. Because even if they run up and grab you, the grabs are reactable. And then a lot of the off-screen stuff they shoot at you is gone. Like the wolves, they don't throw their bodies at you in Sigma. They don't do that. And I think the gold dragons will still shoot you off-screen, so those still exist. But a lot of that, and then the shuriken ninjas are crazy nerfed. And so even if they will throw their shurikens at you, like the amount that they do is way less. And they're just less in number. Like there's just less of them. And then so there's and the camera thing really messes with the mages. But remember what I said earlier about the mages being delimbed will like insta kill you because they'll just teleport and grab you, and it's like it's reactable but barely. But in Sigma it's way more reactable. So they teleport next to you, you're just like, got it, you know. So or I don't know if it's way more reactable. I can't remember all the frames and all that, but generally, I do know though, generally in Sigma, if you just point that camera at a wall, like the enemy counters are in a lot of trouble, and it's way easier. And then you can just like, so even though they nerfed the guillotine throw, it doesn't matter. You can just keep guillotine throwing guys at the wall like 3 times. It doesn't matter if you have to do it 3 times, it still works. And then the enemy counts are less. So anyway, what I want to check is how much of this is in Razor's Edge and how much isn't. Like how, because Razor's Edge is its own game. So I'm really curious because I don't know because I haven't tested all of it. I've played Razor's Edge, but I never tested these sort of questions. So that is what I want to look at, basically. I want to look at, specifically in Razor's Edge, the key thing I'm looking at that I don't think has been really discussed by reviewers is like, how do these enemies react? How reactable are they? And then how vulnerable are they to like camera strats and these types of cheesy tactics? So, and like despawn strategy. I think the despawning strategies are better in Razor's Edge though. I don't think you can pull those off as much. So basically I think Razor's Edge
Time to play games. I read
is definitely better. Oh, thanks so much.
You have been a shining light at a low point in my life.
Oh, that's nice.
Been dealing with concussion symptoms and haven't been able to work nor play anything for months. Your work is perfect for me. 1/3.
Thanks so much, my dude. Thanks so much. That's really sad to hear you're dealing with concussion symptoms because I know those are really, really hard to deal with. I'm sorry, my dude, but I'm glad my videos have been helpful and stuff. Yeah, and also maybe just something kind of fun to look forward to, right? Where, like, because I know people kind of experience this with my channel a little bit because I experience it as well. It's like when a new game comes out, what's the Electric Underground review gonna be like? Even I don't know. So that's why it's funny when people like think they can like totally predict what I'll say. I said, if you guys manage to do that, that's impressive because I don't know what I'm going to say. I have no freaking idea. So it does add, I think, an element of kind of fun to the reviews and stuff because I try to make my critique, you know, obviously I have my values.
Time to play games. I read you.
Oh, thanks so much, my dude.
Listening to you articulate concepts on game design has allowed me to find myself in relation to gaming. For example, I now know why the elevator level is my favorite level in every beat 'em up. 2/3.
Yes, the timer. Yeah. Thanks so much. Well, it sounds like another one's coming. That's so generous of you, my dude. That's so generous. But yeah, so I'm hoping I try to keep my reviews fresh is what I'm saying. So if like, for example, if there's a topic I felt like I've covered pretty well, I try to, in my reviews, introduce new ideas, new topics, as much as I can, obviously. So, I'm glad my videos have been really nice for you to watch and listen to and stuff, and help you identify why. Yes, the elevator sections in beat 'em ups tend to be the best. It's because the enemies work on a spawner, right? Or work on a timer, and then you're forced into the interactions. Yeah, adds a real
Time
sense
to
of
play games.
immediacy.
I read ya.
I am looking forward to trying games that push me forward, like shmups and rhythm games.
Yeah.
Ty, truly. I really like your work, man hug.
You know,
3/3.
This is a great. Thanks so much, my dude. This is a great opportunity as to why I've been thinking. I need to work in more like shmup reviews and stuff, and see if I can, like, for example, Ketsui. I feel like action game fans will love Ketsui if I can kind of explain like how cool the lock-on mechanic is and like how much like a depth that adds, while not taking away from the fundamentals, but really like emphasizing them in a really cool way. I think it's one of the best mechanics in like all of action game design is the Ketsui lock-on. And so I'm hoping, that's why I want to make videos that can kind of like bridge like people getting into shmups, but then also give them like a frame of reference to be like, okay, this is what the games are doing. This is what they're going for. And I've always tried to do that, but I think I have a little bit more of an ability to do that these days. So pretty soon I do want to make, I don't know about this month, but within the next month or two, a video about Ketsui, especially when I get the emote. Like trying to help people get into the genre in a way that I think I can do better now than I did. I tried my best always, but I feel like there's certain concepts that will be really useful to talk about. Okay, I'll get to your questions. 1 second. Oh yeah, so that would be getting back to Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. I like it more than Sigma. I mean, that's not even a question because it's its own game and it's doing its own things. Like it's way better than Sigma too, because Sigma, especially now, because I was a little bit more open-minded to Sigma back in the day, but the more you dig into the original and then the more you dig into Sigma and compare them, you're like, whoa. I mean, because there's like the obvious stuff like the blood and all that, but when you actually dig into their design more and more, you realize, whoa, they took a hatchet to poor Resident Evil, or not Resident Evil 2, Ninja Gaiden 2. They took a hatchet to this poor game in a way I never quite fully grasped until working on that video in December. So, but Razor's Edge is its own game, so that really helps a lot. And then on top of that, I'm really curious what because it is, I remember it being quite hard. So I'm curious how much of this stuff they address. Like, yeah, I'm really interested. So there will definitely be a Razor's Edge video. And my review will probably be, because it's Ninja Gaiden, like it still has the triangle system, so it's not like 4 where they abandon the fundamentals. It still has it. So I can't help but feel some sense of, softness towards Razor's Edge, because we will basically never get another game like that from Team Ninja. I'd be shocked. So it's still like more in line with the ones that I like, but it's like a bridge game, right? So I probably won't hate it, but I probably won't be like, this is the... But I do think, I don't know. It's funny because in some ways, like the Razor's Edge reviews, some of them would make good points.
I read ya.
But for the wrong reasons,
Do you play games exclusively for your job, or do you still spend time playing games only for your personal fun, enjoyment?
Oh, that's a great question.
How do you keep work from turning your hobby into an obligation?
That is such a good question. Yeah, I've thought about talking about that, but I didn't want to be one of those YouTubers. That's why I like to do it in the live stream, right? I don't want to make a video about this because it's too, I don't know, personal, like boring of a question for like a whole video. But for live stream, since you're interested, yeah, I'll definitely tell you about that, because there I think are some interesting elements to that question for sure that I've been thinking about. But anyway, so that basically, because I played Razor's Edge quite a bit, so I am very familiar with it. I've beaten it and everything. But I haven't played Ultimate Ninja Razor's Edge, so that's what I'm going to be looking at. And just pushing that, see what that game's like at its maximum limits. Because I do like, there's things about Razor's Edge I really like how insane it is. Like it just throws like everything at the player. I do like that. I think it's going to be a fun review, one way or another. I can almost guarantee my feeling on it is going to be a little mixed, but ultimately I'm going to like it because I do like Razor's Edge. I have played it quite a bit, but I'm sure there's a lot of issues though. But you know what's unfair? But getting back to your point, what's unfair about Razor's Edge is Razor's Edge has a lot of issues, but then a lot of other character action games share the same issues, and everyone's like, no, it's totally fine. because really why people criticized Razor's Edge was its production, of course. They didn't really have a problem with its design. It's that its production is just pure madness, basically. That's why it got... Same thing with Wanted Dead, right? Like, it's funny, when I was working on my Resident Evil 9 review, I was like... It was funny how, like, Wanted Dead and Resident Evil 9... Some sections of Resident Evil 9, like the cover shooting section, like the chainsaws. The cover shooting and the chainsaws kind of reminded me of Wanted Dead, but like a very easy, like... inertia-y version of it. But I was like, okay, you guys clearly like this style of design, so why do you all hate Wanted Dead so much? And I was like, oh, because the production issues. So I think that's ultimately why Razor's Edge got singled out so much, is because it's kind of all over the place production-wise, rather than necessarily its combat, for sure. So yeah. So I feel like Razor's Edge is one of those games. I feel like it is kind of one of the few like interesting later Team Ninja games. Definitely is Razor's Edge. I look like Tom Cruise. I really appreciate that. Nolytics asks, hey Mark, how would you do a good Sonic game in 2D or 3D? Let's go right to 3D, because this I think about. So I do think this exists, and it's going to be like 2 games, basically. There are 2 good 3D Sonic games, in a sense. Those games are F-Zero GX and Super Monkey Ball, or Super Monkey Ball 2, or, the Monkey Ball series. Basically, if you took the things about Super Monkey Ball, like that, the real, like, precision with the physics, and, like, the jumping in the air and landing, and all of that, and then you took F-Zero GX and its physics systems and like the speed and the consequences, and if you over accelerate, you blow up and you hit walls, and you took those 2 things and you put them together, I think that would make, and they're both Sega, right? Isn't Super Monkey Ball Sega? F-Zero GX is Sega. So they have the system, right? So put Sonic in that system. Make a F-Zero GX meets Super Monkey Ball Sonic game, and I think you would have something really cool. And it'd be all about like dealing with that physics system with jumps and in the air. Because one thing that I do think is kind of interesting is, not that this reflects super well in the game, but have you guys seen speedruns of Sonic Adventure 2? I think the speedruns of that game on the like the stages where, like the air stages with Shadow and Sonic, where you have to like get up into the air, and then you have to like in the speedrun, you have to like fly the character through space, and just like, because what you're trying to do in the speedrun is you're trying to like avoid boundaries, like invisible boundaries, and so you have to like precisely like fly the character through space, and then like land them back on real ground, and then get them back out of bounds again and stuff. I was watching that, I was like, this is just should be how the game plays. Like, the game should be designed like this. Like, there should be just built into the game this dynamic of where you launch off something, then you have to like navigate through the air, through all of these like not invisible, but like through boundaries, through space. Then you land back down, and then you need to build enough speed to get up in the air again. And it's all about like dealing with the lack of space while moving fast in 3 dimensions. I think that would be really cool. And so you can kind of see, basically, if you watch Sonic Adventure 2 speedruns and all of the out-of-bounds stuff that they do with Sonic and Shadow, and I guess also some of the Knuckles stages too, that would be something I'd be really interested in. If they made that like formally part of the game, not as exploits, but like actually part of the game. That's what I'd be really interested in that. I know Bog would too, because he loves like 3D racing games like that. Of course, also with like some racing PvP, that'd be fun. Back of Schmidt asks, with the rumor of the Ocarina of Time remake, what would be your wish list if you have one at all? Actually, think there are plenty of improvements you could make up for that game. So Schmidt, sorry. Hold on, I'm gonna take a drink of water. Well, ice water. Pop. That's the ice from my pop that melted, so it's half water. I've been thinking about doing a review for Ocarina of Time. Now, Does the world need another Ocarina of Time review? It does not. It does not. But I thought about something really interesting about Ocarina of Time because I've been thinking about reviewing it and what I've been saying about it. And I think I came across something really unique about Ocarina of Time. And I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing. So I'm not saying it's good, but it is kind of interesting, which is that when you think of a 3D game, you know how like the Legend of Zelda games just have their own genre called adventure or something like that? Like, they don't tend to fall into any particular genre. And to some degree, I almost feel like they're kind of like Metroidvanias. But the difference is that Metroidvanias, like Super Metroid and stuff, have a real emphasis on platforming, and let Zelda games don't, right? They're more Souls-like in that fashion, where you're like stuck on the ground mostly. But unlike Souls, really emphasizes combat, and Zelda doesn't. And what's interesting about Ocarina of Time, and I'm not saying it's a good thing, but it is interesting, is that it's basically as close to a genreless game, a genreless action game, as you can create. Like, it emphasizes nothing. There's nothing distinctive about Ocarina of Time's gameplay, almost to like an impressive degree, to the point where Nintendo must have sat down and been like, all right, you get just this much combat, you get just this much exploration, you get just this much item management, and it's all like, just like if it was like the levels on audio, it's just all fives. Like, there's no bass, there's no treble, there's no nothing. It's just flat, completely flat. There's nothing about Ocarina of Time that is distinct, but there's nothing about Ocarina of Time that's like egregiously bad either, other than it's just kind of generally boring. But it would be interesting, because I talked about this on the remake episode I was on with Nate, where if you remake a game, you essentially, unless they do purely just a graphical update or something, but if they actually remake Ocarina of Time, it will be divisive. There's no doubt. Well, they're Nintendo fans, so maybe not. Maybe Nintendo fans will all believe it's the greatest thing ever. But among people who aren't like diehard Nintendo fans, Ocarina of Time will be divisive, remade, no matter what. And the reason why is because it's a game that commits to nothing. So unless they, I guess if they could complete, but then if they remade it and just did that again, people would be like, all right, so what's the point? Even people who like remake stuff, right? They always want some modernization. They want something like that. And so if they remake Ocarina of Time, like, it will be somewhat divisive, I think, among not just me, right? Among everyone, because they're going to have to commit to something. So they're either going to have to probably, I would guess, they probably Breath of the Wildify it, right? They make it like bigger, more open world, more about, Skyrim type of things and that kind of stuff. But here's the old problem that Nintendo put themselves in. In most cases, in most games, that would be seen, like, look at poor Resident Evil, right? That would be seen as like a breakthrough, the greatest thing ever, the revolutionizing of game design and all that. But people have such strong emotional attachment to Ocarina of Time, like way more than almost probably any other game, at least in my, the millennials. I personally too, we have such a strong emotional attachment to Ocarina of Time that it will be, I'm wondering, the one time where mainstream players will be like, no, you cannot modernize Ocarina of Time because you will ruin my childhood nostalgia for it. So I honestly, what I want to do is I want to sit back and watch, because I don't really have any. I think what they'll do is they'll modernize it. They'll make it like Breath of the Wild. But what I want to do is I'll probably make a review of it because it's just too interesting not to. But I would be really curious to see what a general audience would do, because maybe I'm overestimating the general audience. Maybe they all will be like, oh, this is amazing, greatest thing ever. But I do wonder if there will be a fair amount of pushback because of how emotionally attached to people are. And then maybe, just maybe, some people will be like, remember all those points Mark was making about remakes and all the issues with them? So it should almost be like a slogan of mine. It's like, yeah, every remake is great and wonderful until it's a remake of a game you actually care about. Then all of a sudden, all the shit I complained about in Resident Evil 4 remake starts to make sense. Like all of these issues, yeah, you don't care about Resident Evil 4, so it's just wonderful that they turned Resident Evil 4 into a generic third-person shooter Last of Us game with parries. But what if they remake your Ocarina of Time, dude? Maybe some of these arguments will start to sink in a little bit more. So that's why I'm kind of curious what will happen there. I'm really curious too. Like, would they emphasize combat more? Would they dare to even do that? I don't think they would. That would be crazy though if they did. You play Ocarina of Time, it's just like, they won't because they're Nintendo, but it's like hard as hell all of a sudden. Actually, Schmidt, what I've been trying to find, and I've yet to identify one, so let me know if anyone's had this, is you know how they do like hacks of things? I've always been trying to find, well, why doesn't someone make like a Dark Souls style hack for Ocarina of Time, where they like place a bunch of enemies all over the place and like make them a lot more aggressive and dangerous, and you actually have to like fight things? That would be interesting. So yeah, those are my thoughts on the remake, Schmidt. It doesn't surprise me in terms of how tasty and juicy that would be for Nintendo in terms of money, but I think even for Nintendo it's kind of risky to do that. Though Square seems to have gotten away with it with Final Fantasy VII remake, so maybe that's just where we are now. They can remake anything, even Ocarina of Time. RPG Retro Man says, RPG no like. What about Sandbox and Crimson Desert? I wish I had a better answer, Retro Man, but I don't know about... Do you mean Sandbox games and Crimson Desert? I've never played Crimson Desert, but Sandbox games are interesting. I'll give you an example of a Sandbox game I actually really like. There is one, if it counts, which is Mario Maker. I did not know, because I've never played Mario Maker until recently. I think Mario Maker is one of the best Nintendo games in a very long time, because it is legitimately taking these modern design concepts, but making it actually creative. That's the difference. Is like a lot of like sandbox games, they talk about, oh, you know, they're so creative and stuff like that, but it's just so open-ended that there's no like stakes to anything, right? Like there's not a vision that you're trying to achieve. And in Super Mario Maker, because it's constrained within the structure of like making a level, getting to the end of the level, you actually can reflect a lot of personality in Mario Maker in like a fun way. So me and my son, he has a 3DS and he has Mario Maker and I have Mario Maker, and we make levels for each other, and we can like troll each other with the levels and do all this kind of stuff. That's really fun, and it is creative, but it's also got a sense of stakes. Whereas like, for example, like Minecraft, I'm not going to get into Minecraft because I haven't played a lot of Minecraft, but why I think, this isn't surprising, but why I think Mario Maker is much more interesting of a sandbox game is because there is a structure. So there is like kind of a goal, where Minecraft, from what I understand, is way more open-ended. And so it's, you know, it is more of that actual play type of thing, where the type of sandbox stuff that I like, I guess if it counts, is like level editors, mission editors. I would love shit like that. If they made level editor games for things like Mario Maker, or they made a... But what I like about Mario Maker 2 is like Mario Maker 1, not Mario Maker 2. I've never played Mario Maker 2. What I like about Mario Maker 1 is that it is kind of limited. So you have to kind of push and play with the limits a little bit. It's like a nice blend of like limitation while being open-ended. You can do crazy ass shit with it. You can share it with people. I think that's really cool. So if there was more stuff like this, that would be the kind of sandbox stuff I'd be really interested in. Like if they made, and like, Brood War had that, and I remember spending hours making like missions in Brood War, and like doing the most insane, stupid shit I could think of. But also too, I think it does give you a sense for how to design a level, how level design works and stuff. So hopefully, Retroman, I'm giving you an answer here, because I don't play sandbox games. But level editors, map editors, game makers that aren't super just software, right? That are like more intuitive. I think those are really cool. But not ones that are too open-ended, because then it loses like the point, right? Then just make an actual game at that point. You got to find that balance where it's like constrained enough that you have to get creative with the limitations, and it's like immediate, but open-ended enough that you can do kind of cool stuff with it. So those types of games I really like. Any thoughts on Vanillaware games? I think you'd like Unicorn Overlord. Okay, I'm going to type this in because I don't want to give you a nothing answer, Fiendish Shape, because I have no idea. I've never played, I don't think I've played any of these games. Oh, Unicorn Overlord. So I'm just going to watch a little footage of Unicorn Overlord. Sorry, getting cooked here. Unicorn Overlord. I'm just taking a little, I just want to see like a little gameplay of it. Oh, it's like it looks like that oh, okay. Is it a tactics-based game? Is it a tactics game? Yeah, it looks like some kind of tactics game. Tactical role-playing game developed by Vanillaware. Oh, that's interesting. So, oh, we get the saxophone. I said this a little bit earlier, so hopefully this is a decent answer, Fiendish. But with these types of games, what I really want to see is they actually emphasize the tactical elements and not let you run loose with the strategy leveling elements. So, like, what I don't want is something where if I figure out a powerful build, I can just one-shot my way through the game or barely need to worry about like the combat system or anything like that. So for any kind of strategy tactics game,
I read ya.
Have you heard of the Way of the Samurai games? I feel like it's an interesting usage case of meta progression.
Interesting. No, I haven't. Hold on. Let me get to the question. But yeah, so Fiendish Shape, with these types of games, what I'd want to see is something that constrains how much you can just break them with builds and break them with like routing out upgrades and stuff like that, and how much you have to do legitimate trade-offs of, and also grinding. You got to prevent that. I remember one of the, what is it, like Sacred Stones, one of the Fire Emblem games, you can just grind. It's like, come on, Nintendo, are you serious? So these types of things I'd really keep an eye out for, because if I find those, I kind of lose interest right away, because you know, it's like the illusion is broken. It's like, well, I don't need to play tactically because I can just overwhelm everything with overpowered stuff. So and also I've noticed this might be interesting, because the types of tactics games I usually play are like, you know, Advanced Wars and things like that, and I realized the types of like strategy tactical games that and Brood War as well, those types of games that I like are ones that are very immediate, a small scale, like tight, close in, rather than having like this giant wash of mechanics and information. And so it's like smaller, more focused tactical stuff is what I really gravitate towards. Yeah, so hopefully that was a good answer. The graphical style is really cool. There was another game that it must be another Vanillaware game that it reminds me of, because that is a distinctive kind of graphical style. It's a shame that actually Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection didn't lean a little more into that graphical style. Like, it kind of has a little bit of that, but it's kind of a little too underdone. Gameplay-wise, though, Resurrection's really cool, but I think a little more polish on the visuals would have really gone a long way for that game. Yeah, Vanillaware type of style, maybe a little bit. Okay, my friends. I will return very shortly. I'm not leaving for good or anything. I'm just getting some water, and I'll be right back. So hang tight. If I was a more active streamer, I'd have like a little intermission screen, but I don't. So entertain yourselves for just a few moments. I'm going to get some water, and I'll be right back. Bum, bum, bum. Hold on a sec. Testing. Testing. Almost back. I can hear myself for some reason. Oh, do I have my stream unmuted? Then I will return. Testing, testing. There we go. Stupid OBS. It has new buttons and stuff. And one of these buttons, I guess, is a monitor button. There we go. Okay, now I'll turn my camera back on. Shaboom. A little off screen. There we go. Whew. Got a little toasty. Alrighty. I have returned. Hello, chat. Okay. Alrighty. Let me see where I picked up where I left off. I was talking about, oh yeah, the Vanillaware games. Yeah, so I should give one of these a try so I can give more of a nuanced feedback here. So the Frankie B asked earlier, to encourage newbies, how could you make a game improve on a guided sense of progression between the first run through a shmup and once seeing it? IMO Guitar Hero does this well with the failing, then 3, 4, 5 star, then FCING. This is like the eternal question, isn't it? And you know, the problem with it is that if you overly guide the player, then what you end up doing is you stop losing, like, teaching them one of the fundamental skills, which is, hold on, there we go. What ends up happening is you stop teaching them one of the fundamental skills, which is like punishment, and persistence. And I really do think that, because I really noticed this when I was working on the reviews of a lot of the indie shmups that came out this year, where they all had they're basically doing exactly what you're saying, Frankie. So shmups have been trying to do this, and what's I'm noticing is happening is it's not converting players. It's not really pulling players that far in. And I think ultimately what you have to do is you have to get the player to somehow really feel that there's a sense of meaning and purpose to continuing forward. And what ends up a lot of the times with a lot of beginner modes is that they end up kind of diffusing this feeling, and it feels kind of like, whatever. A lot of what I'm noticing is like some of the most sharp, insane games are often entry points into shmups. Like, for example, DOJ. A lot of people really are enticed by DOJ. DOJ is like the opposite of guided progression in any sense. It like gives you a nice snappy intro stage and then just beats you over the head for the rest of the game. But I know what really pulled me forward with DOJ is not just its aesthetics in a visual sense, but also like its tone, its vibe. And I think this is something that also Souls is really good at as well. And I think what I'm starting to figure out is that you want to pull the players forward. You want to give them something to pull them forward. But I don't think you can do it as systematically as we once hoped, right? Or as modern developers seem to hope, or, even well-intentioned shmup developers seem to hope. Like, okay, if I create a system, that's going to pull the player forward. If I guide them along, that's going to pull the player forward. But when you look at everything, is trying to do this. Fighting games are trying to do this unsuccessfully. Shmups are trying to do this unsuccessfully. Like, basically everything is doing this unsuccessfully. And now what we're seeing is that when you create a progression system that is meant to guide the player forward, what often happens is that the progression system starts to override the core gameplay, right? Because now it becomes about the progression system, not about the core gameplay. So it really is kind of a deeper issue than I think is easy to address, because it would be great if you'd be like, well, if you add this mode, this will do it, or if you add this feature or this mechanic, it will do it. But it does not seem to be the case across the board. That just doesn't seem to totally work. I think one of the strongest ways to pull a player forward is a sense of small scale connection. This, I think, is something that is effective. Basically, not large scale, small scale. So basically, think of yourself as a gamer socially, right? Just throughout your life, historically. What games did you end up putting the most time into? Which games did you persist with the most? One of them is like games that your friends played, or that people around you played, that you had some sort of like meaning to the game because the people around you played them. I think that is what made fighting games initially work so well, is like, because the FGC at one point was small, and so that small sense of connection pulled you in and pushed you forward. Shmups have this as well, with like how small the community is and how like you can really get to know people really quickly. So shmups have that. But obviously, design-wise, you can't lean on that. And arcades would have this, obviously. So that is something that arcades just naturally had, and it was a massive benefit to them, where you'd go to the arcade, and scoring actually matters. It's so funny because, like, on console games, seriously, like on an old console game, like your console port of Radiant Silvergun, for example, do you really care about the scoring on that console game? Does it, without, like, if you didn't have forums and online interaction, if you were just sitting in your room playing the Sega Saturn version of Radiant Silvergun, which has a great scoring system, do you particularly care that much about the scoring system? It's kind of hard to do that, right? If you have no context in which to pull you forward. And so I think one of the best games to ever do this recently is Devil Daggers with its leaderboard system. And with one particular feature in the leaderboard system, which I love, which is, okay, so this is as close, I think, to a systematic answer to this question that I can think of. That's not intrusive and not undermining too many aspects of game design, is that Devil Daggers doesn't ask your permission to log your scores. It doesn't like psych you out and make you think, oh, are you going to play score attack mode now? Or, oh, this is leaderboard mode. Go ahead and play leaderboard mode. I think any of that kind of structural signaling to the player is not a good idea, because it feels unnatural, and it creates a sense of like pressure and social weirdness. Whereas Devil Daggers just treats every run as a scoring run. It just, unless you're like playing offline or doing things that it detects might be cheating or causing issues or whatever, but if you're just playing a normal run on with your internet on, it logs your score. And then so there's no distinct experience between playing Devil Daggers casually and playing Devil Daggers competitively. They are one and the same. Playing them competitively and casually is the same. And I think that is something that is a great idea, because basically what ends up happening is I'm casually playing Devil Daggers. This has actually happened to me in real life. I'm casually playing Devil Daggers, and I'm like, okay, I'm getting pretty far. And then you die, and it's like, oh, you got a new PB. And it just automatically takes you to your PB right there. It just takes you there. It's like, oh, by the way, you got a PB. And you're like, that's really cool. That's really cool. Okay, well, maybe I'll go a little bit further. And then then you get a little further, and the game's like, boom, you got another PB, dude. It's right here. And you're like, wow, okay, I'm getting further. And then here's the part that I think is the real magic. You get another PB, and it's like, you're only like 3 spots. You're only like a couple, amount of points behind Kiwi, your friend on Steam. I'm like, well, if I'm only a little bit behind Kiwi, might as well, I never can beat him in any shmup. Maybe I'll try to beat him in Devil Daggers. And so then I feel, okay, I'm going to try to go forward. That type of system, I think, is crazy good. So shmups almost have this, but except they log your score to like formally, where if you were, they don't have a good friend system and stuff. But if you had a friend, imagine you buy a shmup like Blue Revolver, and it has a friend system that's not in Steam, all right? It's just in Blue Revolver. You friend each other in Blue Revolver, and then there'd be some way you could interact with your friends in Blue Revolver somehow, besides just like the leaderboard or some ways that you can interact with with like your friends and with like a small group of people rather than a big group of people. And like you could share, like if you get like for example, if you get a to all or something like or a clear, something like that, I think could really go a long way. Because I think trying to do it too systematically just causes way too many problems with balance curves, with difficulty, with teaching the players about punishment and reinforcement and routing. Because those I think you need to just like hammer into the player as quickly as possible. I think that's a big problem. I'll give you an example of this because Birdcage tries to do this. So Birdcage tries to do this really like gentle, like on-ramping. It would be exactly what you're describing. Like, how do you guide the player along very, like, slowly, steadily? And what ends up happening, and I've noticed this with a number of shmups, is instead of being like, okay, I'm being guided, what ends up happening is you end up feeling like the game is just very permissive. And so what ends up happening is that when you get to stage 3, right, and there's the actual difficulty spike where it becomes, all right, now we're actually playing, instead of feeling like, okay, I'm prepared, I've been working up to this point, you feel like something went wrong with the design. Like something is, whoa, what's wrong with this design? Why did it just suddenly like become aggressive all of a sudden? Like something's wrong here. And the thing is that obviously you'll get this to some scale in every shmup ever, unless you did like, I did this one like prototype little shmup I made in Game Maker 1 called Overdrive. I found it on my hard drive the other day. And it instantly starts with like bombs falling on you and people rushing you within like the first second of the game. So maybe that's a little overkill, obviously, but basically your game is going to have this. You're going to have a little bit of an on-ramp, and then it's going to get into the core difficulty. But again, think of Resident Evil 4 as well. I think you want that on-ramp to be clean and quick so that you get into the meat of the game as soon as possible, including the punishment. Like, you want to hit the player. I think Souls did this really well, right? Famously, Demon Souls. Like, the first stage just owns your ass. I honestly think that is one of the best openings Demon Souls could have done. Because if Demon Souls did this, like, slow, okay, and here you learn, and then here you learn, and it wouldn't have been distinctive. It wouldn't. And then when you get into the later of the game, when it especially if you have a progression system, when it introduces difficulty, your immediate response isn't, oh man, I need to like improve my skills and my understanding and routing. You know, your immediate response is, oh, I need to level up. I need to get more items. I need to like progress harder. So that's the danger of these systems, is systems that you try to introduce to guide players into difficulty can often end up subverting it, diluting it. Whereas like DOJ just has this tone that just nails you. And it's like, boom. But there's something about the game, whether it's, you know, just how well designed it is, or the aesthetics, or in the music, and maybe the aesthetics and the music together, the vibe. Something about the vibe of that game pulls you forward, even though the game technically is quite challenging. And I think you'll find this with a lot of games. Devil Daggers is the same way. Something about Devil Daggers just pulls you forward. I think the leaderboard system helps, but even without that, the game does something to pull you in. And I think almost counterintuitively, the faster you impose punishment on the player, almost the better, maybe. Like, maybe not to the extreme of like immediately, but like really, I think like that stage 1 into like, okay, now you're playing. I think that's just a really nice point, a really nice way to do it. And probably arcades naturally honed this structure with much more thought than we probably give them credit for, because I think the idea is that we think this is just kind of arbitrary, that like the stage 1 is kind of like this quick introduction and then you get into the game. But if you notice, it wasn't always that way. Like Cave, like in Dodonpachi, has that like whole tutorial stage 1. And then stage 2 is kind of like the real first stage. And then in DOJ, they drop that tutorial stage. And they just go right into essentially the proper stage 1. Same thing with Ketsui. And I think what they ended up finding is that the nice balancing point where, so basically, the more the more I analyze design, the more I look at different possibilities, different systems. The irony is the more I come back to Cave just being like, okay, they kind of really did nail a lot of these ideas way more than we think they did. Like the structure of the Cave games is just so strong. So ironically, Frank, so far that's the best I've come to. Is like you look at DOJ, look at Ketsui, look at Mushi. Mushi might be a little weaker than DOJ and Ketsui in terms of first stages, but basically you want to, or Resi 4 is really good about this too, right? Like think of the intro to Resi. You're just like in it. It just goes, right? Same thing with Demon Souls. A lot of these games that really helped bring players into a new style of gameplay, they just go. They get in it. So that would be my actual idea. And then in terms of like a system that might help, I think something that is small scale, that connects you with your friends, lets you kind of share your experience a little bit, but without it being like generally diffused across the internet, because who gives a shit? Like general stranger and wherever, do they care about what you're doing? No, but your friend, your friend from college or whoever you're playing with. So I think that would be my my thought there, Frankie, is really focus on that difficulty curve and level design, make that really quick and snappy, and introduce the core concepts of the game as quick as possible, rather than trying to diffuse them over a long period of time. John asks for $11 donation. Thank you very much, or €11 donation. Thanks so much, John. First of all, I love your content, Mark. Thoughts on SNK fighting games such as KOF and Sam Show? I love KOF. KOF is probably my favorite 2D fighting game. I've really growing fond of Street Fighter 2 Super Turbo as well. And KOF is really adjacent to that. Like KOF and Super Turbo have a lot in common. I'm talking about old KOF, obviously. But I love KOF. It's probably my favorite 2D fighting game series, along with like old school Street Fighter. I used to be more into Third Strike, and I do like Third Strike. But one thing that I love about KOF and Super Turbo is the speed, but also like how up close those games are. Especially with that instant throw system and stuff. They're so fast paced, but I don't know. I need to put better words to this because it's hard to articulate, but there's a real immediacy to these games that I think it makes sense why they were the pioneers and why they caught on so well, is because they feel far more immediate than modern fighting games. Modern fighting games, ironically, they feel too strategic. They feel too like, okay, you got to learn this, then you got to learn that, and you got to learn this. But it's all very system heavy, like combos are system heavy. Learn how the meters work. Learn how the drive impact work. Like learn all of these systems. This is the running theme of today's stream, because I guess I'm really jazzed on this idea. You learn all these systems, but you avoid tactics. It's like you don't get to the tactics until you learn your combos, till you learn your this and that and this. KOF, Street Fighter 2 Super Turbo, and I guess Third Strike as well. Alpha as well, though I don't really know Alpha that well. I've only played a little bit. But those games, you just get right into it. You just go, right? And you're already playing mind games. You're already playing mix-ups. Like, Bog and I played KOF 2002 Unlimited Match, and neither of us are like experts in that game, and we were having an insane amount of fun. It was so fun. Yeah. And did we know all of like the combo systems and all the crazy ass meters and stuff like that? No, but there's just the baseline hop system, the super jump system, the rolls, the throws, all of that stuff is just so immediate and satisfying that, yeah, I just think that's why they're so enduring, right? That's why they're so enduring, because you can't get that feeling in a modern fighting game. You can't get 2002 Unlimited Match in a new fighting game. You just can't. That's why actually people asked if I was interested in Mark of the Wolves, the new one, Art of whatever it is, the new Art of the Wolves or whatever it was. And I was like, well, that game couldn't have come out at a worse time for me personally, because I have just discovered the joys of Unlimited Match. Oh, thanks so much, Jam.
Thoughts on versus shmups, like Twinkle Star Sprites, where shooting sends hazards to the opponent.
Yes.
I like them, but wish there was more PvP interaction.
Yes, Mewjam. That's such a great question. But getting back to KOF, City of the Wolves, I think that's what it's called. That game could not have come out at a worse time because I have just discovered the joys of 2002 Unlimited Match. And that port is fucking amazing. 2002 Unlimited Match on Steam is one of the best fighting game ports I've ever played. It's crazy how good that port is. It's not perfect rollback or anything, but the rollback is pretty damn good. Bog and I are across the world from each other, and it was still really playable. And it's got all of these modes. The art is insane. You practice modes, and I only needed to, I'm not practicing high level setups. It's just like quick into practice mode. All right, let me learn this little setup real quick while Bog's taking a break, and then come back, and all of a sudden I'm like doing shit. He's like, "What the hell?" So all of this stuff. So then I'm like all into Unlimited Match, and I'm like, I need to like tell everyone, drop whatever you're playing and let's all play Unlimited Match. Let's all do it. And I know 2002 is on Fightcade, and I could get into Fightcade and everything, but it is fun to like just play your friends on Steam and stuff with Unlimited Match. Yeah, anyway, so I was like really getting jazzed on 2002 Unlimited Match, and then City of the Wolves come out, and you like look at them side by side. It's like, okay, come on, dude. You think I'm gonna play that when I've discovered this game? And it's like cheap, it's affordable. Yeah, it's crazy how good that game is. So 98, I also understand. I have 98. I have all the Unlimited Matches. I have 98, 2002, and I'm not good enough at either of them that it really matters. So if people want to play me 98 and beat the hell out of me, they can do that. If they want to beat me up in a limited match, they can do that. Though I think some of my experience playing Melee and stuff like weirdly translates to old school KOF, because KOF has a lot of these like short hop into throw mix-ups, and you do that in Melee all the time. Like you do these short hop into throw, empty lands, short hop into like stepping back. You do a lot of that in KOF as well. It's pretty cool. And then the rolls, Melee has rolls as well. Roll into throw, roll into hop or whatever. So, and I love the throw system of that game. I love the hold forward and you do that immediate throw rather than the command throw. I used to prefer command throws because I played Street Fighter 4 and I was used to them, but these days I'm all about the contextual throw. I think it's way better than the command throw. So do I love Sam Show? I haven't played much, but to KOF I'm all about it. I love old school KOF big time. I was even playing it single player. That's how much I liked it. I was playing like matches against the bots, and I got into like the bosses and shit. Whew. Yeah, and it has like challenge mode, endless mode. The modes are great. Even has like leaderboards for the challenge mode and stuff. If I could like just recommend a fighting game release, 2002 Unlimited Match is definitely one that's easy to recommend for sure. Okay. Let me get caught up. Okay. Cyber Knight asked earlier, Doronpachi Reignite is handled by Cave. Thoughts? So I talked a little bit about this earlier, Cyber Knight, but I guess I'll expand on them a little bit. So I'm definitely going to cover it when it comes out. And the pressing concern at the moment is, are they going to deliver us core Cave content, or are they just going to give us watered down beginner mode stuff? Because DFK is the most accessible in the series by far, much more so than SDOJ. And I did say they would have new stages and stuff, so that's interesting. But what I want to see is I want to see like a meaty Cave release in terms of difficulty, in terms of challenge, in terms of like just something you can't get anywhere else. Because I think right now we have enough beginner content, we have enough introductory content, we have that. The shmups have that. What we don't have enough of is new, hardcore, like well-developed, take no prisoners type of stuff. And Cave obviously are capable of creating that by far, but will they actually do that for Reignite, or is this going to be kind of more of that introductory M2 arrange modes type of stuff? Because what's funny is I was thinking about arrange modes, and that's probably going to be a big thing in Reignite, And I'm starting to find that what I want in an orange mode is something that is a little crazier than arcade mode, right? Because if you release, like, for example, all of the beginner ranges in DOJ, right? When they came out, I was like, oh, this is good. This is good to help people get into the game and stuff. And at the time, that's how it felt. But now looking back on it, it's like, yeah, but what about after that point? Like, whereas on the PS2 port, there's something called like Death Label or Death Mode or something like that, where you have to like fight two bosses at once and stuff. And that's just more interesting. It's just more interesting. And so I feel like as of late, a lot of the recent ranges and modes, they're too gentle. They're not pushing beyond the arcade mode enough. So that's what I want to see in Reignite. I want to see them. They're going to have new stages, and they'll probably have a bunch of introductory mechanics and stuff. But along with that, they need to bring the heat. That's all fine or whatever, but they got to bring the heat. They got to bring the real cave sauce to the game. Otherwise, it's going to feel really underwhelming. Not necessarily that it'll be bad or anything, but it will feel underwhelming. So, yeah, I hope that. And I answered this a little bit earlier as well, Cyberknight, if you want to hear more about that. TestTube asks, have you seen the trailer for Castlevania Belmont's Curse? What do you think about the return of 2D? Well, TestTube, let's take a look at the trailer real quick. Basically, there's one thing I want to know. There it is. I see it right here in the Wikipedia article for it. So, it says right here, it's a Symphony of Night style game. So that doesn't surprise me at all, not in the slightest. They see Hollow Knight and they're like, yeah, we're getting in on that. Our Silk Song, they're like, yeah, it's time. It's time to get back into that. Here's the problem. And I talked all about this. I did a review of the Dominus collection, and so I really dug into that for the Dominus collection. But the real problem with this is that if they just make an exploration baby mode Castlevania, there's a lot of that already. And I feel like that's exactly what they're going to do. What made Silksong good and why I liked it is because it started to push the fundamentals. It started to push punishment, push enemy encounters. It's funny because Ninja Gaiden 4 and Silksong were back to back, right? And if you made a prediction and said, okay, one of these games, there's two games coming out, Ninja Gaiden 4 and Silksong. One of them is going to cause a very large scale focused conversation about the role of difficulty in games and have literal like Reddit threads and really complex posts and meaningful discussion about the role of difficulty in video game design. And the other one is going to be basically accepted universally by casual players. In what universe would you predict that the one that is causing conversations about runbacks, about punishment, about difficulty, about group enemy encounters is Silksong? And the one that everyone's like, yeah, it's fine, whatever, it's fine. No, yeah, great. Is Ninja Gaiden 4? Ninja Gaiden 4 should have been the one that was pissing off mainstream reviewers. I don't think anyone ever has quite pointed this out. Maybe I did in my review, maybe not. I can't remember. But like Ninja Gaiden 4, remember Ninja Gaiden 2? I did it because I remember showing a clip of people talking about Ninja Gaiden 2. They're like, this game is insane. This game is like out of control. That a hardcore character action game should do that. That's what the effect should be. You can't have Metroidvanias and Souls being the games pushing forward the discussion about difficulty, and yet they are. So basically, the question is with this Castlevania Belmont's Curse, if it's all Silksong-ified, if they're like, you know what, Silksong went nuts and they made it crazy with the enemy encounters, and it's not really that hard. That's the funny part. Like, I thought Silksong was like, oh, it has a sense of difficulty and stuff, but it's not like crazy or anything. But so if they brought that energy into Castlevania, like if they actually did that, that would be really cool. Like if it was like that. But if it's another Symphony of the Night type of, every boss is easy. All the combat is easy. You can just one-shot everything with builds, and the real difficulty of the game is like how much can you backdash slide quickly and turn into wolves and birds and fly through the map. Like it's just not that interesting. Bog and I talked all about this in the Patreon episode, the Topic Zone episode. There was a topic about this, like action game design. And Bog did a great analysis of the issues with Symphony of the Night. And so basically, if this game comes out, I want it to lean more towards Silksong and less towards Symphony of the Night, as funny as that sounds. Because it's going to be open exploration, so we know it's not going to be old school Castlevania. So it's not going to be that. So if they're going to do it, at least put some sense of difficulty and punishment. Don't make it just like, there's so much just generic Metroidvania. Like the world is so full of generic Metroidvania. It is one of the most oversaturated, uninteresting genres. Is just general generic Metroidvania. So, ironically, I think the only way I would be that interested in it, I'll probably review it because it's Castlevania and everything. But and they were kind of doing that a little bit with the last Castlevania, Order of Ecclesia, right? The last one, Order of Ecclesia, was kind of getting more into like punishment and difficulty. It wasn't perfect or anything, but it was getting closer to that. That's why I like that one quite a bit. So if this builds off of Order of Ecclesia and like really pushes that stuff, that would be really cool. But if it's just throwback, do you remember Symphony of the Night? Do you remember, your childhood type of stuff? That would be a bummer. Hope that answers the question, Test Tube. JDM asks, Yo, MSX. Looking forward to see you in Slam. Have new plans? Oh, yeah, I already talked about this. I'm going to be playing Ketsui. It's going to be pretty much the same thing as last year in terms of the plans and everything. I really liked how last year went, so I'm not going to try to mess around with the formula too much because I think it went really well. It's like, this is working really well. I like it a lot. Everyone had a really great time last year, so let's do it again. And all of the stuff that I'm doing different is probably not that interesting to you guys because it's like, I'm going to have a better capture card set up so I can like change setups faster and make it faster and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of content, it's going to be pretty much the same, other than you all can see me get beaten to hell by Ketsui. So that's going to be really cool. I'm really excited. Last year was so much fun, and I hope you come again. It'd be cool to see you again. Okay, Galvaroon, I hope you're still there. If not, I'm still answering your question. Thank you for the donation. That was really generous. $50, super generous of you. He asks, is 4 Remake with OG tension doable with new controls? When modding out the turn move inertia, I love this. Yes, it becomes a joke. Yes. Okay, let's get to the heart of this question. That is exactly right, because inertia is not a true limitation. The weirdness with your aiming is not a true limitation. What they do is they just obscure the OP movement, right? The game has OPS movement. And so when you remove the inertia and you remove the gun sway, it just shows that. Ironically, it clarifies the design. The design is more clear. Is it more broken? Yes, but it was broken to begin with. All the inertia and gun sway are doing is hiding its underlying problems. It's like it's like a blur filter that they put over it so you don't see. But that is a core issue with the game's design. It is a core problem with the game's design. How Resi 4 does it is the original is with state-based limitation. Hard, clear states. You're moving or you're turning. You can't do both. You have to do one or the other.
Time to play games.
That creates...
I read you.
Well, thanks so much.
Thoughts on Guilty Gear's hiatus at the time after Accent Core Plus and 2 Overture, and what are your thoughts on BlazBlue?
BlazBlue. Great questions. That's a great question. Hopefully I can do that one justice. I'm a little fuzzy on BlazBlue, but Galvaroon. Hopefully you've seen my Resident Evil 9 review, only because I actually do a pretty good job of breaking this down in that review. So if you haven't, check that out so that I'll be a little bit of shorthand here. But basically, it becomes a complete joke because there's actually no limitations. And so what has to be done is you cannot have Resident Evil 4 style gameplay with this control system. You can't, because you have no vulnerability to the enemies. They can't pin you. You have add the parry in there. They can't pin you. They can't trap you, because the commitment to either moving or turning creates vulnerabilities in your movement that the enemies can anticipate, that the enemies can strategize around, that the enemies can punish. So like if you're getting near a corner, the enemies can be programmed, like the blind claw guys. They can be programmed to just swing wildly. And if you're in a corner, you can't get around them. They're good about walking you down, pushing you into corners. But if you can strafe, corners can't really contain you that well. You can't be contained super well. And so what they have to do in Remake is they just have to make the enemies charge you, just run at you. But you have a gun. It's like doing a bayonet charge into a machine gun. I mean, you can try it, but you're armed with a gun. You can just shoot their ass. And so then, like you said, you remove the gun sway, and it's just even more of a problem because you can hit everything. And so, yeah, the old saying, don't bring a knife to a gunfight. You have to really limit, because it's also you can move while aiming in Resi 4 Remake, whereas in OG, you have to stand while you aim. So if you take the commitment to shoot at something, there is, with enemy overlap especially, right? You've got two enemies, one on the left, one on the right. You take a stand, you turn, you shoot the one on the left. Meanwhile, the one on the right is coming in, right? So there's a trade-off there. Which one's more risky? And you can just get locked down by enemies because of this, because everything has commitment. But if you remove the sense of commitment, you can just move to the left and shoot the guy on the left and just walk around him. You're not stuck. You're not cornered. So there's no opportunity for the enemies. So there is an answer to this. And the answer is, what if you give the enemies guns? What if the enemies can shoot you so that all of your mechanics make sense? Like you can crouch walk and get behind cover. You can lean around corners. You can move while aiming. You can do all of this type of stuff that are from cover shooters. So if you're going to have the mechanics of a cover shooter, then what you need to do is you need to have the enemies of a cover shooter. So you need to give the enemies ranged weapons. They need to have guns. They need to have grenades. They need to have things that can hit you while you move. So, I don't remember. There's like an old Medal of Honor where you had like an insane amount of strafe. And me and my brother, we'd both like circle each other, trying to shoot each other while strafing. And, eventually you can't outstrafe the machine gun fire. So that you basically need to create something that can break strafe. And that's going to be guns. I guess what you could do is have the enemies just have insane fast movement and speed, but that's going to open up a lot of issues. And the way they deal with that in Resi 9 is like, just give you a parry. That'd be fine. But the enemies aren't even that fast. The enemies are toned down, I think, in Resi 9 compared to Remake 4. It's been a while since I played Remake 4, obviously, but I think they are toned down in Resi 9. They don't rush you as much. But that's kind of basically all they can do. And then also, I pointed out in the Mercs analysis, if you go back and watch my Mercs tier list, we talk about Resident Evil 4 Remake Mercs at the end. You can just post up in a corner a lot of the time, and you have so much firepower that they can't even do anything about it. So, so the answer is you got to add in more projectile elements with the enemies. They need to be able to shoot you or grenade you or attack you from distances, basically. Or you need to create limitations with the player's movement. Something's got to give. Either you got to limit the player or you've got to buff and empower the enemies, one or the other. Because right now it's a complete joke. Like you said, it's a complete joke. And what's the logic? I love the idea of like, well, just add more movement inertia. Just add more. If you add so much movement inertia you can't move, maybe that'll work. Just make it so it's like it takes 5 seconds before you move. It's like, all right, we're going to pin the corner because it takes 5 seconds for the player to move. Yeah, but then at that point, the state-based limitation will not only feel better, but it will actually make more sense. So, yeah, that's why, Galvaroon, that's why your analysis of removing the inertia and removing the gun sway and stuff is completely on point. Because, it just clarifies the design issue even more. It brings it to light. You see it. You can't hide behind inertia anymore. So thank you so much for the really generous donation. I really appreciate that. So yeah, if your friends are like modding Resi 4, just tell them, okay, start giving the enemies guns. And it just becomes vanquished by the end. They keep modding it, and they're like, okay, we moved the inertia, we removed the gun sway, there's the cover movement, right? And we added like a roll you can do, and then we gave the enemies guns, and then we like made levels where the enemies can like hide behind things. It's like, and then we gave them grenades, and then we made like bosses that come in, and you have to fight them while you're. Yeah, it's like, oh, you just made vanquish. So. That would be awesome though. If someone made a mod of Resident Evil 4 Remake, turns it into like a legit cover shooter. It's crazy how much that makes sense. I didn't realize how much until I played Resi 9 and they introduced the enemies with guns. And I was like, wait a minute, the game makes sense. So it still feels like kind of crappy, but it makes sense. So that would be my analysis there. You got to actually arm the enemies. Retroman asks, who is my best hater? Okay, this is not a hater, okay? I do not want to classify this man as a hater because that would be unfair. And I actually really like him. And this is someone that is not YouTube famous or anything. But when I first joined the shmup community, there was a player named Bananamatic. And Bananamatic had an abrasive way of speaking and presenting himself. But I really enjoyed it because I'm not kidding. He helped push me further in Dodonpachi than more than I think he realizes. Because basically what happened is the shmup community is so is like really kind and supportive, and I think that's good. But I think having a Bananamatic hanging around kind of helps sometimes because it gives you like for example, I was asking Banana, like, okay, how do I dodge Hibachi's final attack? Like, how do I do this? Like, what's the strategy here? Like, and and there is actually strategy to this. There's like tactics and things you can do. But Bananas was just like, just dodge. You just got to dodge it, bro, or whatever he said. And I was like, but the way he said it, I was like, maybe I'm overthinking this maybe a little bit. And I think his personality like helped demystify the genre a lot. And I really appreciated that because a lot of, like, you know what I mean? Like, when you talk to certain fighting game players, I think fighting game players, it's easier to understand this. Some fighting game players, probably myself to some degree, we will really romanticize things and will really make it seem like, whoa, this is, like, insane, and, we can't help it. And then you talk to one guy, it's like, it's not that hard. You just block, dude. You just block it. You just uppercut. When they jump, you uppercut. And you're like, oh, okay. And that's really hard to find in shmups because shmups are just a really tough genre. But I honestly was really motivated because, like, nothing impressed Banana. Nothing. I think he said, like, getting a 600 million in Dodonpachi, which is like a superhuman feat of skill. I think he was like, that's free. Like, babies can do that. And obviously that's not true. But the fact that he, like, demystified the genre so much actually encouraged me to some degree because I was like, I guess it must be possible. Like, Banana thinks it's really easy, so it must not be that insane. Versus, like, sometimes I think we can kind of psych people out a little too much because, the games are very difficult. But I'm just saying, like, having a Banana hanging around, just being like, it's not that hard. Like, for example, if you were talking about beginner modes, Banana would be like, why do you need a beginner mode? The game's already easy. A baby could clear the game. Why do you need a beginner mode? Something like that. So he wasn't a hater in like a proper sense or anything, but he was someone that I think people could easily classify as him being like negative or whatever. But I don't know. Just something about his personality I really appreciated. And I don't think he plays shmups anymore or anything, but I thought he was really cool. Obviously, probably has all kinds of issues, God knows what. But in terms of my interaction with him, I thought he was pretty fun to talk to. And he would nothing was ever funny. You could never make him laugh. You could never make him, like, happy in any kind of way. Is amazing. Hyper Newbie, $5. AA Game Dev here, making a BH Cosmetic horror game shmup called Astra Singularity. Love your channel. Would love to chat about your thoughts on AAA design someday too. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, if you want to talk to me, Sorry, taking a drink of water. The best places to contact me are either through Discord or through Patreon, because I check those. I don't check anything else. I mean, I check the comments on my YouTube videos after I upload them, but I practice like self-preservation with like online venturing into the outside world, because the internet is harsh and will crush you sometimes. So I found that my life's much healthier and my mental state is much clearer, and I can focus on what I'm doing if I keep the channels of communication to me somewhat limited. So those are the best ways to contact me. Yeah, and AAA design, I think Hyper Newbie, the big one I talked about a little bit earlier when someone asked about like if there was a AAA dev making a shmup, what would I want them to do? And I talked about how like you would think the most like properly intellectual answer would be, okay, you're going to add this system and add that system, and you're going to make it like this and that. And games have already done that. And if you want like the perfect example of a game that does that commercially, like if you want your game to be really commercial, Star of Providence does it, like does it all, and does it better, I think, than pretty much everyone else. And that's why it's like this massive mega hit. And it's also like low cost. It's like everything, right? I'm sure we are going to get a big pile of Star Providence style games, and it's not going to be a mystery why. But if you're asking me, what AAA has to offer shmups that I would really appreciate is production value. And the thing about it is there's like this principle that I've noticed that's like the more production value you give a game, the less hardcore, the less skill intensive it can be, because you got to recoup the cost of the production value or whatever. But for me, what would be the most interesting is that you don't compromise those things. You just throw the production value at a core, well-made game. And I've seen enough beginner shmups now, and like enough shmups trying to do like the hybrid crossover thing, that it's not terrible, but it's not that effective either. So that's what I find personally like really interesting. Like if there was a AAA game dev really seriously approaching shmups, it's like a little bit of moment of humility for a AAA game dev to be like, okay, maybe shmups have figured out a lot of aspects of design that are just ahead of a lot of other genres. And so then rather than trying to reinvent them or subvert them or change them, what if I just try to elevate them and really celebrate them with some amazing graphics and just well-made polished design, which I think is hard to do, by the way. It's not like you can just do it. Even if you try to do it, I think it's really hard. So that would be my thought on the AAA space. And I think this is why AAA developers probably won't ever be that interested in shmups, because the answer to this actually already exists. If it's not Star of Providence, if you're even more AAA-ified, it's Vampire Survivors, right? Like that question has been answered. If you want to ask, like, what is the most commercially viable way to mutate shmups into something that sells? Vampire Survivors. There you go. That exists. And look up. Go ahead and look on Steam, shmup or bullet hell. It's like an ocean of Survivors clones. It's like you have to dig now to find any like actual shmups. It's crazy. So yeah, I could not be less interested in that style of design. I don't think that's what you're doing, but I do actually want to comment, Hyper Newbie, on your horror point, because that I think has a lot of potential. Because one genre that
Time to play games. I read you.
Oh, thanks so much.
Capcom would never do the OG tank control style again. BC average PPL hate it.
Exactly.
But why? Like what happened where control schemes that people totally played fine back in the day are now unplayable trash?
I know, right? I don't know, Galvaroon. I'll get to your comment here shortly, but this is a genuine mystery to me. I wish I could tell you like a real, like, oh, okay, on Wednesday in 2007. I don't know. Well, how? I don't know how. I have suspicions, I guess. I'll give you to my suspicions, but I think it's kind of it is weird how it ended up this way. That's not super obvious, but just to finish off on the AAA shmup point, survival horror, I think, is a really cool crossover idea with shmups. Like, if there is one genre that I think would be interesting to cross with shmups, it is survival horror. And here's why. One, the aesthetics. Angel at Dusk,
Time to play
Has-
games. I read ya.
has a little bit.
What do you think of original Killer Instincts?
Oh, thanks so much. Oh, okay. Oh, great question. Oh, yeah. Hold on. The chat is like slowing down, and I'm scared to refresh it because sometimes it like loses comments if I refresh it. Thanks so much, Bandcamp. I'll get to you 1 second. I played the crap out of the SNES version of Original Killer Instinct. I'll tell you that much. But just on the survival horror shmup thing, the aesthetics, but also one thing that I think survival horror has that is cool that could actually blend with shmups really well is an emphasis on consequences and on depowering the player. Or once upon a time, that's what survival horror had, right? Like old school survival horror, you're weak, you're helpless, you're underpowered, the enemies are threatening and terrifying. That actually lines up pretty well with what a shmup could be like. Like if you presented a shmup in a survival horror context, I think survival horror fans would be one of the few groups of like mainstream players that would like get it because they'd be like, "Oh, you're weak, you're vulnerable, the enemies kill you in one hit. This makes sense. This makes some sense, right?" Versus like a lot of general action games now, you're like look at Leon in Resident Evil 9. See, this is why once upon a time, Resident Evil 9 and Leon is like he's like Dante, basically. He's so powerful now. He's got parries. He's got guns. He can just stealth kill things for some reason. Like, he can do everything. He's like an ultimate killing machine. He's like the Doomslayer now. So survival horror might be losing this, but like, you know, the main type of survival horror stuff, that emphasis on being weak and depowered, I think would actually fit well with shmups because that's the idea, right? You're like this fragile. You have obviously a lot of firepower, but one hit takes you out. One mistake kills you. You have to route. You have to plan your resources. There's a lot of overlap potential with survival horror and shmups. I would be super interested to see one. If someone made a survival horror shmup, I would be there day one, just out of design curiosity. What's happening here? So I think that could be actually really cool, is if you could manage to combine those two aspects together. And the key would be you have to retain that vulnerability of the player, the weakness of the player. I think that would be really awesome. And then just aesthetically, it'd be so cool, right? Because survival horror aesthetics are amazing. It's one of my favorite genres aesthetically. But sometimes you don't get that like core, really dense, difficult game combat and stuff. So that's one reason why I think Resi 4 like does such a great job. It's not a shmup. But Resi 4, I talked about this in my review of Silver Bullet. Resi 4 definitely has some like gallery shooter, arcade influences type of things happening. So, yeah, that would be awesome if it's pulled off well, obviously. Jaeger asks, would you be interested in covering stealth ImSim style games? So I just learned what ImSim is the other day, Jaeger, because I thought ImSim was like Sims. So for like years now when people talked about ImSim, I'm like, oh yeah, The Sims. But no, apparently ImSim is like Deus Ex and Thief and like those types of games. So I know what you're saying now, because when people would ask me about ImSims, I'd be like, what, The Sims? They're pretty cool. Like, oh, those games. So I haven't really played very much ImSim, but I have played a lot of stealth, and I do like stealth games a lot. And yes, so I would love to cover like a new Hitman game. You know, just speaking of Hitman, I really love Hitman Blood Money, and I liked Hitman 1, I guess it was called, like the new Hitman. But the problem with the newer Hitmans, so Hitman 2 again and Hitman 3 again, or whatever their new ones are called, is that they got way too games of servicey. Way too games of servicey. Because the thing I like about Blood Money is it actually has a lot of cool stuff. It's like open-ended, routing, but there's ranks. There's counter incentives. There's scoring, and it has like that notoriety system. It isn't great because you can just checkpoint it, but it is something. It's like rank. It's like the notoriety system is like this kind of underdeveloped version of rank. That's pretty cool. So if you took a system like that and really pushed it, that would be really cool. The problem with notoriety, though, is that it doesn't punish silent assassin and like perfect play. It only punishes crappy play. It should punish perfect play. You should have like, it should get harder. Like if you silent assassin, I don't know. I have to think about this, but yeah, I would love to cover a stealth game, especially something along the lines of a new Hitman. but they went way too far with the newer ones into games as service territory. They went all about it, and I don't think it really worked out that well, because I was into the first one, and then the second one was like an expansion pack thing, and then the third one's another expansion pack, and then I remember playing a level, I think in the second one, that's like the size of it's like 3 cities put together. It's like Sim City. It's huge, and you lose any sense of level design. You lose any. If you make the level design giant, turns out you lose a sense of design. So that's the big problem with a lot of stealth now, is a lot of stealth. Here's the problem with stealth, Jaeger. A lot of the new stealth games is they got devoured by the open world concept thanks to MGS5. And now a lot of the sense of like crafted, focused level design is gone. And actually, because I was talking to Bog about this while working on the Resident Evil 9 review, is that classic survival horror and stealth actually have a lot of design overlap and have a lot of design similarities with one another.
Time to play games.
To the
I
point.
read ya.
Oh, thanks so much.
You should Paley Thief one dude.
Yes. So I played Thief Deadly Shadows, and I enjoyed that, but apparently that's not like, proper Thief or whatever. That's like Splinter Cell Thief. But I remember playing Thief Deadly Shadows and being into it. So I should play the first Thief. That'd be cool. Yeah, these types of games would be cool to check out because their design. Oh, here comes the saxophone again. The design isn't as analyzed as much or something. They're interesting. So, yeah, I would love to cover stealth games. The idea of emergent design. Here's the funny thing about emergent design, is that it can mean something either really stupid or really cool based off of what people are trying to say, because it is kind of a hold on, we gotta get away from the saxophone. Next time I'm gonna cut this from the track so we don't have to listen to it. Because some people talk about emergent design as like, this very, I don't know, grand, like vague thing. But if emergent design means tactics, if it means strategy in the gameplay, that's good, right? So like, for example, if you're playing Advanced Wars or something, or Brood War, for example, Brood War, your build order, and you have to like shift your build order based off of what's happening in the game. Is that emergent design or is that tactics? So in that sense, I think it's really good if it's talking about like tactical things you have to take into account, like the context of the interaction. But if it gets into that like kind of weird, like vague, open-ended concept, I think that's less meaningful. So it just depends. So I guess I'll see when if I play like a old ImSim game and I find like interesting tactical decision making happening. Okay, so Metal Gear Trusty donated $30. That's really generous. Talked to me before about helping my videos, helping with understanding his experience with games and understanding why elevator sections and beat 'em ups are really good. Yeah, so thanks so much again. Michael Smith, do you play? Oh, this is one of those very interesting questions that I've been thinking about talking about, but I felt like it's a little too, what's it called, like self-absorbed to make like an actual video on or anything. But do I play games exclusively for my job, or do I still spend time playing games for fun, personal enjoyment? So I think this is a really interesting question to answer, because it's like, on one sense, no. Like, now shifting into playing games, like reviewing games professionally and like doing this as my career and everything. No, there's no such thing as like casual gaming anymore. It just doesn't exist. Like, I cannot play a game casually other than if I'm around other casual people. Like, that's the only way. So if I go over to my friend's house and he's playing some casual game, in order not to be a snobbish douche, I will like transform myself into like a casual and like just try to turn off as much analysis in my mind as possible. But that's only because of like social reasons. But if I'm playing a game by myself, it is impossible. It cannot be turned off. I cannot engage with games casually anymore. It just does not happen. But so this is I think the dividing point, that can either be good news or bad news, is how much does that naturally overlap with my natural relationship with video games and how much does it not? So, for example, I listen to music almost purely casually. So, I think I didn't answer any kind of cool bands other than Swans. I listened to that last question. I'm drawing a little blank there, but yeah, I listen to music pretty casually, so I can enjoy pop music and things like that. And I don't feel like there's not a strong critical mechanism in my head for music as much as there is for books, writing, and video games. So that I can enjoy more casually. But even when I was a casual gamer, right, I was one of those guys with like really strong opinions on games, really intense feelings about games. That's always been my relationship with the medium, and so that is definitely has intensified. But one thing that I've been doing that I think is really helpful is that, like, trying to explore my instincts a little bit more, be open to my instincts. So, for example, let's say there's a casual game that I'm playing and I'm liking something about it, rather than just being like, oh, this is a casual game, it's garbage. Like, okay, something is happening here somewhere that is working. What is it? Let's track this down. Let's hunt. Let's search. Because sometimes, like, pretty casual, sloppy games can sometimes have, oh, that's a good idea. That works. And the more that I do reviewing games, you start to realize, on one hand, no game is perfect, like, at all. The more you spend time criticizing games, whatever favorite game you have that you think is like the epitome of perfection in design, you're going to find issues with it. So that you have to just, and I've never really been too concerned about that. But on the other hand, too, you have to also be open-minded to maybe some games that you're dismissive of. If you play them and are connecting with them, what is happening, why? But the biggest part for me is that, but there is a other side to this, where kind of the sad part about it. So that's the good part, is like it elevates your relationship with games. It makes playing games kind of more meaningful in some ways. But the sad part about it is that sometimes you can't play games you just want to play because it cannot translate into content. It cannot translate into your career in any way. For example, if I had my way, I would probably spend 3 months just playing Brood War, just trying to improve at Brood War, just trying to like get a foothold in that game and being somewhat proficient in the game because I like it so much. I like watching it so much. I'm really interested in it. I've always really liked it. But I just cannot do that. I can't be like, guys, we're taking a 3-month timeout from the channel so I can play Brood War and make no videos. So that's actually the biggest one. It's much more of the time constraint than it is necessarily like an emotional thing, because the games that you kind of were meh about in the past, you become more critical of. But certain games you foster a much stronger appreciation for them. So, for example, Ketsui right now. I'm playing Ketsui, the suicide bullets. I'm seeing the suicide bullets with so much more appreciation than I think I would have been able to if I hadn't been analyzing and criticizing games. Like how dynamic of an element that is, how much tactics and depth it adds. Because they are quite annoying. So when you first, like, going from Dodonpachi, which doesn't have suicide bullets, into Ket, I remember being, like, annoyed by them. I was like, listen, get out of my way. I'm trying to play. But I'm realizing, and then, like, the idea of scalability, the suicide bullets really lean into that and add a lot of great scalability. So the games that basically what ends up happening is that the games you're meh about, you kind of become, they cease to exist. You don't really care about them. Like, if it's a game you kind of like, it doesn't, you feel no reason to play them. The games that you really like, you feel kind of compelled to play them. But then sometimes you can't translate that into any sort of meaningful content. Or if you can, it's like, it takes too much time, right? So I'm sure I could make a fucking amazing Brood War video about, like, really in-depth stuff about it. But I can't spend 3 months learning to play Brood War as much as I would want, or however long, or certain games like that. So shmups, I actually have more of a ability to do that since I have a lot more legacy skill. So that would be kind of the good and bad of it, Michael, is that you appreciate the games you like a lot more, and you're much better at like sorting through games and getting something emotionally out of games. But at the same time, it just constrains what you can play, especially if it's like old and niche, right? Luckily, since I have Shmup Slam and I have a history of covering arcade games and stuff, I can feasibly sit and play Ketsui for a month, and maybe a month might be a bit overkill, but like play Ketsui on and off, basically, like in my free time for a month or 2 or 3 or however long it takes. And really appreciate that. So it just comes back, a lot of it comes back to time pressure more than anything else. So, but I don't want to miss the last part of the question. When does it feel like an obligation? You know what's funny is I thought it would be playing games that feels like an obligation, and that really only happens with like AAA games that I'm not super interested in playing. But the critical side of the game of playing often overrides that. So like Resident Evil 9, like if I just had to play that casually, I wouldn't get past, like just for my own personal playthrough, I would stop really quickly. But like the aspect of analyzing it and seeing all the detail of the design and stuff helps playing it not feel like totally clocking in, even though sometimes it can kind of feel that way a little bit. But the part that really feels like obligation is recording and editing. I mean, I'm sure every YouTuber says this, but it's really true. Like the part that feels like obligation, it isn't like expressing my feelings like I am now and like expressing that, because that is always the most satisfying part of it. Always is like when you get the video done, always the most satisfying part. But what happens is sometimes it's like, well, I need to record, but I'm tired, or I need to edit, but I'm tired. It's like the grind aspect of it sometimes can be really hard. But also if you don't grind, it is so easy to not make anything. Like it's time can slip through your fingers so quickly. You blink and it's been 2 weeks. That's how it feels. I release a video, I blink, it has been 2 weeks. I'm like, oh shit, I need to make a video. It's been 2 weeks. So that's the part that's really tough. It's just like keeping up with the upload schedule, keeping up with the editing and all of that. But also sometimes that pressure makes diamonds too, right? So it's a balancing act, because some pressure actually helps you bring shit together and like make it happen. But too much pressure and it's like, ooh, hell. But I'm pretty good about finding that balance. So sometimes, like for example, Resi 9, I was planning to get it out a certain day, but it ended up being like, oh, I need to add this section because I feel like it's important to add. I'm just going to have to add it. I'm going to have to edit it. I'm going to have to double check the entire video 25 times. So I'm pretty good about giving myself a little bit of extra time if I need to. That's why my release schedule is a little bit more chaotic than like a proper like every Saturday. Like I try to do it within every 2 weeks or so, but the creative process, it can get away from you. So I hope that was an interesting answer to the question. S. John asks, have I heard of the Way of the Samurai games? Making sure I'm still recording here. Good. I feel like it's an interesting usage case for meta progression. Interesting. So I've not played these games. Meta progression, that's interesting. Hold on a sec. So I can't speak to those games directly, S. John, but I gave myself a little intellectual challenge the other day because obviously I'm very critical of meta progression. And I thought, okay, what would be an interesting usage of meta progression? Like, how would you make this idea interesting and not cause many of the issues that it does? And I actually thought of something really interesting, which if a game did this, I think it would be pretty cool. Which is, what if you did meta progression, but backwards, not forwards? So rather than eternally powering up until you blow up the game, what if you did meta progression where you lost strength, you lost resources, you lost? So it's like the beginning of, like, if you think about it like a run-based game, right? Your first run is the run that's the most powerful. And then as you go through the game, you continue to lose power more and more and more until you get into the final run where you just got like a stick, until it's pure fundamental. And then, but then once you beat that, then that unlocks, I don't know, TLB or something. This is like just a very off the top of the head type of idea. But the problem with meta progression is that it lines up with, how do I say it? I'm going to change the track. The problem with meta progression is that it coincides too much with skill progression, and so it kind of overrides it, right? Because if you think of skill progression, the more you play the game without any meta progression, so just like an arcade game, the more of the play you play the game, the more familiar you get with it, the more you route, the more consistent you become. So the game naturally becomes easier because of skill progression. Now you add in meta progression into this system, and what happens is you get both statistical power-ups, and like the game is literally becoming easier, and you're becoming more familiar and more skilled. And so you get those two together, and it just overrides the skill progression, right? Skill progression ends up getting overridden by statistical power-ups and shit like that. Or if it's not overridden, then at least it gets subverted to some way, right? Because the skill progression would be clearer and more sharp without the meta progression. So one way that would be kind of interesting is if you reversed the relationship. So as you get more skilled and more familiar with the game literally gets harder. You lose resources, you lose power, you lose whatever they are. So that by the time you hit the end of the game, it actually makes skill progression really sharp because you have to get really good. And then deaths would be extremely punishing because not only would you like die, but you'd actually like lose resources. The problem with this, of course, is what people would do is probably like reset their save files or whatever. But if they have to go around the system, that's not something you can totally prevent. But I think it would be more interesting of a sense of design because ultimately, one way or another, if you're just powering the player up the more they play, you are overriding skill progression in some fashion. So I think kind of an interesting way to do this would be you would take away from the player the more they play. But of course, that would like blow people's minds. They'd be so angry about that. That would piss them off so much. But it would be genuinely really interesting, I think. So that's what, if I were to be interested in a meta progression system, that's what I'd be interested in. A system that decays rather than gets more powerful. And I guess some systems have stuff like that, right? But that would be my thought to that. I don't know if Way of the Samurai does anything like that. Mewjam asks, thoughts on shmups versus shmups, like Twinkle Star Sprites, where sending hazards to the opponent, but I wish there was more PvP. Yeah, so I think PvP shmups are on to something. I definitely agree. There's something really cool about them, but I don't think they're quite there, right? They're missing something. I think both you and I agree. There's something missing from this format, but it's hard to pinpoint what exactly. Because if you have the players just shooting each other, I mean, that could kind of work, but it's going to be like kind of janky. I don't know what exactly. I wish I could tell you, Mew. I wish I had the answer, but I definitely know what you mean. There's something missing from PvP shmups because I guess the difference is that like the PvP shmups, it kind of changes the skill proposition of the genre a little too much, right? Like it doesn't line up super well with regular shmups in terms of their skill set and that kind of thing. It does, to some degree, but yeah, how could you take the skill set of like routing, memorization, improvisation, like all the different things that regular shmups have, and translate them into a PvP format? Because what's funny is that rhythm games, as I understand from recently, is that a lot of rhythm games don't have that much memo as an aspect. So they kind of naturally lend themselves more to a PvP format because it's literally all about improvisation, at least some rhythm games that I am aware of. So then the skill being tested is more direct. Like, who's better an improviser, you or them? That's a skill. Like, that's a consistent skill that both can be tested. So how do you do that with the shmup? Like, how do you capture some of these aspects of shmup's design? It's so hard. I'm not totally sure. One idea, which was kind of interesting, I had, is if you had like, you know how racing games have like ghost systems, and you race against people's ghosts. This could be this could kind of work. I don't know if it'd be full on PvP, but it'd be a cool way. Like, imagine if you had a replay ghost system, and you could send that to your friend, and they'd have to race your ghost for like score battles, right? So it's like, here's my stage 1 ghost, and you send it to your friend, and then your friend has to outscore your ghost, right?
Time to play games. I read
Oh, thanks so much for the donation. Thanks so much, Magellan. Thank you very much. So that would be one idea I have, Mujam, though it wouldn't be like full on PvP, but it would be cool, right? Like, imagine if you could even do this in like ports and stuff. Like, imagine you had a port of Blazing Star, and you had a stage 1 score, stage 2 score. You sent that to your friend, and your friend's like, "What the hell are you doing?" And then they have to like try to outscore you, and you could like send, and then you could have like full game ghosts where you have to like outscore their ghost. And why ghost would be cool is because a ghost wouldn't interfere with your gameplay, but they would be in the game with you, right? And you could also force your friend to replay the stage 25 times, right? Because it's a ghost instead of your actual friend. She's like, listen. And then also like the screen could focus on you, because I was playing. I went and visited Pan actually in Salt Lake this week. Went to a concert there, and me and Pan were playing Ketsui together, 2-player. And it's been a long time since I've played a 2-player shmup, and it's one of the hardest parts about playing a 2-player shmup is like, who gets control of the camera? If you go left and he goes right, who gets control of the camera? And Ketsui doesn't quite know, or I don't know what happens, but it ends up happening is like, wrestling for the camera is like really jarring. So if they were a ghost, the camera could just ignore them because they're already doing what they're doing, and the camera could just focus on you. So I don't know exactly how to get to PvP shmups directly, but I think a cool idea for like more interactivity is a ghost system. And if I could figure out a way to do this in the shmup that I'm working on, that would be really cool. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because I want to see if I can. That might be technically really hard to pull off, though, but kind of a cool idea, right? I guess I don't think it'd be that far off from a replay. I don't know. Maybe it would be. I have no idea. So that would be my idea for now, Mujam, is add in a ghost score challenge system. Simple but not so long name. Thoughts on Guilty Gear's hiatus at the time after Accent Core Plus to Overture, and what's your thoughts on BlazBlue? Yeah, wasn't that some sort of IP thing happening? Which is why he had to, they had to do BlazBlue. Well, I said this before in a stream, but I actually own every single BlazBlue game on Steam. I bought them all in a bundle together on sale, and I barely have played them. I think the most time I've actually spent playing BlazBlue was the PS Vita version or the PSP version, one of them. One of them was on PSP and PS Vita, and I played on there. And I can't fully give my analysis of BlazBlue versus Guilty Gear. I do know that I like Guilty Gear XX a lot more than BlazBlue, but not like crazy amounts more. And I think one of the things that I really like about Guilty Gear XX is, first off, it still has the contextual throws, whereas I believe BlazBlue has command throws, like, press 2 buttons, you grab, versus Guilty Gear, you stand next to them and you just, do a heavy, throws them. So that I really like. I like that throw system better. But it's so hard because I'm not, like, Quash would really know the answer to this, like the difference between BlazBlue and Guilty Gear. But I feel like, I see I'm going to put my foot in my mouth because I don't really know, beyond the throw system, I don't really know a ton of differences between them. I know I like the feel of Guilty Gear a lot more, but in terms of balance, in terms of combat design, it's quite hard to say. I did think one of them, I think it was Central Fiction. I think that's the one. The one that had a bit of a run there at Evo and stuff. That one seemed really cool. And I was thinking about getting into it a little bit, but as soon, like, basically, okay, I'll tell you what happened with my experience with BlazBlue. I guess that might be the only interesting way I can answer this question, which is that I was thinking about getting into a little bit with Central Fiction, and then Cross Tag Battle came out, and I bought Cross Tag Battle, and I thought it was such a steaming pile of crap that I was like, nope, I'm not doing this. Oh, I really dislike Cross Tag Battle, like how automated it was. You had like an air dash button. It's like Strive, basically, right? Isn't Cross Tag Battle like the preliminary form of Strive, kind of? So, unfortunately, I think I hit BlazBlue at exactly the wrong time because by the time I was kind of getting interested in, Cross Tag came out, and I don't think that was good at all. But Central Fiction seemed really cool. So if I were to play one, I think that's the one. I think there's two of them that have like CF, right? Central Fiction. Maybe that's the only one, but that was the one. Basically, I think it's the one before Cross Tag Battle. That one seemed pretty cool. But I unfortunately don't know enough about them other than the differences and like really like really more direct stuff like the throw system. Cross Tag Battle sucks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that would be my answer there. I wish I could give you more. Also, what happened with BlazBlue? I guess because Guilty Gear came back, BlazBlue just got kind of dropped off the side of a cliff. But let's real quick. Is BlazBlue still fairly popular? I'm gonna look on Steam. That's my only metric now. Steam charts. Let's see. Whoa, there's a new one called BlazBlue Entropy Effect. I didn't even know this one existed. Is this new? BlazBlue Entropy Effect. That one has pretty solid player base, actually. So it has a fighting game, right? So it has like 700 active players on average. That's not too bad. It's not great, but it's not too bad. Central Fiction, yes, Central Fiction is the one I was thinking of. That one still has a decent-sized player base of 220 on average. I know by like modern gaming standards that sounds like nothing, but if you pass about 200, you usually have a pretty solid-ish, online pool to pull from, depending on the day and time. But yeah, so you could still play Central Fiction. You could still play this new one, Entropy Effect. I don't even know what this is. When did it come out? Let's look at the release date here. Oh, it's been out since August 2023, apparently. Yeah, so I have no idea. Entry Effect, I don't know if that's good. Is it bad? Is it better than Strive? I have no idea, but that might be something to look into. So in terms of the hiatus, I do have to say, though, Guilty Gear Xrd, that 3D sprite thing, I do think is actually really significant. So, the art that they used to make Xrd, where they used like 3D models, but then made it look like sprite and everything. I think that is a really clever bit of production, and I do understand that is like a significant, great idea. So Xrd definitely has that going for it. That's going to be really hard to compete with. But yeah, that would be my thoughts on BlazBlues. It seems like a cool alternative to Guilty Gear if you don't want to play Guilty Gear, but you want to play like an anime fighter. I just don't know the total like nuances between them, unfortunately. Capcom, getting back to Galvaroon's comment. Thank you for the donation, Galvaroon. He said Capcom would never do OG tank control style again. Yeah, they won't. You're completely right. Why? I have no idea why. All I know, the best I can think of is that like The Last of Us came out, and for some reason, every developer decided this is it. This is how you do controls. This is it. I guess maybe because of how much those controls were celebrated, how much people just lost their minds without any sort of critique of them at the time that I can think of. I'm sure there was some like, smaller reviewers or YouTubers critiquing them, but it seemed pretty much uniform when Last of Us came out that everyone was like, and this is it. This is how you make a game with good controls. Do this. And the developers were like, okay. And then that's it. So yeah, there's not like OG tank controls of Resi, like Resi 4, Resi 5. 6 kind of is more freeform with the movement. It's still like kind of there, kind of not, But 4 and 5 were really successful and popular. Like there wasn't a point where like Capcom just decided, oh, these controls have failed in a clear way, even in like a commercial sense. So I don't even know what that is, other than all I can think of is that, especially game design nowadays, something having unique controls. Controls have gotten sort of softwareified or something, where there's a real view of controls. And I think also it doesn't help that a lot of amateur YouTubers, when they were if you go back and listen to old YouTuber reviews, like the only thing they could ever bring themselves to like consistently criticize are unique control schemes, right? That's like the one thing amateur critics seem to agree on. It's like any unique control scheme, get that out of here. We don't want that. So maybe it was just like a long-term effect of every reviewer. It's because it's such a low, easy hit-to-hit target, Like, remember that's what took out God Hand. God Hand had a unique control system. Maybe it's God Hand. Maybe IGN's review of God Hand scared every single Japanese developer to ever make a tank control game ever again. Maybe that's it. Maybe I've just thought of it right here on the spot, Galvaroon. Maybe IGN's review of God Hand murdered every single tank control game in existence. Because that was it. Like they hammered the tank controls of God Hand so aggressively that maybe it shocked and terrified every single Japanese developer. They lay in bed at night sweating, thinking of the IGN God Hand review, and they're like, oh, no, no, that's what got Mikami fired. No, never again. So maybe that's it. Maybe that was it. The IGN God Hand review killed tank controls forever from mainstream games. Because that would be okay. This is interesting. I'll have to track this after God Hand, because Resi 6. No, because Resi 5 had tank controls. That's the problem. Resi 5 had tank controls. The theory almost worked, except Resi 5. But maybe the memo didn't get through. It didn't sink in. It took some time to sink in. I don't know. But for whatever reason, Galvaroon, yeah, it's definitely a no-no for some reason, whether it's the influence of Last of Us, criticism of God Hand and that type of thing. I don't know. Something like that. Maybe a combination of all of that together. So Bandcamp asks, what do I think of the original Killer Instincts? So I played the crap out of the SNES Killer Instinct, an insane amount when I was a kid. Obviously, it's broken as could be, but I have, a soft spot for it. It would be interesting, but the problem is it has a bunch of infinites, right? That's the problem. Is it would be cool to kind of see what it would look like if you played it really seriously. But from what I understand, isn't it full of infinites and those types of issues? Because I always thought the music and the aesthetics and the character design were really cool. And me and my friends played a ton, and my brother played a ton of SNES Killer Instinct. I would play Jago. I would play the Raptor guy. I would play Saberwolf. I'd play Glacius. I played Cinder. I played a ton of characters. Jade. I really like that roster of characters a lot. The original Resident Evil, the original Killer Instinct games. I like the vibe. I like the style. I really disliked the new Killer Instincts that came out without even playing them. So I can't comment on their design, though I suspect their design is way overrated, let's be honest. But their vibe, I really did not like at all. I was like, ooh. It doesn't have that the the rare magic of the original Killer Instincts in terms of like the aesthetics, the presentation, the vibe. That was never replicated, I don't think. And I played a ridiculous amount of it. But yeah, obviously it was like really broken and stuff. But I don't know. I'm not as. If you asked me 3 years ago, I would be much more dismissive and be like, listen, the metagame is broken. It cannot be played. It's not a good game. But these days, especially with like how esports is falling off, and I don't know how disenchanted I've become with like esports fighting games and stuff. I guess obviously you still want the game's balance to be like decent and everything.
Time to play games.
But
I read ya.
oh, thanks so much.
I wanted to thank you, Mark, for elevating my taste, vocabulary, and for
that's really
helping me
good.
see games in a new light. I wanted to add on the Musou games that they aren't exactly the mindless masher and that this genre has potential that I think remains untapped.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks so much. That's really generous of you for the donation. Yeah, I know I really do need to play one of these because you know what? Like an example of a game that kind of gets that reputation that I don't think is totally fair is like Gungrave. I really like Gungrave. Now, do they have a bit of that to them? Yes. But there's other elements to Gungrave that really adds some dimension and sauce, right? So I get the feeling, especially because, what happens a lot with genres and like styles of games is that they initially have more of a core vision, and then as they go on, they become kind of too entrenched in their own tropes and their own ideas. I talked about this in my Toho review where like the death bomb mechanic is exactly like that, right? Like the original death bomb mechanic had a really good idea and purpose, and it's a great mechanic. And then it's like, well, what if we like made it a little bit more lenient? And then what if we made it a little bit more lenient? And then what if we made it a little bit more lenient? And you keep adding so much leniency that it becomes, instead of like this sort of reinforcer of a concept, instead it becomes a crutch, and then it becomes an outright parry. Basically, it becomes something completely different than what it started off as, just through the act of adding leniency. And I think a lot of action genres, character action has this massively. It's a huge problem in character action where it's like, all right, the original idea of like having combos and like having their balance and more open-ended type of stuff, that's like cool. But then they push it more and push it more and push it more and push it more and more automated. And then you get to Ninja Gaiden 4. Like you begin here and then you end up with like a suck to target, all that kind of problem. So I feel like Musou, probably if I go back to the older ones, it'd be interesting to see what they were initially going for. Like what were the counter incentives? All of those types of questions, because yeah, I mean, I haven't really explored those, but they seem to have enough staying power with people because they come up a lot and people do seem to really connect with them. So there's probably a lot more to it than meets the eye. And it doesn't help that I was playing like probably the later ones that may not be as well designed. So yeah, it's like judging Ninja Gaiden 2 by Ninja Gaiden 4. I mean, I would say that's definitely old. No, that doesn't work, right? So I could see that being the same thing with Musou for sure. But I have to go back and check, have to see. But yeah, thanks so much for the donation for sure. Angie, could you actually write down what do you think would be like the best one? Like the best one for me to check out, because that would actually be helpful. Yeah, so I'll make note of that. Okay, so yeah, Galvaroon, I hope that hope my answer to your question. I think with the OG tank control thing, it's probably a combination of criticisms of them, of tank controls, celebration of immersive, cover shooter controls, the need to feel like you're progressing forward, and the idea that like tank controls, that's like old, that's outdated, that's a relic, because also too in Resident Evil 4, I remember watching this review. Now this was just literally like some kid in 2008 or something. It's like not a famous YouTuber or anything like that. Just some kid in 2000 whatever reviewing Resident Evil 4, and he being like, why doesn't it have double stick aiming? This is the most garbage thing ever. He's like, I think that was another thing too. Is like people could not understand the idea of like limiting the aim as actually like a design decision. They're like, no, this is an oversight, and maybe that's part of it too. Galvaroon is they feel like any type of limitation is not a artistic choice. It's like an oversight. It's like, oh, you haven't upgraded your OS, dude. You're like you need to get on Windows 10. You're on Windows XP right now. You need to get on the new shit. So I think that's all of that kind of probably combines together. And in fact, you can see this reflected in the IGN review of Resident Evil 4 Remake. I made fun of it in my review. Remember how dismissive IGN was of the original 10 controls of Resident Evil 4? Like really dismissive and like mocking it. They wouldn't dare do that without the cover of the remake. You know, if they just on a Wednesday released a review of Resident Evil 4 and they like derided the limitation of the controls, they know better to do that. But when they have the opportunity to say what they really think with these remakes, they do. And yeah, I think that, so you can kind of see it reflected right there. Like they are outdated in their mind. They're relics of an era, all that type of talk. Yeah, Retro Man, I should play Thief 1. Okay. I think I have caught up on my comments. I think I've caught up on them.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Musou games are like racing games or like those power wash simulators. You will win the battle. The thing is how fast and how well you do it, while cleaning the whole battlefield and painting it blue.
Thanks so much for all the donations, everyone. You guys have been so generous. Oh, yeah, thank you for the donation, Benjamin. I'll get you to your 1 minute. Before I do, have I answered everyone's comments? Have I answered all the Super Chats? I want to make sure that I get them all answered. Yeah, I've been trying to go through and get all of the Super Chats answered. That's really important to me. So I think I've got them all. I got them all. So if you gave a Super Chat and I missed it, just type right here, and I can see, and I can go back to it. I figured out the tech to go back to Super Chat comments, so I can go back to it. Oh, I talked about that a little bit earlier, JNGO, about the whole response videos and stuff like that. So yeah, if you go back that, I have a whole answer to that question. But the TLDR is that these days, I'm not going to worry about response videos to my critiques and like do this constant critiquing other people's critiques of my critiques. It's because it's going to be overwhelming. And I think that's just the nature of what's going to happen. So basically, all I can do is try my best as much as possible to be as accurate as I can. And that's what I strive to do. And then from there, the internet will make of it what they will. I don't expect everyone to think I'm a genius or anything, but it's just too difficult and honestly, like, exhausting and gets in your head because, like, every single they're gonna keep piling up because I'm gonna keep doing more and more reviews, so I will just be outnumbered by the internet at some point. So I think in a way, if people are taking the time to respond to my videos, even if they're mad at me or they think I'm stupid or whatever, it does show that the reviews are meaningful. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do right now and trying not to get too self-aware because I think that's kind of dangerous.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Have you played the Pragmata demo?
I haven't. Thanks so much for the donation, Ink Goblin. So, okay, awesome. So I think I got all the Super Chats answered. Okay, so Ben, his Super Chat says, Muso games are like racing games or like those power wash simulators. That's funny. You will win the battle. Thing is, how fast and well do you do it while cleaning the whole battlefield and painting it blue? That's interesting. So it's about speed. That's interesting because I brought this up, Benjamin, a little bit in my Shinobi review, where I talked about the issue with like ranking systems, like the good and the bad of them. Like there's a double-edged nature to ranking systems where ranking systems
Time to play games.
Oh, thanks so much,
I read ya.
Mark, L1. What you think of the new aggressive style of Tekken 8? 2.
Okay.
Looking forward to the re-release of Geppy X? It's in April and looks fun.
Oh. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, I might give that a try. The Geppy X. I think it's a shmup, isn't it? I think I saw that. So, oh yeah. Where was I? Benjamin. So the issue with ranking systems, though, so the good of them, like I talked about in the video, is that they can give a formal sense of what it is to play properly. So, like, if killing everything really quickly without taking damage and all that sort of stuff, if that is what the game rewards and what the goal is, that's great. But the problem is if you don't have that survival counterpoint to it, then it doesn't have as much direct meaning. It becomes too relative, right? So, like, for example, the timer in Devil May Cry, right, is a great example of this. So if you want to get an S rank in DMC3, for example, you have to kill the enemies within a certain time to get that S rank. So you can say that DMC3 has a timer pressure because of the ranking system. But what if I don't care about the ranking system? What if I just want to beat the game without dying, or just to get through it in the most efficient way possible, and I decide to sit in the corner and just camp rocket launchers and sniper rifle cancels and spam projectiles and just slowly like slowly go around camping and not really engaging with the enemies. Yes, the game like kind of punishes you with a low rank, but it doesn't punish you truly in a proper sense, because you can continue on forward. So that's the issue with a lot of ranking systems, like ranking system based design, is that you have to opt into it. It doesn't enforce itself enough. And some shmups, like for example, yes, you could play a super easy mode of Ketsui or something like that, like the super easy mode of Ketsui. And yes, you could probably come up with some sort of like strict scoring type of things to happen in there that would be more execution heavy than just playing a normal survival 1cc. But there's not an immediate sense of identity and consequence, and it just leaves way too much up to interpretation. And so, like, I'll have to see how Muso Games handle this, right? But that's the problem with the DMC timer. Like, what would be the argument against putting the timer of DMC, taking it away from the rank system, and then putting it into the core gameplay? And you could even make it so that the D time for the timer, that's the timer that's in survival and will kill you. And then you could even have, like, faster
Time
times
to play games.
rewarded with rank.
I read ya.
I love your stuff, man.
Thanks, man.
You showed me many great games I would have never tried. I first found you on your Tekken Tips
that's
video
cool.
and loved your perspective.
Thanks so much, Goblin. Yeah, I think that that reviews my tutorial is my most popular video, which is really cool. I didn't know it would be as popular as it was, but I knew it would be really helpful, because I felt like a lot of the advice that Tekken was giving out was like not good. You know, it's like, focus on the most boring aspects of the game. Like, focus on the parts of the game that are lame and uninteresting first, so you can win ranked battles for some reason. So, yeah, I thought my approach of, like, because that's how I personally learn fighting games. I learned this a while back. It's like, no, you approach them through the fundamentals. You don't approach them through combos and all of this like boring, tedious type of stuff. So yeah, I'll get to that 1 second there. So yeah, that would be my critique probably. Now I'll have to see it in game and see how it works and everything. But if they don't have a survival aspect underpinning them, then it doesn't quite get as interesting, right? It's like the difference between playing a racing game like the arcade racing game that I really love, Initial D, right? So if I went to my arcade...
Time to play games. I read ya.
Oh, thanks so much.
Wise Chronicles I and 2 or Wise the Oath in Felghana. Have you ever played those? I meant to ask in my earlier super chat, but my phone sucks and erased it.
I know how
Cold
that
sweat
is.
Smile.
I have had my phone do that to me so many goddamn times. Oh, that's so frustrating. Yeah, I'll get to your question 1 minute here. Thanks so much for the donation. So, like, for example, if I went to the arcade and played Initial D, speaking of racing games, one of my main motivators for playing Initial D when I go to the arcade is that it has the time limit. And then if you lose the time limit, you just lose the track. Like, that's it. Versus, let's say I went and played Initial D and I could beat the track. I could just beat it every time. And then it would give me like, oh, yeah, but, you know, this other guy beat the game faster than you or beat the track faster than you. That could maybe be motivation, but it's not as clear and strong and immediate as, no, if you want to beat this track, you've got to actually learn to drift. You actually need to learn the systems of the game. So games, I just think they need a certain degree of survival enforcement. And hopefully, you know, if Muso games don't have that, I do think that is going to be a bit of a problem. But I'll have to see it in, you know, with my own eyes and everything. So that would be just my concern with, like, because some shmups could have that too. Like, they're really easy, but actually a lot of new modern shmups coming out now. A lot of, like, you know, indie shmups coming out. They're quite easy, but yes, you could learn their scoring and stuff, but people don't, you know, it doesn't have that grab, that interest. And so people kind of like, It's basically, it's more interesting to learn scoring of a game that's already hard, so that you have to, like, deal with its design, you get to know it, and then the scoring becomes like this next dimension. Versus if you only have the scoring, you don't have the other half. So yeah, I just think it's not quite all the way there in terms of design, if that's how they're developed. So I'll have to take a look and see. Ink Goblin asks, have you played the Pragmata demo? I haven't. I've only looked at Pragmata a tiny bit. I'm sort of in a will I, won't I type of stage with reviewing it. I don't know if I will or not. I might not. I don't know. Because I'm doing Rain World, because that's a patron voted review. So I'm doing that. And then I'm probably, to the internet's delight, because they'll get a chance to make fun of me, doing my Twilight video, because I promised Nate I'd get that done. So that probably
Time
would
to play
be
games.
after
I
Rain
read
World. And then I might do Pragmata after
Hi,
that.
Mark. I just released an arcade game, Living Dead House. How can I send you a Steam key?
That's really cool. Through Discord. You can send me a stream key through Discord. Or through Patreon. But obviously you don't have to become a patron to message me. Discord's really the best way. So if you go... One of the easiest ways to find me on Discord is, like, if you go to the Discord link to the Shmup 2020 Rev server, I'm in there. So then you can just send me a friend request through there. So that's a good way to contact me. So let me get back to where I was. Yeah, so with Pragmata, I'm kind of up in the air on whether or not I want to review it. I might not. I don't know. I can't commit. I can't decide. We'll have to see. Oh, the question about Ys. Yes. Yes, I'm getting to Ys for sure. Definitely.
Time to play games. I read ya.
True, most Musou games don't put enough pressure on the player. Only some do. In Fate Extella Link, for example, enemy commanders can actually take control of zones, and sometimes you lose because of it.
Interesting. Yeah, Benjamin, link me. Write down what you think would be, like, the best, like, the most aggressive Musou game, like the one that is the most intense. That would be the one I would definitely take a look. I would like to look at the most, like the shining strength of the genre and the style of design. I think that would be great to take a look at, and kind of see where it can go. I think I got that answered. So with Pragmata, yeah, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but I'll see. I'll probably end up reviewing it, but I can't be for sure. So I haven't really looked at it too much. Bush and Ryu Cat. What do I think of the new aggressive style of Tekken 8? Looking forward to the release of Jeppy X. Okay, so in terms of the new aggressive style of Tekken 8, I was going to review Tekken 8 Season 3, but the critique of it was so robust and so widespread, I was like, I don't need to. It's unnecessary. Other people are handling this. So, yeah, I think it's overall been a really unhappy situation for the Tekken player base. And I think, the issue with Tekken 8, I think maybe one thing I would like to clarify, I'm not going to review season 3, but if I was going to review season 3, I would like to clarify that it's not so much just about aggression that's the problem with Tekken 8. It's really that it's not very tactical. It's so system heavy. I think that's underlying what makes Tekken 8 a problem, is that because, for example, Virtua Fighter is very aggressive, and maybe even people have pointed this out, like, oh, Tekken 8 can't be bad because Virtua Fighter is super aggressive. Yes, but Virtua Fighter has lots of tactics, and it's very fundamental. Where Tekken 8 is aggressive, but the deeper issue is that it's so system heavy, all about the heat. And then the stances are sort of like systemized moves, right? And then mids with all this tracking and just this back and forth. And then everything is safe, and so it's very stale and static too, because you're just sitting around waiting. I talked about a little bit this in my Topic Zone episode on Patreon, where, like, for example, DOA. One thing about DOA is that, yes, it has lots of like heavy strings and stuff too, like Tekken, but because of the hold system, it's way more immediate and interactive. Now, in older Tekken, they had sidewalking and sidestepping and Korean backdashing, so that's how it made it more interactive. But you take those away, and you just have a whole lot of blocking and a whole lot of watching people do set play. Your set to their set. Your set to their set. There's not a lot of that sort of scrambly tactical decision making. Instead, it's just so flowcharty. I don't know. I think that's the deeper issue. It's not so much that it's aggressive. It's that it's very static and very boring. And like, I don't think people are necessarily that upset that they are losing in Tekken 8. It's more that, like, how the losses are coming about is just not fun. It's not interesting. And so the fact that they couldn't in season 3, I think it comes back to, like I talked about in my review, one of my discussions of Tekken 8, is that I just don't think the developers, I think it was my season 2 review, I just do not think the developers know what they're doing. Like, they don't understand what even was the appeal of Tekken at this point. And so they're just throwing shit at the wall. So it doesn't surprise me at all that it ended up this way, but it does actually surprise me a little bit of like how egregious it is, because I thought what would happen with Tekken 8 is that they would make it a little bit more reasonable, and then everyone would be like, okay, it's fixed. It's fine now. But so the fact that they failed to do even that is kind of crazy. So yeah, the whole issue with Tekken 8 is that it's so severe that I don't even feel the need to review it. I mean, it's so insane. So I don't know. I think Tekken's in a really tough spot right now, honestly, because playing it is not fun, but there's not really alternatives necessarily either. And you can't go back to Tekken 7 either, because it's not worth going back to, right? Tekken 7 is one of those games that, like, it was fine when it was the relevant one because it was, like, doable. But, like, if you're going to go back, you might as well go back to some of the better ones, but then no one plays the better ones. And then if you want to play them, you got to go through all kinds of hoops with PS3 emulation or whatever. So it's just in a really tough spot. And I don't think Namco want to help it get out of that spot. Like, they're not going to re-release the older games, I don't think, because they'd probably think that would cut into Tekken 8 too much. So yeah, it's just kind of a hostage situation. That's the way I would describe Tekken 8. Tekken 8 is a hostage situation for the Tekken players. They're just trapped. And that's why that's funny, like the dismissal of all the critique of Tekken is being like, "Oh, these are negative, angry guys." It's like, well, hostages get angry and negative. Like, if you trap everyone in a building and don't let them out, they're going to get riled up. They're going to get mad. So, yeah, I think it's just too bad how it's gone. I thought I'd be more like, what's it called, like Schadenfreude, but I guess I was also hoping it would at least be somewhat improved, but no, it doesn't look like it. So I don't even bother to watch Tekken 8 anymore. What's happened with Tekken and the current state of fighting games is it's gotten so severe. I basically only watch Brood War now. Like, the only competitive game I watch is either Brood War or like random crazy matches of guys playing like various games. Like, I saw this GoldenEye PvP tournament that was pretty cool. That's just like, a small little community thing. If guys playing GoldenEye PvP, like not GoldenEye Source, GoldenEye, and they could like see each other's screens and they're like doing like these sniping battles and stuff. It's pretty interesting. So that's what I'm up to these days. I'm just watching Brood War and other weird competitive events rather than fighting games because they used to be really important. Used to be a really important part of my personal life is like watching fighting game tournaments, discussing them with my friends. I was really, really into that. So yeah, it's a crap situation all around.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Thoughts on Crimson Desert? A bunch of mechanics thrown together with no part of the design taking priority? Full loss of arcade-style deving?
I don't know. I need to look at this Crimson Desert because 2 people have asked about it. I better take a look at what this is because I'm not aware of what it is. So I'll get to your comment here in a minute. Let me make sure I got everyone. Ink Goblin. Yeah, okay. So thank you, Bushin. Ink Goblin, I think I got yours answered. You showed me many great games I would never tried. First found you through your Tekken Tips video. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not sure where to send you from here in terms of fighting games, Ink Goblin. It'd be cool to I think I'm going to do a video on like Tekken 4 or something like that here pretty soon. But yeah, I really wish the Tekken players had somewhere to go because, yeah, you can try to get into VF and stuff like that. But VF is kind of having its own little issues right now with, I don't know, all their weird updates and adding stupid root kits or whatever they did to the new version, which was not there when I reviewed it, I'll tell you that much. So, I don't know. Whoa. Hold on a sec. Drop my real camera. There we go. I gotta plug in my headphones. I smacked them out. There we go. So, yeah, I know. I wish I could play King of Fighters 2002 Ultimate Match or something like that. I do still like Virtua Fighter, but I really wish they hadn't
Time to play
had so many
games.
issues
I
with the
read
recent
ya.
updates. Makes it kind of hard to recommend
Your
now.
channel has been such a great resource for game discovery and helping me find my personal taste. Any chance you would make a
awesome.
video on your all-time favorites games? I love hearing your recs.
Yeah, I should do something like that. It's so hard because it gets more complicated by the day, but that would be really fun to do. Yeah, or like maybe do a video of like my recommendations for like each genre that I like. That might be a little bit easier because sometimes, would it be like, well, do I recommend like 5 shmups? Like would that be it? So maybe if I like made sure to sort of separate it into like, okay, this is my favorite shmup, this is my favorite fighting game, this is my favorite beat 'em up, this, and like by genre. That way it can be like kind of a different group. I think that would be cool. That's a cool idea. I don't know if it's that interesting, but it would be like to like the average person, but that would be a really cool idea. And I would have a lot of fun trying to come up with the answers. Like, what's my favorite stealth game? That would be tricky. Yeah, so hope I got your question answered, Ink Goblin. And then Magellan, Yeast, 1 or 2. Have you ever played those? I meant to ask earlier about the phone. Yeah. So, Magellan, I have heard quite a lot about Yeast because Bog is a massive fan of the series. And so I know quite a bit about it. And I definitely want to play the one that's on the PlayStation 2. So I think that's Yeast 2. Let me take a look here. Yeast PS2. I love the graphical style. And I heard it has got Bog really loves them, and he thinks it's a really good example of like kind of arcadey kind of design. Oh, maybe he's 4, he's 6. What is it? Maybe I'm. What's Yeast 2 look like? Yeast 2. Let me look at video of it real quick, because I know which one it is by sight. It might be Yeast 2. Because there's a certain art style of one that I really like. And it's the one that's kind of like sprite looking. I think it's Yeast 2, I'm pretty sure. Yeast 2 boss fight. Why not? Final boss, yeah. Yeah, Yeast 2. Yeah, look at that. You guys can't see it, but anyway, well, go ahead and look up Yeast 2 Final Boss. It looks awesome, and I know Bug is a huge fan of it, so I trust his taste massively. So I'm gonna have to check it out. The one that I like visually is Yeast 2. That one looks really cool with the sprite art and everything, or that kind of PS2y sprite arty 3D thing happening. I really like that. So I definitely want to check out Yeast 2, especially. And from what I understand, they're both really cool. It's a really cool game. Bog really likes it, so I definitely trust his judgment. And I know he's been very critical of like the later ones coming out because they've got like all kinds of parry things happening and stuff. So yeah, got to go back to the earlier ones for sure.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Thoughts on
second, I need
Super
to
Mario 3D Land and 3D World for the 3DS and Wii U respectively? Since they both apply the 2D Mario design philosophy into 3D.
Sorry, I had to sneeze, chat. 1 second. Okay, I gotta scoot over a little bit. I'm leaning all the way out of the frame. Right. So where did we leave off? Oh yeah, Yeast. Yeah. So Bog has played them and he really recommends them. So I trust his judgment a lot. So I definitely would check out the Yeast Chronicles 1 and 2. That would be really fun. Yeah, I need to. There's so many games, so many good games out there, just like waiting to be played. But yeah, I have it on good authority that they're really legit. Let's see here. Benjamin got that question answered. Let's see. I think I'm getting caught up here. Oh yeah, thoughts on Crimson Desert. What is this? Okay, so I'm here today. I've heard about Crimson Desert twice, so I better take a look here. Crimson Desert gameplay. Here we go. I'm not even sure what it is. Oh, is it like a Sekiro clone? I get it. I'm getting, just looking at it, looks like a Sekiro type of game. Okay, he's falling. He's running around. Oh, is it like a Breath of the Wild type of game? Oh, it's like an open world. I'm watching some footage of it. This is not interesting streaming, but just so I can get kind of an idea for the. Oh, there looks like there's a lot of suck to target happening. Here, why don't I download a combat video and then I'll put it on screen and we all can talk about it. How about that? Hold on. Combat. One guy says Crimson Desert is soulless and boring. That's one of the video I see right here. I wonder, is it just like a Neo style game? It looks like. It's crazy how hard it is just to find a video of combat. All the videos are like, this is the deepest combat system ever. Stuff like, can we get just a sort of general combat video just showing it in action? Okay, I think this one kind of does. So hold on, chat, hang tight. We're gonna download it, and then I'm just gonna pop it right into the overlay. So while that's going, let's let me answer some other questions while that's going. A bunch of mechanics thrown together with no part of design taking priority. That's already what it's looking. Full loss of arcade style developing. Who made Crimson Desert? Let's look who made it. Crimson Desert. I want to see the developer. Published. Oh, it's a Korean game by a developer called Pearl Abyss. What have they made? Oh, an MMO? Oh, so their previous game was an MMO. Like their big game was an MMO. That makes a lot of sense. Right. So it's like, okay, because it's like, I'm sure there's a lot of MMO energy happening, right? It's like you can take the developer out of the MMO, but can you take the MMO out of the developer? So we'll take a little look here, but the developer having an MMO background, yeah, that's probably not going to make for a great, like, combat action-focused game, just by that alone. So here we go. So prepare your ears, because it might be loud for a second here as I pop it in. I'll try to mute it as fast as possible. Prepare your ears. Everyone cover your ears. Where are you, Crimson Desert? I hate the new OBS overlay. It pisses me off so much. Okay. Now I've made the volume more reasonable, right? Let me get chat pulled up again. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, chat. That ain't no desert. That's right. Okay, so here we go. We're watching some gameplay here from a YouTuber Swiftly Unknown. This is his video here. It's a very good-looking game. Yeah, definitely. The production of the games, like Stellar Blade, outside of a lot of its issues, you know, the production is pretty solid. What is happening? Yeah, you can tell it's really, like, kind of open-worldy. Really open-worldy. You know, here's a question. Here's a question, chat. How do other people critique open-world games? Like, what would be the problem with this game, right? Like, if you were, not me, you're just, you know, you gave open-world games 10s out of 10s, and they're all brilliant and everything. Like, what would be the issue with this game? Like, what is, like, the principle of, like, an open-world game that would be a problem? Yeah, like for example, like, yeah, Assassin's Creed, if you think, like, Assassin's Creed's, like, the best thing ever and everything. Like, what would be a problem with this game? Yeah, exactly. Alistor is saying, I don't think this game is that glazed. I think you're right, but, you know, here's kind of the question as to why not. Because that's the kind of funny thing about, like, we're seeing with a lot of this backlash to live service and the backlash to games like this, like just big, open, bland types of games, is that what is the sort of principle that they're breaking? Like, what's the problem with this? Because, like, for example, didn't Doom the Dark Ages get really great reviews? And it has a section. Its dragon section is probably more basic than this. This seems you actually do aim to at least a little bit. There's some aiming at. You have to AAA design. You have to just immediately lower all standards to 0. It's like you do aim some. There is some aiming. We're getting close. Masterpiece territory here. No soul. Yeah, you notice how, like, vibes based most of this type of stuff is. They subconsciously know that these aren't real games. Exactly. I think it'd be more fun to sort of challenge, like, a game like this, which seems to be just like another general AAA open world game. Like, what's wrong with it by modern standards? Like, I'm sure it's got plenty of systems and choices and strategy and building and synergies. I'm sure all of that's in there. So what makes it bad? What makes it soulless or whatever? It can't be the graphics, right? Like, I obviously would have a lot of critiques of these games. I obviously do. But yeah, I almost feel like what happens is, like, whenever a game like this comes out and it's getting criticized, people kind of need to look around for, like, some form of critique, and they start, like, looking at my critiques. They're like, well, I would never apply these critiques to a game that I like, but this game that I don't like. Let's go ahead and activate Mark's critiques for this game. I think that's kind of funny. This is a blast if you're high. It's too similar to other games. Yeah. I mean, I agree. It's not that I disagree, but it's like how selective of a criteria a lot of these things are. It's not that I don't, it's not that I'm like actually defending the game, but it's that these principles are so selective where it's like if a game is just not vibing right.
Time to play games. I read ya.
The stories are bad and the controls are
Critics
bad.
say the story is bad and controls are bad.
There you go. So, remember earlier? Where is he? Wait, hold on. I want to connect this to an earlier chat. I'm going to find his name. I'm going to remember. I'm going to go up. Hold on. Where are you? Where are you? Galvaroon. Galvaroon, are you still here, Galvaroon? Galvaroon, this connects back to your question. Why does every game not use tank why are tank controls not allowed anymore? Why is everything why would they not do that even though it's obviously not a problem? I think it's because of this type of thing where it's like the controls and I guess story, but especially controls are like the one thing that will still get you criticized, even if it's completely unbiased or not unbiased, and completely unfair and unjustified. It's like the one point that mainstream reviewers know to bring something up with. It's like if the controls don't read your mind, they're bad. You know, we're getting if there's any sort of friction in the control system or any sort of like technical need, but then they don't apply this to Resident Evil 9 controls. Resident Evil 9 controls are unbelievable. They're so laggy and crappy, but no, they're fine. There's no problem with that. But this game has control issues. But why? And I'm sure it does. It's not that I don't think it does. I'm sure it does. But it's that it's just funny, I guess, is what I'm saying. Is that if you do something kind of to vaguely annoy the mainstream critics, you are so screwed because it's all vibes based. You know, there's not like a clean thing you can follow to be like look, it's doing everything. We've got suck the target, we've got color-based combat, we've got flash-based parry things happening. Didn't everyone praise all of this before? And me criticizing it in Stellar Blade is like unimaginable psychotic madness. But, you know, you do it once. It's like, yeah, I think the novelty fact is like you can do it once. You can do it twice. 3 times? Now it's getting too much, you know. It's all about novelty. So if you make a game, you have to make sure it's exactly like every other game, except you change one little surface element that's slightly different. This will be really funny because how much is this going to be different than Phantom Blade Zero? You know, that one? That I know is going to get like insane review scores. It's going to get like 9s and everything. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not that I think this game is good. It looks better. But it doesn't look crazy different than all the other like generic bland open world games, right? It's just funny how that works. It's like very selective what's good, what's not good. And also, I don't know. I feel like if there was a real belief in this type of design, I don't know, there would be more substance to a lot of these types of discussions. But what happens is basically critique. The way critique works now is that it's not like directed like my critique is usually. It's usually just passive, meaning that if the reviewers decide that your game is not a masterpiece, it's basically bad, right? So they won't like, unless it's Poor Wanted Dead or something, they won't like hammer your game to hell, but they'll be like, well, it's not a masterpiece, and every other game's a masterpiece, so you do the math. So yeah, Crimson Desert, you have some. Let's take a little look. Let's take a little look because I'm curious. Let's see what the Metacritic is. Not that I put any personal value in it, but just as like a bit of sociological study, let us say. Yeah, the Metacritic is 77. All right, let's get to the real score that matters. IGN, Crimson Desert. Let's say what did Crimson have? IGN gave it a 6 out of 10. It's a disaster. The developers must be fired immediately. Oh, it is. It got the hands. If you get a 6 out of IGN, you're in wanted dead territory. You are to be banished from the universe. What do they 6 out of 10 is okay by their standards, technically. Isn't that so funny? Because obviously, if the standard is almost a 9. We're getting there. It's almost, I think 8 is still kind of the standard, 7, 8, but we're almost getting to the point where a standard review is a 9. So a 6 is like a disaster. Okay, Crimson Desert is an extremely ambitious open-world adventure. The ambition is what makes it both incredible, cool, and god-smackingly infuriating in equal measures. So that's the long and... It's like too open world, I guess. They open worlded too hard. Oh, Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert. Do I contribute to your execution? I don't think so. So, yeah. That's interesting. It's interesting how some of these games just don't get the love, and it's kind of exactly J-Man Rising. What ambition? Exactly. Oh, sorry. Well, there we go. Sorry. It was a little too loud. I turned it off. It's gone. Get out of here. Get out of here. Too open world. It open world it too hard, unfortunately. Yeah. You know what's crazy, though? Because apparently it sold 4 million copies, Oni's pointing out. But you know what's crazy is that the production of these types of games is getting so powerful and expensive that I wonder what they consider like a success, which is insane. Like 4 million should be a success, right? That should be like a slam dunk. But I wonder what they consider it with 4 million sales. Is that good? It should be, right? Yeah. So those are my thoughts on Crimson Desert. It floats. It looks like it flew too close to the sun, man. It open worlded too hard. You can open world a lot, but don't do it too much. Don't get too ambitious. You know, I really am almost fascinated, more so what the reviews are than what the game is, like how people react to that. Because like it sounds like it's just kind of whatever, an open world game. But so many games are just whatever open world games, and they're masterpieces. So what makes it, like, isn't Neo like a 9 out of 10 or something? So what's the difference? I guess we'll never know. Your channel, Neo 3, I mean. I saw things where people were saying Neo 3 is too easy, and I was like, oh boy. If mainstream reviewers are saying Neo 3 is too easy, that's scary. Yeah, 9 out of 10. So I think probably production's probably a big aspect as well, I'm sure.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Thoughts on Suda51?
Thoughts on Suda51? Great question. Okay, I got a few more questions to answer. Z1 Ghost asks, your channel has been such a great resource for game discovery. Oh yeah, this is one about my recommendations. Yeah, Z1 Ghost. I think it would be cool to do a video about like my favorite game of every genre. I'd have to think about it a little bit, or maybe do a live stream about it or something like that. That'd be fun. Something like that. It'd be tricky. Because I'm so indecisive sometimes with like my personal favorites, because I overcomplicate these things. I make them very complicated. So it would be fun. Maybe it would be cool to like write down a list. Yeah, to do like my favorite Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. But yeah, it would be cool to do like my favorite game of each genre or something like that. That'd be fun. And why? My favorite game of each genre that I like and why, something like that. Simple but not so long name asks thoughts on Super Mario 3D Land and Super Mario 3D World for 3DS and Wii respectively, since they both apply the 2D Mario design philosophy into 3D. Yeah, so I remember playing those, but I didn't play them a ton because I thought they were quite easy and kind of lost interest in them. But you know what is interesting is that I wonder how many of the 3D like sort of open worldy, less arcade influenced aspects apply to those games because it's been so long since I played them. But like what you can see happen is Mario Bros. Has a very rich arcade history going back to the first one and everything. The very first one, which is a straight up arcade game, not Super Mario Bros., but Mario Bros., where you're in the pipes and everything, you're knocking things over. Still a fun game. Me and my son were playing that the other day. But but what you can see happening with the Mario series is that it like slowly sheds its arcade DNA release by release, and then by the end, it ends up being much more kind of just standard console type of stuff. And so it'd be interesting to see how much of that remains in the 3D Land in the Wii U era, because that is the Iwata era. So there could still be some sauce there, but also it wouldn't surprise me if they're just quite easy and quite forgiving, because that seems to be my memory of them. But I can't fully say that because I only played them a little bit back in the day. But just the design trajectory of Mario, I have not been a fan of really, because it just gets easier and easier and more open and more relaxed by the game. I think, like I said earlier in the stream, I think the most recent Mario game that I actually quite like is Mario Maker. And I think that is actually a really cool way. Mario Maker, I guess it's a 3D Mario game. Does this count as an answer? One reason I think why Mario Maker works so well is because these like influential long-running series that kind of have really entrenched design tropes and stuff that everyone else sort of copies and iterates on, like Mario Bros. And Mega Man and stuff. Like, someone asked me before in a previous live stream, I think it was, like, what would you do with a new Mega Man game? And outside of just, leaning into the more hardcore aspects of its design, I think I said even like, because Mega Man was initially supposed to be a shmup, but the NES couldn't handle it, so they made it this gunning platformer thing. So, I mean, bring back the shmup blueprint, dig that out of the Capcom vault and make a Mega Man shmup. That'd be really cool. But with like standard Mega Man design, kind of a question to run into is like, even if Mega Man itself hasn't done it, so many things inspired by Mega Man has, and there's so many iterations and that type of thing. And so Mario Maker is quite an ingenious idea where it's like, all right, we're going to give you the structure that you all are familiar with, Mario, and we're going to make it actually creative, not, sort of this weird pseudo creativity with like open world games and stuff, but like actually creative, as in the game does not run unless you build it or unless your friend builds it and you can share it and stuff. I really thought that was really cool. So even though I wasn't that interested in like the Mario Land and Mario 3D Land and stuff like that, not Mario Land, Mario 3D Land and like the later Mario games, I do like Mario Maker quite a bit. So it would be fun. I know I'm like way behind the trend, right? Because the Mario Maker trend happened like forever ago. No one gives a shit now. But it would be kind of fun to be like, all right, now that it's been years and no one gives a shit, who wants to do some Mario Maker levels or something? But I like Mario Maker, so there you go. That's my favorite, most recent Mario game. Ink Goblin clarified that critics didn't like the story and controls of Crimson Desert. Yeah, the ultimate I don't know, the ultimate sort of just generic critique, all the controls. That's why modern developers are obsessed with their controls, because it's like this eternal weak spot that unless it's like completely standardized, it's a problem. But the 2D Mario design philosophy, I feel like I need to finish this off a little bit more for you. Simple but not so long name. The 2D Mario design philosophy sort of shifts over time. It begins much more arcade focused, and then by the end, ends up much more like console style. You can see that even reflected in the timer, right? Like the timer is a pressing element in the earlier 2D Mario games, and it becomes less and less relevant, less and less important. And then by, I think it's Super Mario Wonder, they just remove it completely. The sweep. Thoughts on Suda51? Suda51 is a developer I keep wanting to like really like and like be like, yeah, he gets it, right? But it seems like a lot of his games so far that I've seen, and I haven't played Killer's Dead. I need to check that one out. That one might be the one. Same thing with Killer 7. I like so many things about Killer 7, but then there's so many like issues with it in terms of just its like immediacy, its replayability, its difficulty, that it doesn't quite land, but I like the energy. Like that, I think that's the best way to describe my feelings on Suda51. Like I love his energy, I love his vibes, I love what he's going for. But a lot of his games don't quite get there in terms of their design.
I read ya.
Thoughts on Masahiro Sakurai? I find it super cool that he dumped his design process in his YouTube channel, and also he has a long-running column in Famitsu. I really like all his games, especially Kid Icarus Uprising smiley face.
Oh yeah. I have a fun little theory about Sakurai. So great question, Fabio. Thanks so much. But in terms of Suda51, I think that's the best way I can describe my feelings. I haven't played Killer's Dead. I feel like that one might be the one I might connect with. If I'm going to connect with one, that seems like the one I might. But I haven't played it. But I was going to back in the day, but I couldn't find it on PS3 when it came out or something. But I like his vibe a lot. But he seems to view games as an art form, and there's something I just like about where Suda51 is coming from. I just feel like in terms of the actual gameplay, like getting down to the meat of it, the games are always a little bit short on that. Like Killer 7, I like try to get gameplay out of that game. I'm like, come on, Killer 7, please. You're so cool. Give me gameplay. Like the rail aspect of it's cool, but yeah, it's just a little too maybe intellectual. You know, it doesn't quite get down to the nitty gritty sometimes. So Fabio Picci, what are my thoughts on Mr. Sakurai? Well, of course, as a Melee player, I of course have a bit more of a complicated feeling about Sakurai because he made one of my favorite games, especially for a very long time. If you asked me in like 2012, 2013, before I got into shmups, basically, because I got into shmups around there. The timeline gets a little fuzzy, but because it's all college and everything. But if you ask me during the peak of my Melee love, you know, it'd be one of my favorite games, if not my favorite. And I put God knows how many hours into it. And then, of course, Smash Bros. Just takes a nosedive massively. But I've developed a bit of a theory about Sakurai. This is my Sakurai theory, because you're right. He obviously has a great sense of design, and he has a sense of like what makes games cool and stuff. And it kind of doesn't make sense that he took Smash in the direction that he did. Especially because if you look at the progression, right, you get N64 Smash, great, but, you know, a little and then you get to Melee, which is just a massive step forward. And then everything after that is a regression. How does this make sense? Smash 64, logical progression into Melee, strong step forward, and then just a constant backslide since that point. And my theory, and then like he has all these other cool games too. So like what happened? This is a theory, a game theory, as Matt Pat would say. My theory is that maybe what happened with Sakurai in terms of Smash is that he got in trouble. Because I do know that Nintendo were not thrilled with how hardcore Melee ended up being. And maybe this is just me giving Sakurai a lot of leniency, I guess, is that maybe he literally got in trouble at Nintendo and they're like, no. No, you cannot have the game be this skill-based. You cannot have hardcore people force stocking Kirby players. Like you cannot have this. This is not allowed. And if you're gonna make these Smash games, you need to tone this down. That honestly, that is the only thing that makes a lot of sense. Is because in all the other aspects of Sakurai's like design behavior, right? He seems to get it. So that's my Sakurai theory. Is that maybe all the like tripping, for example. Like tripping has to be the most clear, like, do not play this game type of mechanic. And it does not seem like a mechanic Sakurai would ever like willingly put into his game. I can't, this is just me giving him a lot of credit, but maybe he was sort of forced by Nintendo to casualize Smash like insanely, as like a lot. And so maybe there's counter evidence that completely undermines this theory. But I feel like he got in trouble or felt embarrassed about Melee, and so has been like really doing everything he can to sort of get back into the graces of Nintendo, which he clearly has because Smash is a massive hit and everything. So maybe that's what it is. But everyone says Kid Icarus is really awesome, and so I'm definitely gonna have to check it out. I don't know exactly what he says on his YouTube channel. My favorite, if we're talking like who's my favorite developer with a personality, just pure personality, of course it was Itagaki, but in the absence of Itagaki, it's probably Kamiya. Kamiya is really funny. Like there was this tweet, Bog showed it to me, where some guy was saying that Mikami is a better designer or director than Kamiya, which I probably agree with, to be honest. And Kamiya does as well, but what Kamiya did was he put like Mikami and then greater sign, or Mikami,
Time to play
less than
games.
sign,
I
less than
read
sign,
ya.
less than sign, Kamiya, and then he did
Are there
less
any
than
games
sign.
you would consider the story good or worthwhile? My 2 are Nier
Oh.
Automata, even though the gameplay is whatever, and Portal 2 where it doesn't interrupt gameplay.
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, so actually there is I think a fun answer to this question. So anyway, basically Kamiya is like, yeah, Mikami's better, but then he put like bug and like a piece of poop and then put the guy and it's really funny if you guys can find it. So yeah, Kamiya just seems like a really cool guy in terms of like his personality and everything. So he's probably one of my favorite developers in terms of like his personality. Maybe not always the best design choices, but yeah. Yeah, so I need to check out Kid Icarus Uprising because a lot of people recommend it. A lot of people really like it. I'm going to have to give it a go here. Bag of Schmidt asks, are there any good games you consider the story good or worthwhile? Well, that's a great question because if you just isolate the game story from the gameplay completely and you just present the game story all by itself, I would say probably the best one is Silent Hill 2. One of them, right? It has to be Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 is one of the few games with, I felt like, actual psychological depth and really cool ideas and symbolism that weren't a little too on the nose like Kojima stuff. So Silent Hill 2 is definitely up there. If you're just talking like pure, just by itself story. Another one that I like actually quite a lot is Brood War's story and StarCraft 1. StarCraft 1 and Brood War. I really like the story, and I really love like, if you get the pamphlet for StarCraft and you read it and all the backstory of, like, the Terran and the Zerg and the Protoss and everything, it's really cool. And I hated I hated everything about StarCraft 2. I hated its vibe, I hated its graphics, I hated its mechanics, I hated its story, I hated everything. I've always been a huge hater of StarCraft 2. So, Brood War, Silent Hill 2, of course, MGS 2 and 3 and 1. Those stories are really fun. But in terms of what games do I think integrate the story the best, I think Souls is the best at it. Souls does the best job. Souls is the best integrated story into gameplay because it's not only that it's not like forced on you and everything, but it's very well integrated into the aesthetics, into the visual communication, and it's intriguing all by itself. Like, why is there a boss that's a giant wolf with a sword in its mouth? Like, I would never look up the lore of a boss, but when you're fighting a wolf with a giant wolf with a sword in its mouth, you're kind of like, why is this? What's happening here? So, Souls is one of the few games where I think it does its
Time to play
storytelling
games.
really well.
I read ya.
And I find myself often referring to Souls.
I want to see you make a tier list of all your favorite programmers, but the job choice would have to include Hideo Kojima. Yes, Itagaki is my number one too.
Oh, that's a cool one. Such an underrated aspect of game design, the programming. Well, number one is whoever is the guy that worked on Melee, and there is the guy. So there was a programmer who worked on Melee, who, if you're wondering, like, where's that distinctive feel? He worked on both Melee and on Smash 64. I don't know who he is. I'll have to look it up later, but there was a guy that you can feel his programming in Smash 64 and Melee, and then he's not there in the rest of the series, and you can feel it. You can literally feel his absence. So that guy definitely is up there. Itagaki, that makes a lot of sense. I didn't know Kojima was a programmer. That's really cool. Iwata, of course. He's like the king. It has to be Iwata. He's like the god king of programmers, because not only did he do a great job in programming his games, but more than so, I think he did a great job of like understanding video games as an art form. The direction he took Nintendo, I think, was a much healthier direction than what we're getting now. So Iwata would have to be like number one, right? Or up there. But I don't know. Is Ikeda a programmer? I think he was. So Ikeda has to be like up there too. That's a great question. I think Ikeda was a programmer. Was Yagawa a programmer? These are shmup developers, Ikeda and Yagawa. They're up there too, because they're among my favorite developers and directors. So I think both Ikeda and Yagawa are programmers. I'm just assuming. So Ikeda, Yagawa, Kojima, Iwata, the guy who worked on Melee, Itagaki. Yeah, it's such an underrated but important aspect of game design for sure. But anyway, getting back to your question, Schmidt. Nier Automata seems to have a very cool story, but I never got through it. Portal 1 had a fun story. I remember playing that.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Da would explain why Melee feels to this day the most advanced Smash game. Is da why SSB Melee is the peak of the franchise?
Yes. Yes. I think, yeah, so let me finish Schmidt's question. So let me think. I liked Hitman's story to some degree, like the earlier Hitman games. I kind of had a cool story. See, the issue is that like there are some games with cool stories in them, and I usually tend to like the ones that are a little bit more grounded and have some depth and everything. But the problem a lot of the times with like storytelling in games is that it's like lyrics in a song, where if you're writing a song, you need to have like the musical structure, and you need to have the melody, and you need to have all these types of things. And then you have the lyrics, and you can have songs with great lyrics, but if you take the lyrics away, you still have music. Like the music, the melody, all of that, that is the primary nature of the medium. Lyrics are a secondary layer you can add on top. And if you take lyrics away, they can still exist in their own little thing as like poetry or whatever. And I think that's kind of what visual novels are sort of doing, right? They're like, okay, if you take away, if you just want an interactive electronic story, isn't that a visual novel? So, yeah, I don't know how many greatly written visual novels there are out there, but in terms of a medium, like video games, the core is the gameplay. The core is the game structure. That is just the core. You can have, and when I say story, I mean, of course, like explicit narrative, not, abstract story from visual signifiers, but like explicit narrative that you would get, that is secondary. So that's why I think the way Souls does it is really good, because it's the structure is not about the story, but the story is like adapting itself into the game structure, which I think is really cool. So I often find myself when people ask about like what's a good way to integrate story into games, I said, well, Souls does a pretty damn good job. So Souls would be kind of one of the best, I think, design-wise, one of the best. Though arcade games, I actually have a video about this, Schmidt. I don't know if Schmidt, you're a patron. So my ludonarrative dissonance video actually addresses a lot of this on the Patreon, where some games can actually, like arcade games are actually really good at incorporating their narrative elements, because their basis of design is survival. And so if their story is based around survival as well, then they merge together really nicely. Okay. Social Kid. Yeah, why is Melee the most advanced Smash game? It's by far the most advanced Smash game, and it's a lot of it is the programming. I think one of the big things is like Melee has this sort of like really physics type of feel to it. Like I don't know if it's related to the F-Zero GX engine at all. Probably isn't, but it feels kind of like that. Like when you play F-Zero GX and you play Melee, like they're very physics games in a lot of ways, but really sharp, really ruthless, really fast. It's like the difference. Okay, here's the difference. Like Melee is F-Zero GX. All the Smash games after that are Mario Kart. That's the difference. Like F-Zero GX just operates at a level of technical depth that just Mario Kart doesn't. At least, I don't know. Maybe you're doing crazy ass stuff in Mario Kart, but that's kind of the idea. And even like Mario Kart having the sort of catch-up mechanics, all the later Smash games have stuff like that where like you can't just knock a guy off the edge and just instantly edge guard him within 3 seconds. You gotta, there's a lot more recovery options and it's a lot easier to recover and stuff like that. So yeah, the sharpness of Melee is what makes it so special too. Just how brutal and fast it can be. There's not a lot of fighting games quite like it, to be honest, where imagine a fighting game where you can either die in like 3 hits or die in like 50 hits based off of the context, based off of the stage position.
Time to play games.
It really is something
I read
special
ya.
that I don't think anyone's been able to replicate.
What do you think of Valve's monopoly over the industry? Valve to me is like Nintendo to you, and for a long time viewed them with a favorable bias.
That's a great question. NCTR Trooper Scout. So I feel quite, I guess, neutral about Valve. But yeah, earlier on my channel, I always thought it was kind of frustrating that if you released... Okay, one thing that's kind of frustrating about Valve, because it's quite like YouTube in this way, where let's say you release a game and it sells 1,000 copies, right? And you did all of the work, right? So Valve is the storefront, but you did all of the promotion, you did all of the word of mouth, you did everything. And none of Steam's features are at all useful to you. Like Steam means basically nothing to you, and yet Steam is going to take 30% or whatever they take. That did bother me. And that's why I kind of liked the idea of itch.io and like using itch, because like, for example, YouTube right here, like YouTube is going to take 30% of my super chats, which annoys the hell out of me. It bothers me. But I also understand like the YouTube ecosystem, I'm kind of like forced, because all the other streamers do this too. So it's like you're kind of forced into this situation here. And it would be cool if I had like this independent platform where like my super chats were like 100% mine and the platform didn't take any. But such a platform, if you can even find one, it's always like so obscure and it's like impossible to get people to find it, right? And like it's just not integrated into people's lives in the same way. And this isn't me saying that, therefore it's good. That's not what I'm saying. It just ends up being that if you can get around Steam in some kind of way, I think that's cool. Like if you can get around it and somehow release your game on itch or somehow release your game directly to people without having to give them 30% of your sales, I think that's really cool. But it's also like so hard to do that it ends up being because of whatever reasons. Because I've asked developers about this all the time and they're all like, yeah. It's kind of like if someone asked me, all right, I'm going to be a professional critic or I'm going to try to make videos about games. Should I post them on YouTube? It's like YouTube has a lot of problems, but it's probably the most viable direction. And I think Steam is the YouTube of indie games, right? Where it's not abusive enough that it's like, okay, you have to find an alternative, but it's not amazing either. It's kind of like this, whatever, in between. But then you think about, well, it could be worse, but it could be better. So I don't know. These types of questions are very tricky because, like, would I prefer, like, Steam so far isn't amazing, but it isn't terrible either. And, like, you just sort of tolerate it. So I don't know. They could be a lot worse. Like, would I want another company in Steam's place? Probably not. But would it be better if it was less centralized? Potentially, right? It could, like, if there was a Steam a competitor that wasn't Epic, that was like kind of also sort of legit. I don't know what, Linux or something. I don't know what it would be, but something like that would be sort of an alternative. And then they could kind of have turf battles a little bit and be like, all right, well, we're taking 20%. Oh, well, we're taking 15 or something. I think that would be nice, but it seems to be that the way these platforms go is like one winner takes all, and then they have to just, I don't know. Because, like, for example, all the issues with YouTube, I wouldn't want to put all my eggs in Twitch's basket, right? So, yeah, I don't know. All these platform stuff, I don't know exactly how to feel about them. But, yeah, I guess don't over-romanticize. I guess, okay, I'm going to try to come to some sort of conclusion here in NCR Troop Scat, which is like, don't over-romanticize any of this stuff, right? Like, it's a practical reality. Is it good? Is it bad? Hard to fully decide. But don't get too overly romantic, right? Like, I think that's the big problem with, like, why I'm critical of Nintendo fans. It's not that, like, Nintendo is the worst thing ever or anything. And Nintendo can be cool at times, but the whole, like, over-romanticization, emotional attachment aspect, I think that's where you get a little crazy. Things get a little nuts. So that's what I'd say about Steam as well. It's like, okay, just don't get too over-romantic about it, and it should be all right for now. I'm that way with YouTube, right? Like, YouTube allows me to give my living and everything, but I don't get too overly attached to it if in case something, I don't know, goes nuts or something. Yeah. Oh, so I'm looking at the comments. Yeah, Steam. Yeah, it can't be Steam. It's like without Steam, what would take its place is probably going to be awful, right? So it is what it is. Nintendo cultists versus Valve cultists. Yeah, the ultimate battle. With this type of stuff, I just try not to have too strong of an emotional attachment to any of these companies or anything.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Any movie you like same way as favorite action game?
Oh, any movie I like the same as my favorite action game. So, like, my favorite action movie? One that I really like is a lot of fun is Big Trouble in Little China. That's a good one. Because Kurt Russell's awesome. I quite like. I'm trying to think what action movies I really like. Obviously, you can get like Old Boy and those types of things. I'm trying to think of a kind of unusual one. Rush Hour. I love Rush Hour. Rush Hour 2. I'm trying to think. What's my favorite action movie recently? The Thing. Yes, I love Kurt Russell movies. The Warriors. Oh, that's a cool one. The Matrix, of course. Can't go wrong with the Police Story. That's a great one. I have seen Police Story. That's great. Oh, Lethal Weapon. Lethal Weapon 1 and 2. I need to see The Road Warrior.
Time to play games. I read ya.
I can't believe you're still going.
Wow.
Thanks for this.
Retro Apocalypse, you are so generous, dude. That's insane. Thank you. I know. I get Crank. That's a good one. Yeah, well, I don't do these very often, so when I do them right. I don't know. Yeah, thanks so much, Retro Apocalypse. That's really generous of you, my dude. A lot of them DVD. I love DVD. I miss DVD so much. Like buying. How about this for a topic? Bush and Ryu Cat. Speaking of like favorite movies and stuff, I really miss the DVD era massively. Yeah, thank you so much, Retro Apocalypse. I miss the DVD era a lot because It was so cool to get all of the bonus like one of my favorite movies. It isn't a action movie, but one of my favorite movies is The Talented Mr. Ripley. And The Talented Mr. Ripley has like a great commentary by the director and everything. And it has some special features, but when I really like a movie, when I really get into a movie, I want all the special features. I want it all. I want to know a lot. I want to know the production. I want to know the commentary. I want it all. And it's so frustrating now because without the DVD era, like you don't get that stuff, and movies just don't feel as like passionate anymore. Like I don't know if that's necessarily the case because it's just, the situation now, but it feels like the director and the actors kind of don't give a crap about the movie anymore because it just kind of comes and goes. Whereas during the DVD era, it felt like, I love DVDs. It felt like such a different time in terms of the movies felt. And it's not about like the nostalgia, I take the DVD out of the case and I smell it or anything like that. But it's like the suite of features, the officialness of the release, like this is it. Here you go. DVD box sets, I would love that kind of stuff. And if I'm the type of person where I don't watch like tons of movies, but I watch the same movies a lot, like obsessively, right? So I'll do that quite a bit. So the more of that I get for the movies that I want, like the more I just really miss that era. So yeah, streaming has been awful for movies, for sure. The DVD era was so... Like the Donnie Darko DVD. Everyone knows the Donnie Darko DVD. That's epic. And you can get all the different commentaries and the behind the scenes and all that stuff. It just made the movies feel more fleshed out and more like there's more of a passion behind them for some reason. Yeah, so I think that's something I really miss a lot, Bush and Ryu Cat, is like the era of DVDs and stuff. I'm trying to think, there was a movie that came out recently that I was kind of into, and there's like no DVD for it. I was like, or no like actual. Oh, it was maybe it's out now. It was the new Blade Runner that came out, Blade Runner 2051. I was kind of into that. So I remember, I think when it came out, there weren't any special features for it or anything, like any director's commentary. There might be now. It'd be interesting to see if they went back and did that, but yeah. Yeah, streaming feels very sterile. It does. I hated Blade Runner 2049, to be honest. Crimson I think I know where you're coming from, because I think the more I think about that movie, I'm like, wait a second. I think Ryan Gosling just charmed me a little too much, because when I think about it, like if you think about it actually as like a story and everything, it does feel very underwritten, right? It doesn't feel nearly as good as the first Blade Runner. That's for damn sure. You know what? Honestly, though, like sometimes on those types of movies, if there's like kind of a, is it good? Is it bad? Sometimes getting the DVD and like looking through the special features and like listening to the commentary, you're like, maybe this wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Because I love directors' commentaries. It's one of my favorite things ever. And if you listen to like really good directors' commentaries, you're like, this guy knows what he's doing. This guy really has a vision. And then you listen to other directors' commentaries, you're like, this is just nonsense. It's not quite there. Yeah, so I wonder, I bet now if I went back and watched Blade Runner 2049, because I saw it in theaters, and I was like, whoa. And I think also, here's something also, Crimson Eye, didn't Blade Runner 2049 come around the time with all of like the Marvels and the Star Wars and stuff? And I think like I was so, like I wasn't like Blade Runner and then Blade Runner 2049. It was like Star Wars, Blade Runner 2049. So, yeah, I bet.
Hey, Mark and chat. These kinds of streams are great. It's very entertaining to listen to while doing some work.
Oh, thanks so much, my dude.
As always, thanks
so much,
for the great content.
And Argus does these cool, he draws these like cool fan art pictures of like my logo and stuff. Yeah. I put some on the Patreon. Yeah, thanks so much, my dude. Yeah, my goal for the streams, you're wondering why I don't like play games on stream that much anymore. It's because I feel like when there's an opportunity to connect with you all and talk with you all, I just think it's more interesting. And like sort of, and I don't want to do the thing that a lot of streamers do where they're like sort of playing baby mode games so that it's easier to concentrate on the chat. It's like, okay, we're either going to go hardcore on the game or we're going to go hardcore on the chat. You know, it's one or the other. So that's why I just go hardcore on the chat. So there you go. And I enjoy this format a lot. So that's why I do it. So I'm glad it's entertaining. And my goal is that obviously it's not that interesting to just see me on screen. So it is a chance to like talk with people and then also like listen along like it's a radio show, like call-in radio. That's kind of how I'm thinking about it. Pretty soon, I am going to stream some Ketsui emote attempts when I get close to the emote. So there will be some gameplay streaming there. But for the most part, I do like this format a lot. Because nowadays, I have such limited game time that when I play the game, I like when I play games, I usually like to just focus on the game and just be like, oh yeah, I don't have to review nothing, you know. So I think that's fun. It is so hot in here that the camera's given up. It's not crashing like my other camera, which would have exploded at this point, but it's like it's losing focus. Sometimes that helps bring it back into focus. It cannot focus. It's given up. It is a sauna in here. Maybe the blur helps because you can't see how freaking hot it is. But there's no way around it. Someone asked me what's my ultimate...
Time to play games. I read you.
Would you put live streams up as a podcast?
Oh, so you can catch the live streams on the playlist. I don't leave them up live because I'm obsessive about like making my channel feel very polished and everything. But for the people who want to watch them, if you go onto the live stream playlist, you can catch them. Is there a way to sort of turn them into a podcasting format? I'm not sure, but on the Patreon, I have this podcast called Topic Zone, which is kind of like a podcast version of this, where I get 6 topics from the patrons and then deep dive into them in a podcast. So it's like a podcast version of my live stream, basically. Yeah, chat density, exactly, Hair Penguin. You get it completely. But you can listen back to them if you want through the playlist. So if you're one of those people like myself who has YouTube Premium or whatever, you can literally listen to them like a podcast, which I often do for a lot of stuff. Like sometimes I'll be watching ASL and I have to go walk around. The ASL is the StarCraft Brood War
Time to play
competitive
games.
series.
I read you.
Do you like any bad movies?
Yes.
A movie that is so bad it's good as Lamageddon. Open
Yes.
mouth smile.
Yes. What was it? Yes, there is one. God, I'll try to think about it. But yes, there are some movies that are bad that I do like. And some of them are like in a sort of lull type of way, but some of them are like in a way that I cannot intellectually justify. So for example, okay, so let me answer the other question. Oh yeah, Argus, yep. And then putting them up as a podcast. So you can listen to them on the playlist, but then also if you want to get like an actual podcast version of a format like this, on the Patreon I have a show called Topic Zone. And Bog joins as a guest sometimes too, so those are really fun. And they're like 3 hours long, just like the podcast. This 2.5 to 3 hours long, just like the live streams. So they're quite similar, but more polished. I think I got everything. Any bad movies? Do you like any bad movies? Yes. So one bad movie, bad movie. It's not bad, but it's not good. But it's not like LOL or anything like that. Is this one movie? It's a Disney movie called Wish Upon a Star. And it's like Freaky Friday of these 2 girls that switch bodies. Katherine Heigl's one of the girls. And it's like a very generic Disney movie or whatever. But for some reason, I really like it. It's not like that amazing or anything. But yeah, I like that. There's a lot of stuff like that. Like a lot of sort of average-ish teen movies / romantic comedies, which probably people would laugh about. I do enjoy, or I do like tolerate more than I probably should. A bad movie. Let's think of like an outright bad movie that I enjoy. I feel like there is one. My Blue Heaven. There's this one called My Blue Heaven. It has Steve Martin. It's kind of a bad movie. It's like I think it has like really bad
Time to
reviews
play
too.
games. I read ya.
Since you live in Idaho,
Uh-oh.
which has good gun rights and a decently large density of firearms per capita, have you ever shot a
Have I ever shot a
firearm or
firearm?
held a firearm?
Yeah. Okay, I'll get to that one second here. Yeah, a bad movie that I like is one called My Blue Heaven. And here's the funny thing. It's a comedy with Steve Martin, and it's a sequel, in a sense, to Goodfellas, because it's the story of the character from Henry Hill after he goes into hiding with the, what's it called? Witness Protection Program. And he's basically in the Midwest. And it's kind of a crappy comedy, but I really like it for some reason, and it's kind of like memeable in my family. So it's called My Blue Heaven. In terms of so that one is definitely up there. I think there's more like kind of bad comedies. Oh, here's one that's really funny. I wouldn't say that I like it, but I liked it the first time I watched it for a funny reason. So there was a movie with Seth Rogen that came out called The Green Hornet. And it was massively panned as like being a garbage movie and everything. The funny thing is that when I went and watched the movie, this was, I think, right after Pineapple Express or somewhere in there. I sat and watched the entirety of Green Hornet thinking it was a satire. So I did not know it was supposed to be like a superhero movie. I thought it was like Superbad or like, what's that called? Like Police Troopers or Super Troopers or something. I thought it was completely a satire. So I watched the entire movie thinking it was really funny. And then I was like, oh, that's funny. And then I get out of the movie and they're like, and I said, oh yeah, the Green Hornet, that was really funny. And they're like, what? My friends are like, what are you talking about? So there's one that now that I know it's not a satire, doesn't quite work the same way. But yeah, there you go. In terms of your question, NCR Trooper Scout, have I shot a gun? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that going out shooting clay is like a pastime. So you'll go out, shoot clay. That's one of my favorite gun activities, I guess, is you go to a shooting range and they throw clay in the air. Oh, duck hunt. It's duck hunt. If you've ever played duck hunt, you know the clay mode in duck hunt? You shoot clay. That's really fun. I'm pretty good at it. The trick to shooting clay is you don't actually, it's a shotgun. A firearm, like a gun shooting expert's probably much better about this than I am. But the trick is you don't shoot like through the sight completely. You like sort of feel where the gun is so that because you have to like move, like clay flies across the screen, gamer moment. It flies across the air really fast. And so you can't be like, and trying to aim, you won't hit it. So you have to sort of feel where the aim is and then move with it. So shooting clay is pretty fun. So yeah, I've done quite a bit of that. Yeah, skeet shooting. Yeah. Yeah, I'm from Idaho. Like that's like a normal thing everyone does, right? You go out on the weekend and shoot clay. But I guess that's, not as common. Oh, Godfather 2. Someone's saying Godfather 2 is another flick I got to see. Absolutely. Godfather 2 is amazing. I love going outside and seeing what's up on the big screen. I know. Gamer brain. Would you still love the Royal Guard mechanic if it was a directional input? Royal Guard I have a mixed feeling about because Royal Guard is like a mechanic that does so much that it's kind of hard not to like it, but it's probably, the more I think about it, it probably does undermine DMC way too much because it just does everything. It's like the ultimate mechanic. It like parries, it blocks, it cancels. I think it probably does some other stuff. Oh, yeah, if you can charge it and get like a super attack out of it. So it's a mechanic that does probably way too much, and especially with the parry aspect of it, that gets to be, a little boring. Granted, the parry window is nothing like modern parry windows, but still, it's probably, the more I think about Royal Guard, the more I'm like, there's stuff to criticize here, you know, and like because it does so much, it's like, oh yeah, but I want to use it to cancel. I want it to do this and that. But that's why I've actually started gravitating more towards Gunslinger recently, because Gunslinger doesn't have a parry. Gunslinger is like I'm all about Gunslinger right now, so I'll keep you all updated how that's going. But I do like Gunslinger, how you can't do like a lot of air juggles, you can't do parries and stuff. So at least that I know of. Who knows? Maybe you can parry with a Gunslinger or something. But yeah, that would be my style of choice for now is Gunslinger. Bullet Train. I haven't seen that. Alu says, will you be reviewing any light gun games soon? So there is a issue with reviewing light gun games because I was going to review light gun game on this very CRT that I am trapped inside called Vampire Knight. And that's a really fun light gun game, and I believe it's on the PS2, but I believe it's from the Sega team that created House of the Dead. So if you like House of the Dead, Vampire Knight is going to be right up your alley. But the problem is that, okay, so I set up this entire setup to get Vampire Knight captured. So I got my PS2, I got my GunCon 2, I've got my capture card, then I've got a camera capturing the screen that I'm shooting at, and then I've got a capture capturing me aiming the gun, so you can see me aiming the gun, shooting at the screen, seeing the screen. So I spent like...
Time to play games. I read ya.
Do you ever check out the Shmups Reddit?
Oh.
It's so full of developers promoting their roguelites.
Oh, I did not
Grimace.
know that. That's a sad turn of events, Bandcamp. But anyway, so I got the entire Vampire Knight thing set up. And then what ended up happening is that I was like, okay, I've 1cc'd Vampire Knight before. So I was like, okay, I'm going to 1cc the game and use that for the review. And I sat there for hours trying to 1cc it on camera, and I couldn't. And what happens with light gun games is you can't grind them the same way you can grind a shmup. Because a shmup, like, if I sit down, I'm like, I think I did this with Esperade. I was like, I'm going to sit down and 1cc Esperade no matter how long it takes. And I had to, like, break it across, like, 3 different streams. And I just had to sit there for, like, hours and hours and hours, like 12 hours. I can't remember the exact totals. You can see, if you go on the old playlist, my live stream of me getting my Esperade 1cc, where I'm just sitting there for hours and hours and hours. But with light gun games, you can't do that because of the physical requirement of holding the gun, aiming the gun, reloading the gun, shooting the gun. I can usually do like 2 or 3, maybe 4 like full performance runs. But once you hit run 5, you're like, you're getting tired. And since I had this giant setup, cameras everywhere, I had to like clear out the house and be like, no one come in the house because I need this entire room. I need the entire room to record my light gun footage. It ended up being kind of a disaster because I didn't get the 1cc. Then I was like, well, I want to 1cc the game for the review. And then, I don't know. I was like, I'll try again another day. But it was such a pain to get everything moved and set up. I mean, it was an undertaking. So then I thought, okay, this is much of a pain in the ass for me, and I like light gun games, that basically this is pure just archaeology for people, because 98% of people are not going to bother dealing with all of this stuff, because you need a GunCon, a PS2, a CRT, and you can't emulate it. You need the hardware. It's just so, there's such a overhead, especially with the space and everything. And you need like a decent big ass CRT like this one. You can't just have a little tiny CRT. I mean, you could, but it's not the same effect. So there's such a heavy hardware burden to the genre that I've decided there will be a light gun arc on the channel where I will review light gun games, but I need there to be a good, commercially accessible light gun that works on gaming monitors, LCD monitors. And I thought, I bought the Sinden because it was advertised, this is the answer, this is it, the Sinden's going to be it. I got it. The Sinden was a piece of garbage. Its aim is so slow. Like I couldn't 1cc Vampire. I mean, maybe if I heavily routed it or something, but it's like it's got a ton of, it can't instantly snap like a real light gun. Like a real light gun, you go bam, bam, bam. It instantly snaps. At least the gun con does. Whereas the Sinden couldn't. It was like dragging a slow mouse across the screen. And I hated the feel of it. And the more intense light gun games like Time Crisis, Special, and all that kind of stuff, it just was a pain to use. And so I was like, no, this isn't it. So it hasn't happened yet.
Time to play games. I read ya.
Do you do weekly live streams or is it random?
Oh, great questioning, Goblin. So I did all of that, and it just wasn't working. So basically, the day we get a commercially accessible light gun that works on LCD monitors, it's happening. Light gun games are going to get reviewed because you can emulate them, you can buy them on PC, but the hardware, the light gun is the choke point. And I don't want to recommend people buy a crappy Sinden. There needs to be a legit light gun so I can recommend it and be like, it's worth it. Buy this and then you can play the games. Because also like emulating light guns with like mouse and stuff, it's just not capturing the physical interaction and design of the game. Like for example, when you're holding the light gun, if you need to go from left to right to left, based off of what hand you hold, that actually matters because you have to turn it away to reload. So if you go left to right, you have to snap it like that. And if you go right to left, you have to snap it like that. They're two different hand movements. Like you have all of these physical hand movements with the light gun, with the aiming, with your body position, with the trigger pulling. It's just a very physical, tactile medium, which this is why I like it. So just emulating it with like mouse and stuff does not capture its design limitations properly in anything, because the mouse is going to, I talked about this in my gallery shooter review on the 10 arcade games, but like the mouse destroys so many gaming limitations because it's so powerful. So you can't play gallery shooters with a mouse because the mouse is too good. The hardware has a certain amount of limitation that is baked into the balance. They talked about this with Sin and Punishment, actually. Actually, someone asked earlier about if I would ever review Sin and Punishment, like, recently. I think that could be an interesting angle for Sin and Punishment. It's talking about mouse aiming and talking about the problems with mouse aiming and balance. And because basically with Sin and Punishment, what happened with Star Successor is Treasure balanced the entire game initially around the GameCube controller. And then they sent it over to Nintendo, and Nintendo, who are normally telling them in the first Sin and Punishment, make it easier. This is way too hard. This is insane. When they sent it over to Nintendo, Star Successor, Nintendo was like, this is like easy. Why is it so easy? And they were shocked. And it's because Treasure were all using a GameCube controller, and the Nintendo playtesters were using the Wii remote. And the Wii remote is way more powerful and fast. And it's way worse than a mouse, by the way. Way more powerful and fast than a GameCube controller. So they were just annihilating all of the patterns. So then they had to bring it back and like rebalance the entire game around using the Wiimote or the GameCube controller. And supposedly they found the balance, but if we're being real, the Wiimote's it. The Wiimote's just better. So, and that's the Wiimote, which isn't the most accurate responsive thing ever. You stick a mouse in that game, you are annihilating its balance. And, it's hard to replicate that, though, because there's no the Wiimote, I guess you could hook up to your emulator or whatever, but still, if you had like a real legit light gun, a lot of these issues, like you could more accurately capture the design of the games. So that's what I'm waiting for. That's the answer to that question. I've thought about it a lot. I've considered it a lot. And until we get that legit light gun that works on LCD monitors, I just think the genre is like bottlenecked. Like it can't happen without that peripheral. So, and the Sinden isn't it? Trust me. So there you go. We're gonna go a little bit longer. Ink Goblin asks, "Do you weekly live stream or is this random?" This is somewhat random, and basically the way it works is if I'm in between videos for the week and I feel like I haven't streamed in a while, then I'll stream. So it is kind of randomish because if I have just locked up video after video after video, I'm not going to stream during that time. But if I'm like, oh, I got a little bit of free time, I've got a little free time. It's Friday. Let's stream. So is a little bit randomish, but I'm trying to at least establish that it'll be on either Friday or Saturday, and monthly-ish, like once a month-ish. Not exactly on the dot, but maybe once a month, once every 2 months. So, because it's secondary. I'm not a streamer. I'm a YouTuber. So this is like a special event, sort of. Yeah. So let's go. I always say this every time, and I always go over it, but we have to do it anyway. So let me set a timer for myself to get myself to put a bit of a clock on this. Okay, so I'm setting a timer for, let's say, a little bit of. Oh, OBS is being crazy. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. So have I played Cannon Spike? A little bit. Yes, I've played a little bit of Cannon Spike. I think it's really cool. I would love to do a what do you call it?
Time to play games. I read ya.
You can tell the heat's taking me out. I would love to review Cannon Spike.
My
at some
modern
point.
light gun game is
I wonder what's causing these drops. It's not my internet connection. I think just OBS is getting mad. But anyway, we're back. So I've heard about VR games being kind of like a cool. Yeah, this is a rank-based timer. It's very lenient. It's not a survival timer. It's a rank timer. Yeah, Magellan, I've heard VR games are really cool, so I'll have to check them out sometime. It's just kind of a leap that might be a bit tricky for me to make. But yeah, it sounds like there's some cool VR light gun game stuff happening. So yeah, I may have to take a look into that for sure. Especially someone was mentioning like there's VR glasses that you can use. I like that idea more than like a full headset. So yeah, I like that idea. Basically, you know what I want with VR is like the exact opposite of what everyone wants VR. Or what everyone talks about VR doing, like how VR is going to be like so immersive, you won't know you exist anymore and all that kind of stuff. What I want is like light VR, like you throw on a pair of glasses and you're playing a light arcade experience. You know, you just need a pair of glasses, something simple like that, like light, accessible, easy breezy, not like a giant headset with a giant computer running 7,000 graphics cards. Like, I'm not really interested in that kind of thing or realism in any way, but like being able to play like some arcadey type of stuff in VR or light, easy, you know, because I can see it being somewhat similar to arcade design, right? Because that's how light gun games are, and that's how like a lot of old school arcade games were. It's like there's a sort of VR-ish element to them with the integration of the hardware with the gameplay and stuff like that, but I just don't want it to be something really excessive and expensive, right? I want something affordable and like, oh, there's my VR glasses there. Not, here's my half of my room that's a VR equipment setup or something, you know? So that's what, I think when VR gets to that point, and I think it's sounding like it's getting closer to that point, I think that's where I'm going to get more interested in it versus it being like this real dedicated, expensive thing. Yeah, Mr. Anti-Mute says, Pan was giving you some good shout-outs for Shmup Slam recently. Yeah, Pan's going to be at Shmup Slam. I actually went and visited him in Salt Lake the other day. I went down to a concert there. And yeah, he's a really awesome guy. We were doing a Ketsui double play when I was there. Oh, yeah, he's going to be playing, I don't know if he said it, so I don't want to spoil it, but he's going to be playing a really cool game at Shmup Slam, and I'm excited about it. Pistol Whip VR. Yeah, like, so these are the types of VR games I'd be sort of interested in. Lighter, arcadier, snappier, less expensive, that kind of stuff. Yeah, like Resident Evil 7 VR, no thanks. Like AAA games in VR, I'm not interested. What are your hopes for the rumored new Star Fox game? So I talked about this a little bit earlier. I would be shocked if they were able to make decent single-player content. Not that it's impossible, but I bet the single-player modes are going to be really easy, overly streamlined, like basic stuff. But the part about it that does kind of intrigue me, well, if they actually made the levels challenging, that would be great. But the part about it that does kind of intrigue me is it sounds like someone mentioned earlier that it might have online multiplayer dogfighting, and that would be cool. Like I would have fun with that if you could play battle mode. You remember battle mode for Star Fox 64? If you could play that online against people, but it's on the Switch too, so it'd probably be quite laggy. But still, that would be pretty cool and fun, and that's what I'd probably have the most fun with, unless the single player was actually good. But I get the feeling that that's probably, I don't know, the single player is probably not going to be that strong. How they never had online for Star Fox Zero baffles me. Yeah, Crimson, that's a huge missed opportunity. That would have been really cool, especially with the gamepad and everything. That would have been really fun. I would have had a ton of fun playing online Star Fox Zero on the Wii U. Poor Wii U, so neglected. It had some great ideas and some sauce, and never quite fully reached its potential. Okay, my friends, we are at 6 minutes. Yeah, that's true. The Nintendo, the Iwata era wasn't very online heavy, was it? Yeah, Blueberry Vibe says, with your acquired taste, the single player might not be worth your time. I'm definitely going to play it. It's just, will I think it's good? That is the question we all wonder. Mark, artistically speaking, what do you think should be the point of using turn-based gameplay in menus?
Time to play games.
Oh, thanks so much.
I read ya.
Now that would be awesome.
Maybe they got Treasure to make Star Fox.
If they got Treasure to make it, Ink Goblin, I'm immediately interested, especially because of Night Striker Gear. Because I would be a little bit more skeptical, but I think Night Striker Gear, production issues, and like menu problems and modes and stuff aside, like the core gameplay of that game is really good. And I think just outright one of the best rail shooters. And so if they brought in Treasure, they brought in the man from Night Striker Gear and Ikaruga into the Star Fox game, now that could be really awesome. Now, would they actually do that? I don't know, but that could be really cool. It would make sense because Night Striker Gear is a really good rail shooter, so he does prove that he can make a really good rail shooter. So it's not impossible. And I would be all about that. If they announced Treasure was making the next Star Fox, not Platinum, Treasure, now we're talking. Yeah, great point, Ink Goblin. I wonder if that would happen. Because, Nintendo and Treasure used to have a pretty cool relationship. Like, that's why, the reason why Sin and Punishment Star Successor exists was because of Iwata. Iwata's like, Sin and Punishment's awesome. It's time to make a new one. Go. And he funded it. So that's where, and he even interviewed Treasure. So Treasure does have connection with Nintendo. So it's not impossible, but that would be really cool. Finally, a good Nintendo game. Finally, after all these years. Oh, that would be cool. These streams are awesome. Thanks so much, Nalistics. I feel like I missed a question. Oh, yeah. Storm asked, artistically speaking, is there a point to turn-based versus real-time? There is. Bog and I had this discussion, and he was pointing it out in Sheeran, and I'm going to review Sheeran here at some point here soon. And the difference is that in turn-based gameplay, you can have much more aggressive RNG and have it be well-designed. Because the problem with real-time games, you do need RNG in real-time games. I talked all about this in the top 10 arcade games video. I talk all about the role of RNG and stuff in real-time games. But the problem with a lot of RNG in real-time games, and I did this in my own little shmup demo, is I gave it so much RNG. This was back in the day. It's crazy. But what happens is if you give a real-time game a lot of RNG, it becomes chaotic. And what ends up happening is you think, oh, it's really chaotic. So what that means is that it becomes very dynamic. But there's a sort of like a tipping point where if it becomes too chaotic, you actually have to start using very generalized strategies like circle strafing, for example. Now, shmups don't allow for circle strafing, but like that's why a lot of these arena shooters with tons of RNG, you think on paper it's like, oh, this is going to have a ton of like crazy dynamics and stuff. But if you actually make a lot of RNG in a real-time system, you just end up really heavily favoring general low-risk universal strategy again and again. So like circle strafing or abusing iframe moves or something like that. The level of RNG makes reasonable routing and decision making kind of a liability rather than an asset. But turn-based games, because they are not real time, can accommodate a lot more RNG, a lot more dynamics right there in the moment. So like enemy spawns can be in different spots. Enemies can like do different things and move around in different formations. And the turn-based system, because you can like look at it, because Bog was talking about this with Sheeran, like because you can look at it and study it, it allows for a lot more opportunity for RNG to be balanced and meaningful. Whereas in real time, because of the element of having to react to stuff, you have RNG is important, but you can only have so much before it just becomes noise. So that I think is the main difference in the most interesting aspect of turn-based design is that it can accommodate a lot more RNG than real time can. So developers should explore that a lot more, I think. Everyone get into Sheeran. Exactly. Paul Allen says, everyone get into Sheeran before it becomes hipster. That's right. Yeah, get into it now before I make my video about it here. Oh, yeah, Bog and I talk about Sheeran a lot. A lot. Because, yeah, we both really appreciate the design of the game. Now, I need to, like, fully review it and stuff. But, yeah, definitely. But it has, like, persistence, has permadeath, turn-based, RNG, routing. It's a real winner. Treasure doesn't exist anymore, Magic Johnson says. I think you're right, Magic Johnson, but I think there is some sort of comeback I've heard ish. Maybe, maybe not. I've heard that. There's like a little rumor of Treasure coming back in some way. And if it's the guy, if it's just the guy, and the guy is Treasure, the guy who made Ikaruga, he's just now Treasure. Still, I think that close enough, right? Because Treasure was small to begin with. It's crazy. When I was looking up, when you look up like the Treasure staff that worked on Sin and Punishment, that worked on Ikaruga, they were a little crew. It was not like a giant studio. It was like a little crew of guys just really just going nuts, you know? So like Treasure coming back, it's not as crazy as it sounds because it's a small group of people to begin with rather than like a, you know, big, like trying to bring back Square or some shit like that. Like it's a giant, it's a small little group of guys. So if you get like 2 or 3 of them in there, you've got a lot of the Treasure sauce. Thanks so much. Philip says, great fan of yours and your critiques are smart. Thanks so much. Okay, let's look at our timer. Ooh, okay, we got about, I'm going to fudge it a little bit and say we got about 5 minutes before heat exhaustion takes me out. Sure, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You can leave a comment about Muso. That's fine. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, that's cool. Petrick says he found my channel since the Resident Evil 4 remake days. Yeah, that was a real point. A lot of people came across my channel. And what's funny is, I think I said this earlier in the stream, like, I thought, it's like, my review, this all just makes complete sense to me. You know, this is all obvious to me. But, yeah, apparently it was quite unusual. Yeah, who knows the state of Treasure, Blueberry? It seems kind of vague. Oh, raise money to buy Mark an AC unit for the room. So the thing about it is I looked into this, and it's basically impossible because it's a shed. It's like there's no, like, because you have to like completely modify it. I was looking into it. I was like, oh. So what's funny is I have heaters in here, so I can get it warmer, but I can't get it cooler. So I usually have to record now, late at night or early in the morning. Someone asked, what is the ultimate hater of my channel? The real answer is the two ultimate enemies of the Electric Underground are heat and my allergies. Those have impeded my career more than anything else. The goddamn heat making the shmup shed into a sauna, and then my allergies kicking in where I'm trying to record. I'm like, I can't even breathe. I can't even speak. There's times where I've sat down to record. I'm like, it's impossible. Nothing can happen. My allergies are too extreme. So those are truly the ultimate enemies of the channel. Heat and my allergies. Heat, I'm finding strats around, early recording hours. And then I actually have an AC unit. Here's the funny thing is I do have this AC unit that's for outdoors, and it blows like cool air and everything if you put water in it. Problem is I cannot record with that. I can edit with it, but I can't record with it because it's a giant ass fan that's super loud. So all you'd hear is like the sound of a wind turbine if I tried to record with it on. And the coolness only lasts as long as the thing's on. Because I was like, what if I leave it running and then like close the shed and then come back? I open the door, it's like a sauna. It doesn't work. It only lasts as long as it's running. Yeah, so I would have to like basically rent some office space. And the problem with that is so expensive. I've looked into I'm like, what's the most ghetto office space I can find? But even that is so expensive. So, yes. For the foreseeable future, I'll just have to deal with the heat strats one way or another. Yes, heater and allergies for added difficulty. That's high rank. That's when I hit max rank, is when it's hot and I have allergies. That's max rank recording. Nothing more difficult than that. Alrighty. Okay, I said it before. Okay, now I'm serious. I'm resetting the timer, and when it hits 5 minutes for real, I'm gonna end the stream. the 15 minutes that was a ranked based timer, so it's a suggestion. This is a survival timer ish. So when it hits 5 minutes, I'll end the stream. I'll move to PNW. Only get about 2 weeks of actual heat. Yeah, I know. I need to move. You'd think living in Idaho, heat wouldn't be a problem, but basically the way Idaho works, it's either freezing cold, which I can work in because I can heat it up in here, or burning hot, and nothing in between. And the burning hot is the trouble. Ultra mode streaming, yeah, yeah. It's not as bad streaming, actually. Streaming isn't as bad as trying to record, because streaming, I have something to react to. I can talk to you guys. It's recording that's brutal, because it's like blank sheet, type of syndrome, where I'm just like looking at just a waveform or whatever I'm looking at, and I'm like, okay, I must create content. I must create thought, and it's burning hot, and I can't think. So streaming is actually a little easier. When you have absolutely nothing to react to or work off other than your own thoughts, that's when the heat gets tough. Oh, Bush and Ryu Cat was asking about what action game with the guns and katana. That was Wanted Dead. I was playing Wanted Dead again recently, just for fun. Yeah, I have such a soft spot for that game. All of its janky production aside, I do still to this day think if they got that production locked in better, like if it looked more like Resi 9, people would have been way more generous towards it, because it is fun. It is a really fun game. But and it has routing, it has difficulty, it has long ass checkpoints. I referenced that in the Resident Evil 9 review. The boss fights are a little weak, in true Itagaki fashion. Some of the boss fights in Itagaki games are strong. Some of them are weak. And in Wanted Dead, they're all pretty meh. But the level design's really fun. And the mid bosses can actually be quite challenging. You get double katana guys going. But I do understand, because of all the production problems, like, you've got to come into the game with a little bit more of like I'm going to work with you, right? The funky, glitchy execution animations and stuff. I'm going to work with you here. Oh, yeah. I think it'd be really funny to play Wanted Dead in context of Resi 9. Because it's got guns, it's got melee, there's not inertia really. The movement is crazy fast, it's hard, long checkpoints, not super long. It's like 2 hours, something like that. Whether by accident or not, it has a lot of sort of like arcade virtues going for it. It's just a little janky, that's all. So that's why I think it got slammed so hard. Just like Devil's Third. I played both Devil's Third and Wanted Dead, and I think I like Wanted Dead more than Devil's Third. And I know that might be a little bit of Itagaki blasphemy, but I do think Wanted Dead did a good job of like building off of what Devil's Third did.
Time to play games. I read ya.
I do like it a lot.
Love your channel. The F-Zero GX
that's a fun
review is
one.
probably my favorite. An awesome spotlight on a game that has so much depth. What arcadey game from that era do you think is overlooked like F-Zero GX?
Thanks so much, Warchild. That's really generous of you. Yeah, the F-Zero GX review, I'm really proud of that one. I actually did a ton of research, and I actually spoke to like F-Zero GX like diehard fans and speedrunners and stuff like that to get like as much solid information as I could, because I'm not super good at F-Zero GX. But yeah, that era, that engine is so cool. Obviously, Super Monkey Ball. It actually uses, I believe, the same engine as F-Zero GX. So definitely Super Monkey Ball. And Kiwi did a really cool run of Super Monkey Ball at the end of Slam 7, the last Slam. So if you look at the very last run of Slam 7, it's Kiwi playing Super Monkey Ball. So that's one. Another one, of course, I've already talked about, Spike Out. Another Sega classic. Spike Out, massively overlooked. I feel like there's got to be some other ones I got to point out. That's overlooked. Overlooked arcade, 3D, Sega. I know there's
Time to
this
play
one.
games. I read
Oh
ya.
my gosh, I'm gonna give you guys a mystery here.
Why do you like Demon Souls but hate Sue's likes?
Oh, that's a great question. There's this one game. It's like Zombies Revenge. Is that it? Hold on. I think it came to me. I'm going to look this up to make sure I'm right. There's this one game called Zombies Revenge. It's kind of like Spike Out E looking, but with like shooting mechanics. Zombies. Doing this one-handed. Revenge. I think that's it. It came to me. A miracle. Yes. Zombies Revenge. That's it. That's the deep cut. Check it out. It's kind of like House of the Dead meets Spike Out kind of thing. It looks so awesome. I need to review it on the channel at some point. I don't know like how amazing it is, but like it looks really cool. And it's got a little bit of like old school Resi vibes going on with like the gun combat and everything. But it's arcade. I think it looks so legit. So I haven't officially diagnosed it as like awesome, but everything about it, when I look at it, I'm like, that looks like an awesome game. That looks so awesome. Yeah, so that would be my recommendation. Josh HH4KP asks, why do you like Demon Souls but hate Souls-likes? So the funny thing is that I don't like necessarily hate Souls-likes, like just generally as a concept, but basically what happens with almost every Souls-like that I've noticed is this is what they do. It's similar to what a lot of people do with arcade games and retro games, is they look at Souls and they're like, okay, let's take Souls concept and let's remove all of the hard edge of this series. Let's remove all of the punishment. Let's remove all of the stuff that creates friction and difficulty and consequences. Let's get rid of that crap, you know, and then let's just keep the framework and the sort of like reputation of the series. So let's dilute it down, make it commercial, make it easy, and there you go. So it's not that I dislike Souls-likes like as a concept. I think there could be a great space for Souls-likes. It's just what they tend to do is that they tend to like dilute, especially like one of my favorite things about Souls. I'll give you this. One of my very favorite things about Souls. So far, it's all in all the Souls I've reviewed. So I've played 1 and 2. I'm going to review 2. Or sorry, I played Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. I'm going to play 2 here soon. Is that I love the manual hitbox interaction, and I love the lock-on versus unlocked distinction in the combat, where you either play locked on, but you have less movement mobility, or you play unlocked, but then you have to manually swing and hit things. And there's no auto tracking, there's no suck to target. It's hitbox on hitbox, baby. And I think that is one of the biggest aspects of what makes Souls feels good and Souls feel good. And I don't think a lot of Souls likes understand that. They don't understand that like the sauce of Souls is like this, like the cleanness of the hitboxes, the manual nature of the combat, how everything is just so fundamental outside of all the RPG crap. So that's why I like Souls so much. Like the aspects about Souls I like. Demon Souls has that. Dark Souls 1 has that. I am quite positive Dark Souls 2 has that. That's up next. And I think that's just the magic sauce of Souls, especially unlocked versus locked, that distinction, that limitation, that trade-off, back and forth. That's one of my favorite things about it. And a lot of Souls like remove that. They remove like what makes Souls cool combat-wise and also system-wise. So the two things I like about Souls, one, that, and then system-wise, I like the persistent consequences, those long-ass checkpoints, those that risk. I talked about it in the Resident Evil 9 review. There's something I call risk detachment. Risk detachment is when if you get a bunch of short checkpoints next to each other, or you like save spam, then the consequences of the combat system no longer make sense or matter because you can always just instantly reset. So there's no actual punishment for what you do. Where having long checkpoints, which is kind of akin to levels. Like Demon Souls basically has levels. You begin at 1-1 and you go all the way through until 1-2, right? And there's like a boss fight and stuff. Or whatever. Yeah. So that's Souls has kind of like a level-based, run-based structure. And a lot of Souls, like, not all of them, but a lot of them are just like, yeah, we're not doing that. Like Stellar Blade, it's like, we're going to give you a checkpoint every room. We're going to give you a respawn right before the boss. We're going to have the boss repeat the same static sequence of actions. So you don't even have to react to like RNG to the boss's behavior. It'll just do the same sequence. You just do the sequence. So like they just make they take the structure of Souls and they remove everything that makes it interesting. And they just make it very stale and easy and accessible. And then everyone goes like, oh, masterpiece. Because they removed all of the hard edge of the series. But I really do think, talking to one of my questions earlier about like getting people into genres, I really do think if Demon Souls did not have that intro, like the Demon Souls intro, it has to be, it's amazing. It's like, I'm going to, within one level, I'm going to teach you what this game is all about. And what it's all about is kicking your ass, and it does not, it inflicts the punishment right away. It inflicts the tone of the game right away. It established itself. I talked about it in my Demon Souls review. What did I say? Because I was really proud of the way I explained it. What did I say? It's been a while. But the way I explained it in the Demon Souls review, where it's like brute force something. Brute force structure or something like that. I can't remember what it was. But the way it imposes itself directly on the player like that is something that a lot of Souls likes not only don't do, but they're afraid to do. They won't do it. So that's why I tend to like Souls, the Souls series. Yeah, still going, but we're getting stoic. Yep, the stoic nature of Souls. Brute force structure, that's what I called it. It has a brute force structure that Souls likes almost always try to remove. They try to make it so it's not as punishing, it's not as routing heavy, and then it's less manual and just all of the sauce of the series, basically, all of the good stuff.
So, yeah, that would be my my answer to that question. Let's see where we're at. I think we're nearing the end. Yes, I think we're at the end. Oh, I'll answer this with one final question from Storm, who asks, "Do I like board games or game books when it comes to video games?" That's an interesting question because I was thinking about this recently, Storm, and I was thinking a lot about like the difference between board games and video games, and like one of their big design differences. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a Dark Souls 2 review for sure.
Time to play
Definitely
games.
soon.
I read ya.
One of my Stellar Blade is one of my favorite games.
Stellar
so
Blade,
this
one
is
of my
awkward.
fav games, so this awkward.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm quite critical of Stellar Blade, Josh. There's actually an entire video of mine explaining my critique of that game. So, yeah, awkward indeed. But hopefully, my review, if you check out my review, gives a good explanation of my issues with Stellar Blade. So, hopefully, that is somewhat informative as to my critique of the game for sure. But thanks so much for the donation, though. But the question about board games, I thought it'd be fun to close off on that. So, in terms of board games and the difference between board games and the difference between video games, is I was thinking about any chance for a DMC5 review. Yes, at some point, yes. I'm probably going to go through the Devil May Cry series sequentially. I think that's the best way to do it for that one, because it keeps building on itself, and so you can keep track of it better. It's like, okay, where did it start? What changed here? What changed there? And I think that will be the best way to tackle DMC. But in terms of board games versus video games, the interesting thing about board games that video games don't have is they have like human beings enforcing the rules, and video games don't, right? So video games, the fundamental difference, the key difference, I think, artistically, is that video games are less social and they're more directorial, automated, right? Because the game enforces itself. And so it allows the director to create a much more distinct, consistent experience. Like, this is the experience you're going to have. Everyone's going to share this experience. And it comes back to the developer. The thing about board games that's really interesting is that board games are much more influenced by the community of players, because even if the board game says, when you pass go, you collect this much money, like Monopoly, right? Like, Monopoly has all of these formal rules on how to correctly play it. But at least in my experience, and I think a lot of people's experience, you don't play Monopoly by the rules. You play Monopoly by the rules that you want to enforce, by the rules you want to play. And so just by the nature of that, board games are much more open-ended to interpretation, much more open-ended to the people deciding the balance, the people deciding the rules. So that's why actually I think like role-playing games, right? It makes sense that they have an origin from being board games, because you are actually doing that, not just in like a meta sense, but like in a true sense, because you all are creating rules, you're enforcing the rules, and that's all very interactive with the group of people playing. And the board game, the role-playing game, is kind of just a premise to get you going. Depending on the board game. Chess is a little bit more like, hey, you're playing by the proper rules in chess, unless you don't know them or whatever. But a lot of board games, I guess what I'm saying is they have a much more flexible, collaborative nature than video games, because video games are automated. They are sets of rules. And so, like, can you grind? Here's a question. Like, can you grind in a board game necessarily? I don't know if you can or not. I don't know. I don't play enough board games. But, like, if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons with your friends, can you grind? Can you decide, guys, wait, stop whatever's happening. I'm going to spend the next 30 minutes grinding and leveling up my character. I don't know if you can. I honestly don't know. But,
Time to play games. I read ya.
yeah, chess isn't like that, but board
Last
games
one.
kind of are.
Wipeout, Mario Kart, or Burnout?
Oh, good question. Yeah, some board games are very strict, right? Like chess and those types of things, those are more formal. But a lot of like role-playing types of board games are much more open-ended, or even something like Risk. You're supposed to follow the rules in Risk, but you know how flexible. Like I've played a bunch of Risk and against people who are like take it fairly seriously. And there's a lot of like flexibility with how people play Risk and stuff. So, basically, what I'm saying though is that like, the players can like adjust the balance of the game in real time in a board game if they want. Whereas in a video game, you can't really necessarily. So you can exploit a video game in a way that's harder for a board game. And I think that's, I don't know what I'm coming to the conclusion with these observations, but I think it's kind of interesting. And that's why I think there is something to the idea that that role-playing games come from board games, because maybe there's a more like natural sense of balance in a community of players versus you and a computer, and the computer can only limit what you're up to a certain degree unless you like really enforce it. So I think that's something kind of interesting to look at. I don't know what the conclusion is yet because I haven't looked into board games enough, but there's that. But chess. So chess is interesting because chess does have one socially enforced rule, which is like the timer, right? I don't know where, like certain tournaments or whatever, they're going to impose timers. But like if you're at home and you're playing chess, the timer element, that has to be figured out somehow. You have to agree what's the timer, how much time do you get between moves and stuff. I have to go to school in 30 minutes, so even chess has a little bit of like social enforcement with like timers and with timer and that kind of thing. Oh, okay. Thanks so much, Bush and Ryu Cat. Wipeout, Mario Kart, or Burnout? Ooh, good question. It's been a long time since I've played all of these. I remember playing Burnout. That's on the PS2, right? I'm tempted to say Wipeout, but I want to make sure I'm not confusing it with something else. Wipeout. Let's take a look here. Because I'm trying to remember. I think I know what that is. Yeah. Wipeout is kind of like the F-Zero style game. So I feel like I haven't played enough Wipeout to be definitive. I've played a ton of Mario Kart, especially my favorite Mario Kart is Mario Kart 64 or Mario Kart Super Circuit on the GBA. That's probably my favorite Mario Kart. So Mario Kart Super Circuit's really up there for me. And I've only played a little bit of Burnout. So I don't think I can give a really strong answer because for all I know, Wipeout could be like incredible. And I haven't just played it enough to know. I've played a lot of Mario Kart in my day, and my favorite is Mario Kart Super Circuit on the GBA. Though I also like Mario Kart 64 and Mario Kart Super Nintendo as well. Okay, yep, I have to enforce the timer now. Mario Kart Super Nintendo is really fun. I love how vicious the edges are in that game. That's my favorite thing about it. Mario Kart, like you get onto Rainbow Road or like the Ghost tracks on Mario Kart SNES. I love how vicious that is. Alrighty, everyone. Well, thanks so much for tuning in. Yeah, I haven't played any of the new ones like Ballistic NG and stuff. I know Bog loves Ballistic NG. I know that. So I'm trusting his opinion that it's kind of awesome. So I'll give you Bog's thoughts here that he loves Ballistic NG. So he don't want to stop. Yeah, I know it's hard once I get going to stop me. But I'm heading out. Thanks so much for tuning in, everyone.